तो जा दोहराऊं मैं मेरा वजूद है तू ही तुझी में खुद को ढूंढ लाऊं मैं तेरा ये इश्क मेरा फितूर तू जो भी कहे बन जाऊं मैं छाया है यूं तेरा सुरूर जिस रंग कहे रंग जाऊं मैं तेरे नशे में हूँ मैं चूर जिस जोग कहे रम जाऊं मैं तेरा ये इश्क मेरा फितूर तू जो भी कहे बन जाऊं
दिल तो पागल है दिल दीवाना है दिल तो पागल है दिल दीवाना है पहली पहली बार मिलाता है यही सीने में फिर आग लगाता है धीरे धीरे प्यार सिखाता है यही हंसाता है यही रुलाता है दिल तो पागल है दिल दीवाना है दिल तो पागल है दिल दीवाना है
सारी सारी रात जगाता है यही अखियों से नींद चुराता है सच्चे झूठे ख्वाब दिखाता है यही हंसाता है यही रुलाता है दिल तो पागल है दिल दीवाना है दिल तो पागल है दिल दीवाना है ला 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 ला
इस दिल की बातों में जो आते हैं वो भी दीवाने हो जाते हैं मंजिल तो राह ढूंढ लेते हैं रास्ते मगर खो जाते हैं दिल तो पागल है दिल दीवाना है
दिल तो पागल है दिल दीवाना है दिल तो पागल है दिल दीवाना है सूरत से मैं न पहचानूंगी नाम से भी ना उसको जानूंगी देखूंगी कुछ ना मैं सोचूंगी दिल जो कहेगा वही मानूंगी
दिल तो पागल है दिल दीवाना है
हाँ ये पागल है हाँ दीवाना है
पहली पहली बार मिलाता है यही सीने में फिर आग लगाता है धीरे धीरे प्यार सिखाता है यही हंसाता है यही रुलाता है दिल तो पागल है दिल दीवाना है
हाँ ये पागल है हाँ दीवाना है
Heaven sent me the rain when I needed it to. Now the river's taken pain, but washed away everything.
Cool. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to all of you. I'm Shrey.
And I'm Avni. We're delighted to be your hosts for this year's edition of the India Portfolio, a flagship summit by Conquest Pilani, India's first and largest student run startup accelerator.
Before we dive into the exciting details of what's in store, let's take a moment to reflect on the last edition of the India Portfolio Summit. Last year, we sought out to explore the journey of the Indian startup and business landscape, starting all the way from license Raj and liberalization in the 1990s to recent innovations like UPI and ONDC.
We were privileged to witness remarkable stories of founders and builders like Piyush Shah, the founder of InMobi, Adit Palicha from Zepto, Siddharth Jain from the Inox Group, and many more who shaped the Indian startup ecosystem, inspiring the hearts of countless inspiring entrepreneurs.
As we embark on the India Portfolio 2023, we invite you to join us on another extraordinary journey. This year, we seek to pick up where we left off, turning our attention to the possibilities that India's rapid innovations brings for our future, with technologies like the India Stack revolutionizing the Indian startup ecosystem.
With massive increase in India's public infrastructure and groundbreaking innovations in sectors like Web3, AI, and fintech, India is blitzscaling. We are seeing radical changes in shortened timescales. Throughout the program, we will delve into the challenges and opportunities that arise from this accelerated growth and focus on successful entrepreneurial strategies, mindsets, and practices.
This year, at the India Portfolio Summit, we will explore the current dynamics of the Indian startup ecosystem, highlighting success stories, emerging trends, and game changing ideas. Our esteemed speakers will share their unique assortment of tales of success and failures through engaging fireside chats, interactive AMA sessions, and insightful panel discussions.
We have an exciting line of sessions from Dr. Bhagwat Karad, the Minister of State for Finance, Amit Jain from Kardekho, Divya Gokulnath from Byju's, and many more to ignite your curiosity.
Making this all possible is Team Conquest, comprising 30 highly motivated students driven by a shared passion for impacting the startup ecosystem. Over the past years, Conquest has played a pivotal role in empowering early stage startups from across the country, spanning diverse sectors, by providing them with resources, fostering a robust network in the Indian startup ecosystem, and offering a prestigious platform for pitching their ideas to a distinguished panel of industry experts, VCs, and mentors, giving the startups a chance to grab an equity-less cash grant. I'd now like to call our CEO, Karman Sethi, who's leading the team this year, to share the vision for Conquest 2023 and the India Portfolio Summit. Over to you, Karman.
Quickly confirm if my mic is working. Awesome, awesome. First of all, thank you everyone for joining in. Conquest Pilani finds its roots in a lecture hall in Pilani as a project conceptualized back in 2004, nearly 2 decades ago, with a very simple mission. We wanted to help early stage startups across India, and it's been very interesting how over the years Conquest has evolved into one of the premier startup accelerators in the country. How did it happen? It happened as highly ambitious leaders took the onus on themselves to keep building on their seniors' legacy. They kept coming up with newer ideas, newer initiatives, and bringing those ideas to fruition. A couple of years ago, as you know, if I could recall, as I somehow managed to get through the rigorous selection process of CEL Bits Pilani, I was flustered and frankly intimidated by the spectacle of the accolades and the energy that my seniors shared. It felt as though I was a misfit in a team of misfits, and that feeling was humbling to say the least. Uh, and that very feeling, as I've learned since, is the best ingredient for exponential growth. In the last 2 years, Conquest, personally has helped me push my boundaries, go beyond the confines of the campus to focus on making real world impact. It has also allowed me to develop a profound appreciation for the Indian startup ecosystem. And through Conquest, our team doesn't just work closely with some of the most promising and inspiring early stage startup founders, but also we join forces with prominent leaders, industry veterans, top VCs, and angel investors, all driven to create more value for the Indian startup ecosystem. More importantly, though, at Conquest, I get to work closely with people that have the zeal to take up new challenges and bring innovative ideas to fruition. I'm talking about my team. I'm super proud of them, and the journey has been nothing short of incredible. The India portfolio was the result of one such crazy idea born and materialized in our hostel rooms last year. The idea behind the India Portfolio Summit is to look for insights from some of the country's leading founders and innovators on how to solve real world problems. As we look at India from the lens of an investor, with all the Indian startups that came out of it uh, as its portfolio, we love sharing stories, and that's what it has always been about. Last year at the India Portfolio Summit, we covered the story of the evolution of the Indian business landscape, as Avni and Shrey mentioned. And this year, we spent a lot of time ideating the narrative for the India Portfolio 2023. After a lot of deliberation, we decided a theme that we wanted to stick to: Blitzscaling India. We shifted the focus away from the major eras that shaped the ecosystem as how it sits today, and now we want to take a deeper look at what awaits us. For the same, we've invited people, we've invited prolific founders that are going to be the front runners in that evolution, in helping us make that transition into India 2030. And the internet penetration, the cheapest internet costs worldwide in India, government disruption through Digital India, and India Stack. If you talk about UPI, Aadhaar, ONDC, and all these things, we've seen rapid growth of startups over the past decade. And when we were discussing this internally, this posed the question of where we saw the ecosystem in the next 10 years. And that's exactly what we want to understand. That's exactly what we want to deep dive into through this summit. And without further ado, I'd like to wish everyone all the very best, and let us all gear up for our first session. From here, I'll let Avni and Shrey to take over.
Let me take a minute to introduce to you the Conquest Communique, the weekly newsletter where we deliver snippets of all things startup right in your inbox. Breakdown of complex concepts, sector analysis, anecdotes, and much more put together for you in one place. The lengthy reports and uncountable resources, that's on us. Doesn't matter if you've just started exploring, know a little or even a lot. You'll land yourself an interesting conversation with your friends at the end of every edition. That's for sure. Introducing our first speaker of the day, the head of government's Startup India initiative, Ms. Astha Grover. Astha brings over a decade of experience in consulting, banking, government, and entrepreneurship. She is a zestful writer and researcher who founded the Startup India initiative with the aim of building a strong ecosystem for nurturing innovations and startups in the country. Under her leadership, Startup India has nurtured over 40 unicorns in the past year alone. We welcome you, ma'am. Introducing our first speaker of the day, the head of government's Startup India initiative, Ms. Astha Grover. Astha brings over a decade of experience in consulting, banking, government, and entrepreneurship. She is a zestful writer and researcher who founded the Startup India initiative with the aim of building a strong ecosystem for nurturing innovations and startups in the country. Under her leadership, Startup India has nurtured over 40 unicorns in the past year. We welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Good morning to all present here. I hope I'm audible. There is a little background noise at my end. I don't know when we talk about India and we talk about all the development it has undertaken over the years. But one thing which always surprises me is, that we are always in the developing phase. There is no site that is ever completely constructed. There is some construction happening or the other at every part of a city or a town. But I think that's the beauty of it all. And if you look at the face of the new India, and I will share with you in a couple of minutes through some slides, you will see what I am talking about. With that, okay. With that, I will share my screen. My objective here today is to run you through Startup India, what the government has done, how the startup ecosystem in India has evolved over the years. A lot of you may be looking to, start thinking about entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship was not a common term that was used back earlier. And in fact, if you look at the support ecosystem that was available a decade ago, it wasn't easy starting up, right? Why all of a sudden entrepreneurship has become this cool thing to do, even though it is in my opinion, one of the hardest things to do. What made it cooler was that I think everything that we see around us today has been impacted by a startup. Let me take you through this journey by some examples, okay? Um, 10 years ago, I don't know how many of you are into that age group or not, but whenever we wanted to travel or go from a point A to point B, the option was to go on the road, wave your hand or a thumb on the road and stop the nearest auto or the cab rider. Whenever we used to order medicine, it was directly through the pharmacy around us, not even a doctor, the pharmacy around us who could recommend us, okay, that these are the options you can look at and take it. Sundays and Saturday nights, waiting outside long queues in restaurants to have the food from your favorite restaurant was very common, because that was the time most of the people were out and waiting to get into queue in their favorite restaurants. Trips were booked by looking at suggestions from people who around you would have gone somewhere and are recommending the same places to you. Insurance investment products were all bought from the advice of that LIC uncle, which we all had in our family, right? Just fast forward to now, what is happening, what has changed. There is no stopping on the road using your thumb to stop a rickshaw or an auto driver, thanks to an Ola or an Uber. There is no need to go to the restaurant, right? It is changed. You can eat your favorite food at the comfort of your home thanks to Swiggy and Zomato. You can order medicines online thanks to PharmEasy, 1mg. You can book trips on your own using user experience from all across the world thanks to Make My Trip, booking, and the likes, right? And broking, trading, all has been made very easy through platforms like Zerodha, Policy Bazaar, and the likes. I don't remember the last time we used currency. Thanks to the digital UPI system, everyone is on Paytm, PhonePe, and the likes. And if you look at the recent consumer trends, right, everything that we are today ordering, consuming, breathing, using, it is influenced by a company that was that is not a Fortune 500 company, that is not a multinational company, but it is a startup, right? It is a startup that changed how we operate, that identified a gap in this ecosystem and started filling that gap. I think that's what has made entrepreneurship much more cooler, that all of us are users of the services, all of us know-how that has simplified our lives. And that's where I think the money is flowing. That's where the unicorns are emerging. If you look at the examples, while it took about 30 to 40 years for the Tatas and Infosys to hit their billion-dollar revenue, today 5 years, 7 years, that's the average age in which a company is hitting a billion-dollar valuation. And all these wealth creation, tech disruption, job creation is what led to the government, envisioning a support for the startup ecosystem in India. Just to take you, I hope my screen is visible to people on the listening to me today. I just wanted to take you through some examples. This is how Mumbai Airport looked back in 2013, and this is how it looks in 2018. A matter of just a few years and how the landscape of an airport has changed. This is the Meerut Highway. That was back in 2014. We fast forward to 4 years. This is the highway that looks right now. And I wanted to show to you that this is the face of New India. This is what India will represent. This is what India has to offer. And I believe amongst all these offerings, the startups and the innovators are the ones who will take the lead in showcasing the new India to the world. Now, the Honorable Prime Minister back in 2016 launched the Startup India Action Plan. I have the good fortune of being associated with Startup India since it was launched by the Honorable Prime Minister. And I'm very happy to share that, over the 7 years, I've seen how the ecosystem has grown to become the third largest startup nation, how it has become the fastest growing startup nation, adding almost 80 startups that are getting recognized every year. Now, if you look at a quick snapshot, this is how it looks like. We're almost close to hitting a lakh startups, about 99,000 so far. But for me, the biggest change has been that, startups are no longer concentrated in a Delhi, Mumbai, or Bangalore, but are coming from all across the region, right? And I am so surprised and happy and ecstatic to see the power of ideas that lie in the smaller cities, in the emerging cities and town. And that is the beauty of India, that entrepreneurship is a dream that can be supported from any part. And to support that dream digitally, also, we envisioned the Startup India Hub, which is the digital platform that envisions and bridges this entire ecosystem. To put into perspective, from 400 to 99,000 startups, from only 120 districts where there were startups to today 670. Earlier, it was only the central government that was, supporting. Today, there are 31 states and union territories that have a policy dedicated to startups. And as a team that has worked very closely with the states in policy formulation, in helping them set up startup ecosystems for the states, I'm very proud. And it is. The job seems very fulfilling when you're able to do this, coming from the private side, being able to do this on ground for the government. And second, I think the ecosystem at large is there to help you today. Not covering the other numbers, but overall, the journey has been appalling. And we are not stopping here. We want to make India the fastest growing and the largest startup ecosystem, and we will not rest till then. If you have to, okay, so now what I will try and tell you is, once you are on your startup journey, what is it that you should know about, right? From the government perspective, the startup is defined as an entity that is recognized, that is incorporated, which means you need a legal presence as a private limited, as an LLP, as a partnership. I would recommend going for an LLP or a private limited or even a one-person company if you're starting solo, because these companies are eligible for tax exemptions as well instead of a registered partnership. Um, in terms of age, it should not be more than 10 years old. In terms of revenue, it should not exceed 100 crore. And in terms of what it takes to be a startup, you have to either be innovative or show scalability or work towards job creation or wealth. So it is not an and criteria on the fourth pillar, but an or criteria. What it means after you get recognized, or even if you are not, these, we define a startup, and we have covered the life cycle of startup with these incentives. So even if you do not have an idea, I think, for the ones who are looking कि नहीं मुझे कुछ करना है पर मुझे नहीं पता मुझे क्या करना है, we have an idea bank on the Startup India website that captures key, these are the problems from which you can help us provide solutions. You can think on these lines and build it. For those who have their idea, there is a very beautiful learning and development course that has been specially curated by Upgrad, which is the organization run by Ronnie Screwvala and EdTech Unicorn now. That you just interact with that module, and it is free of cost for all the entrepreneurs. And you will get a business plan in the end. So, right, it gets you the best of the experts, advice from the experts, what entity you should set up, what are the fundraising modules, what is term sheet, and all those things, right? Once you have more clarity about your venture, you can approach mentors, you can get seed grant, you can look at further fundraising through all the different programs. So now let me take you through the most common question that is often asked to me, right? If you are starting up, I think the gap that I see is that people often approach any business idea with the idea of raising funds. While I will tell you the different avenues of raising funds and what are the support system that you have, but I also wanted to bring to your notice that the two most profitable unicorns that we have in India today have raised zero funding. They have been bootstrapped, they have plowed back their profits, and they're doing beautifully well today. We have Zoho on one end, Sridhar Vembu, and we have Zerodha on the other side, Nikhil and Nitin Kamath. A super example for all of you that funding is not the only thing that matters. In fact, the moment you start raising funds, you are answerable and accountable to all the investors to sort of have a superseding growth and numbers and returns and everything. Anyways, coming to the long and short of it, your first point of information or access should be the Startup India website that will give you access to everything. So every mentor, every investor, every incubator, accelerator, ecosystem enabler, all the state policies, all the government policies. So let's say you were saying I'm starting up today in Gujarat, maybe in the renewable space. So, what is it that the Gujarat government is offering from a state perspective? What is it that the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy is offering for solar system? All that is very easily summarized for you on the website, so you don't have to start a fresh research. You have tools and templates in terms of setting up a company, HR templates, and all those policies, right? Okay, now, like I was saying, funding is the most often asked question to me every time I'm addressing that I don't have money to start up. How do I do? But I'm really passionate and I want to change the world and I want to do something. First, I think the first mode of operation should be one, what sector are you operating in? If it is a general IT thing, if it is a tech thing, there are ministries that are sector agnostic, right? So there is the Science and Technology Department that has seed support scheme called the Nidhi Prayas. There is Ministry of Electronics and Development that has the TIDE scheme. There is Startup India Seed scheme. I will talk more about it. There are certain specific areas like biotechnology, life sciences, healthcare, agri, and a lot of others that have specific seed grant provided by the respective ministry. So your first thing should be to identify what are the government grant that is available. And like the name specifies, a grant money is something that you can get on a milestone basis with no obligation to dilute your equity or to return, right? So the interest of the government is provide you that risk capital with the hope that you will be able to convert your idea into an MVP. The second thing is to look at in which state are you operating, because like I mentioned today, there are 31 states and union territories that have a dedicated policy that provides you can either get funds, you can either get marketing assistance, you can get a sustenance allowance that there are states providing 20,000 per month if you're operating out of that ecosystem, that are providing subsidies on loans, that are providing you funds to represent your innovation or product at international platform, right? So again, look at the state that you're operating in and the incentives. You don't need to start afresh. All the state policies and schemes again are summarized very well on the Startup India website with the state nodal who you can approach to. The third thing you should do is look at the sector agnostic support available by the government of India. And these are three schemes that we are running. Let me take you more through them step by step. In the early stage, let me start with this, right? In the early stage, if you're just starting up and you need grant money or convertible debt, there are about 160 plus incubators through which you can avail this. So, as a government, you have to realize I'm not into the business of fund management, I'm into the business of making funds available for this ecosystem. So, at the early stage, incubators is the pipeline through which I'm channelizing funds. We have set up a 945 crore funds to support entrepreneurs with grant money of 20 lakh or convertible debt up to 50 lakh all across India. So you can even if your incubator is hasn't received that money so far, please apply. If you see other incubators in different region, virtual incubation is also there. And once you exhaust your money, you can also apply again, right? So at the early stage, look for seed money from different ministries, and Startup India Seed Fund Scheme is also open to help you all. Now, let's say you are at the growth phase of your journey. There is a thing called the Startup India Fund of Funds. As a government, I have set up a 10,000 crore fund of funds that invests in growth stage startups through venture capital funds. Now, if you look at the beauty of this fund, right, I will invest into the corpus of SIDBI. SIDBI is investing into VCs. Now, SIDBI invests only up to about 20% as per different slabs. Maximum, I would say, about 25 into the invest into the VC arm. So, let's say I am a VC raising 100 crores and I get 20 crores from SIDBI. 2x of the SIDBI's contribution, which is the government's contribution, has to go into DPIT eligible startups. So, which means 40 crores is readily available to be invested for startups. What is even more to realize is that with the confidence of the government giving this 20 crores, the 80 crores investment from other LPs is also coming. So what we've seen is that there is almost a catalyzing effect of 6.5x. So from the 8,000 crore commitments that I have made today, a corpus of 55,000 crore is readily available to be invested in startups. More than 800 startups have been funded so far, and I'm very happy to report that unicorns, which were some of the very recent unicorns, which were companies which were not even heard of back then, were invested by this fund in this initial year. So we have seen the emergence of more than 15 to 20 unicorns from the funding provided by the government of India. Now, so we have covered about early stage funding, we have covered about late stage funding. Coming to the debt aspect of it, we have the credit guarantee scheme, where the government is enabling the banks or the member lending institutes or the venture debt to please safely invest in startups, and we will back your debt. So the falter, in case the debt is not repaid, will be undertaken by the government. So there are a lot of member lending institutions which are now getting the comfort to provide a collateral free loan to bank, and this is through the credit guarantee scheme for startups that has been recently started in April 2023. Now, let's say you say you are starting up, you say you are looking for investors. We've digitized the matchmaking process. Again, Piyush Goyal sir very recently in March 23 announced the launch of the Investor Connect portal housed on Startup India, built with SIDBI, where we have got investors on one side, startups on the other. You have to be a DPIT recognized startup to do this matchmaking. So the investors have given their thesis that this is the sector I'm interested in, this is my ticket size, this is the stage I'm looking at. On the other side, the startup has given their details and AI-based matchmaking happens. What we have also done is that we've asked the investors to put in their investment request directly. So if I'm very actively looking at certain investment sizes, I've done a call for application that this is what where I'm actively looking at. So I would strongly recommend all of you for your Investor Connect request. You don't need to go anywhere else and just check out this platform called Investor Connect. Everything will be very easily accessible to you through the Startup India website. Go to the funding tab and you will figure this out. Okay. There are a lot of cash grants that you keep getting if you participate in different programs. While the amount may seem small to you initially, but what happens is that the kind of mentorship and access you open up is amazing. So, no matter how busy you are in building your business, do keep looking out for cash grants that are available through various programs done. A common feedback that we've got from the investors is that while the startups are very bright and the ideas are novel, their storytelling skills can be bettered, right? And in terms of that elevator pitch being perfect, in terms of your 5 minutes, 10 minutes being utilized very well the moment you get the opportunity to interact with the investor. So we're doing a lot of fundraising masterclass. In fact, we're running a series with the Indian Angel Network as we speak. Um, every week there is a prominent speaker like a Rajan or another Chaudhary from who founded HCL, or a Raman Roy, who's called the the software giant of India. So some eminent speakers talking to you about what is it that you should do to better your pitch, what is it that the investors are looking, what are the do's and don'ts, and when you hear it from them, it definitely makes a difference. I would encourage you all to be part of these sessions as well, as and when you get these opportunities. Now, coming to the second part. After funding, what the next need is, I won't say it's after funding, but a parallel thing that happens is looking for the right set of customers, looking for the right market. Now, when we look at the domestic market, right, and if government is your client, we've enabled startups to sell to the government directly through the government e-marketplace. The government e-market turnover, right? So these fields you are exempted from. So far, we have had about 18,000 startups serving more than 2 lakh orders worth 13,000 crores through this platform alone. And there are other public procurement platforms which also provide similar access. A solution for for drones that were going rogue, and they wanted some solutions that they could track, if a drone is entering into a territory without a permission. When we worked with the CRPF soldiers, they wanted an instant blood clot solution for the soldiers on field, or they wanted a very specific kind of anti-spike shoes that were not existing in the market. And we throw up these problem statements to the entrepreneurs, we help co-develop these solutions for them, which ultimately find a very fruitful use in this ecosystem. So even if you don't have an idea, these are some of the problem statements I would urge all of you bright minds to be a part of and serve the country. The third way to look at the customers is by being into the pipeline of corporate clients, serving to them or serving to the clients they serve, right? So, for example, Qualcomm will work on a program with us every year, finding the best of the hard tech, deep tech solutions, or sometimes solutions on the semiconductor space. They will open up their labs for you to use on a completely pro bono basis. They will provide the best of the mentorship to you. So if you are in the field in which any of these corporates are already there, they are more on a lookout to be in touch with you than you can get in touch with them. So again, this happens on a programmatic basis through programs that we run on the Startup India website. But more than 250 plus partners we have worked in the past, helping startups with mentorship, cash grants, pilot orders to work with these companies. And right from the United Nations or the World Bank to public sector undertakings like BPCL, or to multinational corporations and giants like Google, Qualcomm, banking, MG Motors, and everything, right? You name it, and we would have worked with that player. When it comes to global market, right? My experience has been the Indian innovation have a very sweet spot when it comes to representing at global platform. They are frugal innovations. They are at a price point which is amazing, and they are catering to a bigger market. So it is always amazing to receive that feedback, and we are opening up more such avenues. These are some of the 17 countries we have a very active relationship with on the first column, if you see, which means we have a soft landing platform with them. If today you are looking as an entrepreneur to enter into Japan or to cater to the Japanese market, my counterpart there, Jetro, and the Embassy of India in Tokyo will help you navigate that market, tell you what are the rules and regulations that you need to take care of, tell you about the network that you can access and the people you can connect with to make your journey easy. So, similarly, we have one counterpart like ours, Startup India, on the other side to help you explore these global markets. We also often take startups on a partly sponsored trip by the government to showcase the best of the Indian innovations at different platforms. We took about 100 plus startups to the Dubai Expo. We have Viva Tech Paris coming up. We do the largest startup festival, Slush, in Helsinki every year, and so on and so forth. The thing that has emerged out of all of this and the efforts of over the 7 years is that India is being now seen as a country that can help take the leadership on startups and innovation across various global platforms. And I'm very happy to share that this year with the presidency of G20, the only engagement group that got through and that formalized, that was a new group that was proposed and was agreed upon, was Startup 20. What it means, my friends, is that startups today are getting the recognition they need, are becoming a household conversation, and are also a conversation at global platforms with G20 nations, which means this year, hopefully, when the final communique at the Leaders Summit comes up, we will be talking about startups at the global platform as well, and with India taking the lead here. Similarly, with ASEAN, BRICS, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and WIPA, we have put together a startup engagement that is well received. Excuse me. Like I was mentioning, the international platforms, Dubai Expo, more than 100 startups. At the Cannes Festival also, we took startups from the media and entertainment side. The World Economic Forum, Davos, we take startups, Slush, the World Investment Council in Geneva, and so on and so forth. Talking about the last, which becomes very easy if you have the right mentors. You may not have the right mentors only around you, and this could come from the investment field, this could come from the business field, this could come from the academic field. We've digitized this experience by onboarding mentors and people like Rajan from Sequoia, Sanjeev Pichindani, Manoj Kori from SoftBank, to the MD and head of a lot of corporate organization. This is just a sample snapshot. There are a lot of people who have said, I want to help startups, and they have registered pro bono on this platform. All you need to do is go on this platform, put in your mentorship needs. Do you need a team help? Do you need a term sheet help? Do you need a help with a marketing area, or do you need a deep tech help? Right, you will find the right mentor as per the area you suggest, and you can connect with those mentors on the platform, offline, however you want. There is something called the National Startup Awards we do every year. This was more to celebrate this ecosystem first, but the journey evolved to say that we are recognizing and rewarding the brightest talent. Can we nurture them a little more? Can we curate a dedicated program for them? So, with the pool of National Startup Awardees, we started giving them dedicated investor connects, dedicated shadow or unicorn connect. We took them to different platforms internationally. We helped them with the storytelling and pitching. We ran a dedicated show on Doordarshan for them, and we provide them the right government connects. What emerged out of this was we saw a considerable increase in their customer validation, in their revenues, and few of the unicorns also emerged from this pool. I would strongly request and urge all of you to apply for the National Startup Awards. One, for the brand it takes. Second, for the handholding support that follows after this. Some of the successful case studies from the NSA. I'm sure you must have heard about the space tech startups doing very well in the private, being from coming from the private side and serving the world. Skyroot was one of the space tech winners from the National Startup Awardee pool that was interviewed and selected by the Secretary ISRO himself among a panel of other esteemed members, and got further support to emerge and launch its own satellite vehicles. Tinkerbell was on Shark Tank as well, catering and serving to the government through their braille literacy device called Annie, and currently working with a lot of education institutes and state governments. If you are a women entrepreneur, I would want you to let you know that one, we are there to support you as well. All the incentives apply to you because you're an entrepreneur at the end, irrespective of the gender. But we focus a little more to provide you more handholding to ensure a fair and equitable representation in the programs we do. And we walk the talk, right? My team has about 65% women alone, and it is by sheer merit. I the best of the talent I'm getting from my team is from women, and we're though looking to now be more inclusive and diversify, but short of talent at the other side, and the women always stand out with their hard work. We've also started showcasing the journey of women entrepreneurs through the first podcast that we've done, which is called Super 3. It's there on Spotify, YouTube, and all the channels, so go listen to the podcast as well. um, our focus is to enable you to do your business and let the regulations be on us. Self certify wherever possible, create a carve out for startups, and enable ease of doing business. So that's a dedicated vertical that keeps looking at making your lives easier. We have a dedicated program for Northeast, and after all the efforts over a month, we saw a considerable increase. So from where only 70 startups were coming up, we saw about a 140 increase in only a quarter. So we do felt that it was very important to assess the impact of all what you're doing, and this was one fulfilling program that we did and would continue to support this initiative. Unlike earlier, right, the government today is very open to receiving feedback, hearing your thoughts, and working with the private ecosystem. And our minister, the Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Food and Public Distribution and Textile, Shri Piyush Goyal, takes out time every quarter. He chairs the National Startup Advisory Council that has members from the government as well as non-official members. So right from investors to incubators to corporate heads, associations, all the best interests of the startups are represented. We discuss what is the gap that is there. We discuss what needs to be done. We discuss on issues that needs to be catered for this ecosystem, and then they are taken forward in a very programmatic way through the support. So the Mark platform I talked about was on with Manoj Kohli sir as part of the advisory council meeting, the Investor Connect with Rajan and Sidbi, and so on and so forth. These are some of the annual programs which we keep doing. Investor Connect, Celebration, and all become a part of it. I think I just wanted to leave this last slide with you. I truly believe that the future of India is with entrepreneurship and startups. They will be the next job creators, they will be the next wealth disruptors, and they will be the one working across the board, right? Today, a Tata is not working on its own grocery chain or its own pharma chain, but working with a big basket or a 1MG. Likewise, for a lot of other companies, right? And I believe that this potential lies with all of you. Do consider entrepreneurship as an option. We are there with you. The journey is much better than it was a decade ago, and we are happy to continue improving on this journey for all of you and with you. With that, I end this presentation. I want to leave all of you with the thought that entrepreneurship is not an easy journey. It will be hard, but if you survive the first 1,000 day, if you are at it, if you have perseverance, things will fall into the best of the course for you. I will be happy to take any questions. Feel free to write to me, connect with me on LinkedIn. I can drop my email ID with the organizers and would be happy to hear from you, resolve, and help in any way possible. All the best in your entrepreneurial venture, and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you for such an insightful talk, ma'am. I'm sure the assurance of support from the government will fuel inspiration in the young entrepreneurs watching in the audience.
We'll now be breaking into a short networking break after the session. Participants can use the launch for networking. We'll be back shortly with our Silicon Floor, a panel discussion covering the agri-tech revolution in India. See you in the launch, guys.
quality of startups is great. What they're solving is obviously pretty early in the market. The market itself is maturing a lot.
I'm particularly impressed about the quality of the startups, not only the quality, but the diversified sectors which they have come from.
I think honestly I haven't seen something of this kind ever being organized here in Bangalore.
And the winner for Conquest 22 Pan India track is Green Tiger Mobility.
And I must say that amongst the various events that I've seen, this one's take the cherry on the top. The best part about the Conquest, I think, is, while there is a spirit of competitiveness in the people, but what you have done is ensured that there is a huge inclusiveness from the organizers, from the partners, from the, the cohort itself. So very well done.
Very often we are all as founders enamored and completely blindsided by our idea, क्योंकि हमें लगता है कि हमारा crack idea है, हमने सोचा है, we're going to kill it, we're going to make big of it. But the truth is that the market size and opportunity determines a large part of the success of the startup eventually. In a good market, even a bad team or a mediocre product can win. But in a small market, irrespective of how awesome your product is or how kick-ass your team is, you will struggle. A good accelerator or an incubator or a growth plan or a platform can really change the game for you. Every single founder that has been to YC that I know of and I've spoken to, they're like, boss, game change ho jati hai. Game, मतलब दिमाग खुल जाता है. But it comes with a price, and it comes with the price of investing. And I wish there were accelerators and incubators that did not impose that investing, because the truth is the minute you take money from an investor, you're implicitly promising them a return. But the choice of what kind of company do you want to make is a very important one for a founder. Do you want to make a extremely high funded, fast growing, really big startup and own minuscule of it? Or would you much rather own a really large chunk of perhaps a small, but a nicely growing, profitable business? Look for people who get the job done and do it well. That's all that is required. Don't hire talent keeping 2 years, 3 years in mind. You don't even know whether you'll be there during that time. Be super short-term focused in what needs to be done right now, not in terms of people. So you're not using and throwing people. You are very long-term on people,
one of the
but
most
you are very short-term on what they can do for you.
Of our time. Thank
So
you so much,
be
Nitin, for joining.
super
A lot
specific
of the
on
founders in the virtual
what
room
kind of
today
people
very
are you
excited to
looking
speak
for.
with you, and
Don't
we're
look
all
at their skills from a long-term perspective. Look at their skills from a short-term
forward to your
perspective.
learnings.
Get the most out of them.
Thanks,
Give them
thanks
the
for
most exposure and
having
responsibility
me on
that
this.
you
I
can.
don't know about
But
prolific
if
and
they
all
don't
that, but
scale,
yeah.
then totally
No, I think
accept that
it's just
truth and
very,
move on.
inspiring to see.
Here's the role. The role is of a founder, the role is of a CEO, the role is of a CPO or CTO, the role is of whatever else that you're playing. What are the non-negotiable essentials that are required for this role to be deemed successful? And you have no choice but to be good at it. The truth is that if you get a deal or a discount on something that you don't expect, you will love it. But if you get deals and discounts from brands that you already expect to get it from, then the value in your mind is instantly zero. And that's just the truth.
I remember there's also one more very interesting thing about pricing that you told me, that especially in the early stages of a SaaS company or people who are selling products, if you want to get some data by distributing that product for free, never say that's available for free. Say that it's available for 0 rupees and show them the original value, so that there's some precedent set that this is the value that we are giving you for.
Customers to do interviews in a crowded markets. Crowded markets are great here, which means there are a lot more people having that problem. So all you need to do is measure 7 users in a representative sample. Let's say I'll use Zappos. Zappos was one company I did user research for. Zappos is a shoe shopping website in the US. When I looked at their, even take any competitor of theirs, who's selling shoes online or even shoes offline. I looked at, when you see that, I saw that 70% of people who did shoe shopping were women. only 30% were men. So I went and talked to 10 users, 7 of them women and 3 of them men. In that 7 women, it's skewed a little younger. People who are, outgoing, extroverted, they tend to shop more. So of the 7 users, 4 people were more extroverted and younger, 3 people were more introverted or older. So this is how I went and talked and used instead of, and this is the one biggest mistake that I made in my early days. I went and asked them about the product and the solution first. Hey, do you like this product? Will you use this product? If so, how will you use this product? If you use this product, will you recommend this to your friends? Ask them about, hey, it's great that you're coming to shopping today. Hey, what did you do in the past? How did you go about shopping in the past? What did you like or dislike about it? How are you doing it today? In the future, what would you like to see improve?
Focus, ideate, innovate, enable. Focus, ideate, innovate, enable. Westbridge Capital presents Conquest Demo Day 2022.
Conquest, an initiative by the Center of Entrepreneurial Leadership, BITS Pilani, is India's first student-run startup accelerator, which provides mentorship to India's best startups. Conquest Demo Day 2022, conducted in Bangalore, brought forth innovative ideas and solutions by startups and enabled them to network with India Inc.'s biggest luminaries.
BITS Pilani has been on a forefront in the entrepreneurship segment, and I'm very happy to say that the Center for Entrepreneurship Leadership, which is actually leading this Conquest event, which is a student-driven event, and the BITS Pilani has been always providing the platform to get into the new subject area like new venture creations through which the students are getting benefited, and creates an ecosystem where they are able to have their own ideas and innovations which can become an integral part of the future startups.
Conquest is is an example of one of those programs that is so sorely needed within the ecosystem. I think what we do as accelerators, usually we interact a whole lot as an ecosystem, and including WeWork Labs, we interact with your founders who have sort of raised seed money up to your Series A's and your Series B's, the corporates, everyone else involved. But the student community is someone I think as an ecosystem, all accelerators want to engage more with. And I think BITS Pilani and Conquest have been doing this incredibly well for a few years. This is the first time we partnered in such a deep way with them. This kind of a conduit to the startup ecosystem from the talent community, most of which come from the student community, is so critical to actually help this ecosystem grow as a whole.
IDFC First Bank is committed to supporting the startup ecosystem, and working with the BITS Pilani Conquest enables us to support the entrepreneurs in their journey.
Conquest Demo Day not only saw path-breaking ideas, but it was also a platform for industry stalwarts to share their wealth of knowledge. Esteemed panelists put the spotlight on how budding entrepreneurs can groom and sharpen their skills to cater to the ever-changing demands of the market.
There's a new word that's entered the lexicon of not just media, but I think the world at large, which is the new normal. I think the new normal was for the startup ecosystem last year, $38.5 billion in deal value coming into the system. high profile exits also happen through listings. And therein comes another new normal in 2022, which is a reality check. I'm really looking forward to this. So we'll start the conversation, we'll dive straight in with the founder's side. Rahul, has the ecosystem changed? And are you feeling the new normal, which is a 22 new normal, or the 2021 was the real new normal?
I think that reality hasn't changed. What remained real previously was that you need to add value. Whether it be your customer, your supplier, you had to add value and you had to make sure that they value it as well. And that remains true today as well. It hasn't changed. If you are starting something up, you need to be out there understanding the customer. You need to be out there understanding the partners who are the ones who are helping you grow the ecosystem. And as long as you're doing it, there would be people who would come to you and fund you.
Raghu, what about you? I mean, you're a serial entrepreneur almost, and you've had various iterations.
See, I think the only reality is the cycle. There are ups and downs. That's the only reality, right? And 21 could have been probably an up, right? And I've seen 2 or 3 such kind of cycles. So because of which I understand the euphoria that was associated with 2021 and what has really happened, right? And it's not that 2022 is bad, all right? Probably during the upcycle, there are 100 VCs chasing 50 companies, right? But in a down cycle, what I witnessed is 30 VCs are going to chase 10 good companies. The question for most of the founders is, are you a part of that 10? So I don't think so there is a complete standstill that really happens.
That's interesting. It's time to turn left. And the optimism that our 2 founders here have, which is very inspiring and very positive. But Shama, what's the reality check? What are you seeing as far as the marketplace is concerned?
I think this is the right time for our economy to go through some changes. What is the new normal? I don't know. I think in a startup world, I don't know if anybody sitting here would want to have a very static new normal, because that's the fun of being in this industry. I think any idea, even today, if it disrupts the status quo, is going to get good funding. I think the investors should be cautious if they are not. The businesses are only run with one perspective, run for profit.
Rachit, can you sort of decode what happened post-pandemic, and where are we right now in that entire journey, if we may sort of sum that up?
Maybe if we rewind to kind of end of 2019, there was, I think we were on a positive uptrend in terms of like where startups were going, the amount of funding that was in the ecosystem, things were progressing smoothly. Obviously, March 2020, things came to a grinding halt. There was almost most VCs kind of paused and said, let's see what happens. And everything just went to kind of a wait and watch mode to see what happens. There was a lockdown. And then suddenly, as things opened up again, there was a huge kind of, it went from one side to the other in terms of digital transactions, consumers coming online, because there were no options in many ways. And so everybody thought that's the way that it's going to be forever. And it went from wait and watch and no funding happening or nothing happening in the startup ecosystem to the other extreme, which was that everything is going to be even better than it was before because everyone's coming online in larger and larger numbers.
Kshitij, legend has it that you started Pixel while still in college, right? And the idea incubated in the BITS campus. Why don't you tell us that, considering space tech can become a technical sort of a field, right? How do you go from a group of individuals who are fascinated and curious about an idea to a group of founders who take that idea to a startup, right? I would love to know about that from you.
As we went through multiple conversations, we made a lot of mistakes in the beginning. We talked to VCs like right out of the idea, and we realized that we need to double down on the business case of the solution. Okay, fine, we have a unique payload we're trying to build for space. Who is the market for this? So talking to the right kind of people, understanding that there is a customer for something, because people cannot sponsor something like this. You have to build a business case, you have to understand the market. And I think that was the shift that we went through our 3rd year, 4th year in college. But it's been interesting. I think a lot of it is also about storytelling. So once you're able to link your final destination, your vision, to a story, when there is a business case to it, when there is a lot of pride as well in terms of building for space, you're able to attract the right kind of people as well. So finding the right kind of team members, investors just came as the story went ahead.
I think moving to Sumit, right, I would love to know from you, Sumit, that when it comes to fintech, right, we've seen that it is a fluctuating market impacted by external forces. I don't want to go into the regulation side of things, but as budding founders in the audience, the question that how do you deal with external forces in a market which seems relatively large? How do you do that as a founder? Would love to know that from you.
Honestly, when I came to fintech, within the first 1 year, I realized there are way too many external forces. Everything from regulation to multiple other changing dynamics. And one thing I began to realize that ambiguity had to become your best friend. And in fact, the first thing I tell to every new joinee right now is that, if you can't handle ambiguity, like don't join Fi or, previously Google Pay in that sense. And the way you solve that from a founder lens or an entrepreneur lens is understanding both where the market trends are going, what's going to happen, what's the probability, but in many times keeping a plan B and plan C ready. Right? If you're especially dealing with regulations or other things, ensuring that that you might have the best and most optimal solution which is working today, but you also, if you think there's a chance that this might get turned off because of A or B or C reasons, how do you ensure you have a plan B ready that you can switch to within a couple of weeks?
Going to Srikanth, right, and I think what you're doing in a space which is very, very evolving, right, like when we talk about Web3 crypto, it is in and of itself a very nascent space. I would love to know what your insight into, the crypto space is when it comes to category creating companies.
2017 is when I think a lot of people kind of came to know about crypto and blockchain, at least in countries like India. And what had happened was a lot of developers started building in, and there was also the time when we wanted to do something. But then that was a time which is kind of rigged with a lot of companies and founders who were just trying to, one is the struggle that they faced in terms of, not able to understand what this new technology is, the lack of documentation back then. But more importantly, because the market was booming and there's a lot of speculation around, a lot of people just jumped in maybe for wrong reasons. And we thought it's probably not the right time for us to jump in at that point in time.
CoinSwitch Kuber's co-founder and CEO, Mr. Ashish Singhal, elucidated India's key to success in the 21st century. He also praised India's youth and their growing interest towards startups and making them great entrepreneurs.
Crypto is around the world, so I travel across countries, and where people ask me, what is India's right to succeed in the 21st century, right? And the answer is right here. It's talent, right? India's youth today is not looking it's not a bad thing that they're not looking to work in an MNC, but to create multinational companies of their own and create that impact, right? And that is our power. And that is why I personally believe that India would dominate the 21st century. Our idea of being the services nation has moved on to product nation, and now we are the leaders in entrepreneurship as well.
Westbridge Capital presents Conquest Demo Day 2022. Westbridge Capital presents Conquest Demo Day 2022.
Conquest Demo Day 2022 was an amalgamation of all things innovative and inspiring. The 7-week rigorous journey of selecting the best startups had finally come to an end. Right from the inception phase to the demo day itself, startups went through multiple rounds of mentoring and accelerator programs. They were divided into 3 slots. The first slot featured 6 startups from the Pan-India track. Second slot featured 3 startups from Pan-India track and 2 startups in the Blitzscaling track. Finally, we saw 4 startups in the Web3 track. Let's take a quick look at some of the pitches.
Our telematics also include features such as anti-theft with an option given to the rider to lock the vehicle remotely in both modes.
Fall alert allows help to rush to the rider in case of any exigencies. Most important, we offer rider real-time health diagnosis of the vehicle to tide over technology risk while ensuring auditable trail of cost and carbon saved.
The result of this demand-supply gap is that services are becoming inaccessible and unaffordable for most parents and their children. Now, what are the current options they have? There are some national institutes in India, but of course there are only about 10 to 20 of those in the entire country. They focus mainly on assessments but don't have the bandwidth for interventions, right? The second option is child development centers, which are your neighborhood clinics and where all of these different kinds of therapists would be available. But it's a very inconvenient thing. They're only in the cities. Even in the cities, you can't find these clinics within 5-kilometer radius. So it's a very inconvenient and expensive sort of option for the parents. And last, of course, is individual therapists, but it's a very unorganized, and discovery is a problem itself in that, right? So the current system leaves parents in a very bad shape.
India is our test market. Our primary market is US, where initial 2 years we are targeting Indian diaspora, which is about 944K well-to-do households. And then third year onwards, we can target the complete US market, which is about 43 million well-to-do households. In fact, we already have the hardware in place, and with the recipe creation app, we can create 2 to 3 recipes, and then that's where our journey from Indian diaspora to US consumers become very smooth.
Our solution is essentially a smart contract. This smart contract developer can use using our SDK and APIs, and they can create their own use case. They can choose user role assignment function. They can expire time by time, and as well as use base, and they can create their use case. It can be lend, rent, token access.
Because अब teacher को भी कम time spend करना है. So we are solving a massive inefficiency in one of the world's largest industries, and time reduction and cost reduction is a byproduct of that. So we took this product, we priced it at a very, very affordable price. So at 999 rupees per month, 999 rupees, a student gets lifetime access to concept videos and practice tests. And at 2,500 bucks per month, they get live teaching, where the teacher handholds them through projects and gives them certificates for all the skills that they're learning.
The guest of honor, Mr. Aswath Venkatraman, operating principal, Westbridge Capital, shared his thoughts about Conquest Demo Day 2022 and the kind of talent he witnessed this year.
The scale of this program or this competition just boggles my mind, because I think we had about 3,000 registrations, out of which we got 300 people selected for the final rounds, and now we have the 15 finalists which are here. So I think it just amazes me that we have so much startup talent present in this country, and hopefully changing the way Indian business evolves over the next few years. I believe in this room, after having seen some of the pitches, we have seeds of what are likely to become extremely large and successful businesses. And also a bunch of founders who maybe we look back and say that, hey, these are the visionary founders 20 years down the line who maybe made that first steps or first journey over here. I mean, just look back maybe at 2010s, we were minting maybe as a country, we had maybe 1 unicorn emerging every year. And in 2021, we had 44 unicorns emerge in India. That's like 1 unicorn per week. So we have gone from being a country of 1 unicorn per year in 2010 to 1 unicorn per week in 2021. It's almost like how the Moore's law in electronics works. I think there is some kind of a Moore's law in startup ecosystem as well. I think this trend is likely to increase. We are likely to see more and more unicorns emerge over the next few years, and that's because the width of people who are entering this space is super interesting. Circling back to the initial thought, which was about saying that like people of my generation and just 20 years back, as I said, we're looking at corporate jobs. But today, I think students, let's say a student-run competition like this, it gets wonderful presence. We have a bunch of people who are looking to start up, are willing to start up. The ecosystem around them is present to support them, as well as the fact that even the society accepts them as truly value creators. And today, the best minds of India are not thinking about going to the US or working for a cushy corporate job, but thinking about solving real problems which Indians face. And I think that gives us a great deal of excitement to be in this space.
Startups put forth their best foot and presented exciting pitches in front of a jury and audience. They showcased their innovative solutions, and the success of their pitches was evident. They were able to capture the attention of the audience, and they were able to capture the attention of the audience and the winners were awarded with exciting cash prizes. Let's see who the final winners are.
Stream Money wins the Web3 track. Congratulations.
To announce the winner for the Blitzscaling track, I'd now like to call upon Professor Suman Kundu, who is the director of Blitzscaling KK Birla Goa campus.
And the winner is the Bound.
I'd now like to call upon our guest of honor, Mr. Ashwath Venkatraman, for the announcements of the runners-up and the winners for the Pan-India track of Conquest 2022.
So the runner-up for Conquest 22 for Pan-India track is Daffodil Health. And the winner for Conquest 22 Pan-India track is Green Tiger Mobility.
The first thought that come to our mind that this is one step closer towards our dream of green and affordable mobility for everyone. That's the game that we are actually trying to work with in the market. And this win at Conquest brings us one step closer to it. The kind of connects, the kind of networking which has happened here is amazing. It's phenomenal. So it's not only about Green Tiger winning, it's about the entire cohort of Conquest 22 winning. So thank you.
We were not expecting any of this to happen actually, because the last few days were a complete roller coaster. We did not have a room to live in. Our office was screwed up. We were almost sleeping in the office for like around 24 to 48 hours, I believe.
Yeah.
So it was a complete roller coaster, and like things were going downhill. So we thought this would go downhill as well, but look where we are.
Yeah, so I would say that insights from the people who have been working with us has been quite meaningful to us. We have enhanced our pitch, our deck, our product as well along the way, and now if I look back, it seems that we were quite naive when we started this, and we have developed a lot on top of the feedbacks that we are receiving. So it has been amazing for us.
This is a result of
what we have,
right? Because mentors contributed a lot to the pitch as well.
Conquest Demo Day 2022 was a huge success with all its sponsors from Westbridge Capital, IDFC First Bank, Ernst & Young, Soul Razor, Concise Labs, WeWork Labs, and Aditya Birla Ventures playing a huge role in making ideas meet resources and dreams becoming a reality. Let's hear it from the stakeholders and mentors on their thoughts about Conquest Demo Day 2022.
I think this is amazing to have an event like this, especially hosted by one of the premier academia in the country. I think India as an economy is going through a very different stage right now, wherein we are seeing coming up of new startups. That's the right way, wherein we promote innovation in the country at large for the right set of growth potential that India possesses for future, for the world overall. So it has been a great event. I've been here the whole day. It has been a great event. The good ideas coming through many thousands of total startups, out of which about 15 of those startups coming in for the final round. I think it has been wonderful.
I think, again, the quality of the builders has been just amazing, incredible to watch them pitch. I know what I was doing when I was in my second year, and this is amazing, right? So, and especially on Web3, I think the quality of teams and the projects, there are a couple of projects which are really solving some very interesting use cases. So I think the team behind them, while they were pitching, there was very clear strategy in terms of how they were going to acquire customers. It is already a product that has been developed. It's on DevNet, and I think they're doing some pilots with real customers. So finding that in Web3 is hard. You can trust me on this because it's very, very new. It's not very easy to find customers on Web3. So yeah, I think that sealed the deal for me.
Westbridge Capital presents Conquest Demo Day 2022. Focus, ideate, innovate, enable.
entrepreneurs make or break businesses. Business models come and go, you need to pivot, markets change on you, especially the technology market that we invest in are always changing.
Right.
And entrepreneurs need to be able to adopt.
Trade agreement talks between India and the United Kingdom, which are set to resume next month. Reports say the nations are still struggling to make progress due to differences on some key tariff and investment protection rules. So the governments are not able to find a middle ground on duties levied by India on car and liquor imports, and besides tariffs, the UK government is also pushing India to agree on a strong investment protection treaty. To take this forward, we're now joined by Manoj Ladwa, founder and CEO, India Inc. Group, also the founder of India Global Forum. Manoj Ladwa, thank you so much for being with us here on CNBC TV 18. What's your current view on India-UK relations? There's likely to be a meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Rishi Sunak at the G7 in Hiroshima. What do you think the two leaders would like to convey to each other and the current state of play between the two nations?
Thank you, Parikshit. It's good to be on your show. I think that the relationship hasn't been stronger than it is now. There are a myriad of areas of cooperation, both on the economic and on the strategic aspects as well of the relationship. Recently, the two countries have signed an agreement on science and technology. And so it's a busy, active, deep and historic relationship that is growing day by day. And so I think that the meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Sunak is going to be a continuation of the conversations they've been having over the last few months. This will be the third time that they formally speak. And
for example, I raised money from Excel in 2016, and so all the money that they invest in my company, even in the future, all of that comes from the 2016 fund. So even though they have raised another fund in 2018 and they'll probably raise another one next year, they'll keep doing it. The money that my company will get will only come from that 2016 fund. It won't come from the future funds. This is the way VCs operate. So generally, a good time to raise money from them is when they have just raised a fund. That year is generally a good time for you guys to raise money from them, because that's when they're placing a lot of early seed stage bets. A fund which raised money in 2010, by the time it's in 2016, is not doing any seed stage investments. Now, why does this matter? This matters because now when you look at a seed stage investor, let's say like a Bloom, or there are so many of them today, like Prime Ventures, Pi Ventures, all of that. It makes sense for you to find out how old their fund is. If their fund is really old, that means it will be really difficult for you to convince a seed investment out of them. So often what happens is when we are trying to pitch, we feel like we have to explain quite a bit before our product makes sense to people. But the problem that we find is that with most people, they
spread the word to you. Now, you don't have to ensure that in that 30-second pitch, you need to say absolutely every single thing that you did. That's not your goal. Your goal here is to be memorable and to communicate the most important fact of your startup.
A VC is looking to make lots of investments because he needs to give a return within 10 years. And what this also means is that a VC doesn't care about getting a return within 2 years or 3 years. He cares about a big return at the end of 7 to 10 years. That's when they start extracting money. So which is why a lot of people wonder, I have a really profitable business, but why is a VC not investing in me? I can make profits today and I don't need that much money. Right? This is a common phrase that I have heard a lot of people say about. The way to calculate is simply assume 30% IRR. So a VC essentially needs to show that money invested in the fund gave a 30% return on investment every year, compounded for a period of 10 years. So using that, that's where we realize that VCs need to make like 3 to 5x. So 30% internal rate of return is how VCs measure an investment. So when they're looking at you as an investment, they are basically thinking about कि boss ये मेरे को 30% IRR देगा या नहीं देगा. Now how do they look at 30% IRR? One is they'll assume that GDP growth से आ रहा है 7.5% per year growth. So 30% से 7.5% तो automatically आएगा. So now I need the startup to help me make 22.5% growth every year. Then they will look at, hey, GDP is growing at 7.5%, but this market seems to be growing at 15%. So a market which is growing at 15%, even if your business naturally grows at just 15%, so another 15% is done, right? So now generally you would subtract 7.5% here, but assume it's growing 15% higher than the GDP, right? 15% higher than other businesses. So now the VC knows that 22.5% growth is already coming just from macroeconomics. Now I need the startup to basically not fuck it up, give me that 7.5% return. Which is why VCs love investing in trends and in themes. Because what they know is why the e-commerce trend was so hot was that they knew that all these companies collectively, they are spending money on customer education because of the fact that $1 billion was invested in Flipkart, an entire network of companies benefited. Right? Flipkart benefited, payment companies benefited, lending companies to suppliers benefited, packaging companies which were helping suppliers, they benefited, logistics companies who were doing it, they benefited, trucking companies who used to rent trucks out to logistics companies, they benefited. All of these networks, right? So basically, the way to look at the world can be like this. You see one thing benefiting, you should immediately start guessing what are the 10 things that will begin happening.
We'd love to get your We'd love to get your feedback on our water startups, on how today's session was, and your opinion on Conquest and the demo days.
These founders are familiar too. They have been participating in Builders Tribes programs and they are part of a platform and all that. It was great meeting them again, and then it was good to kind of get into the trenches with them and actually figure out what problems are going through there. I think Conquest has done a good job in bringing all of these guys together and giving them a platform to meet various people in the space who can actually solve these problems that they have. So I think that was quite nice. It was good to meet people that we met in the past.
Thank you so much. It was great to host you today.
My bloom switched, or is it right, or is it reversed?
It's right. It's right.
It's right. Okay. It's reversed for me, but it's right. We never thought that pictures would be so valuable, but that picture is worth a lot. Yeah. So just
The agri-tech industry has been seeing exponential growth in the recent years. Massive amounts of investments are flowing in farm innovations, including AI and IoT solutions, robotics, drones, and farm management softwares. The government has also begun mainstreaming agri-tech in Indian agriculture through new policies like Digital Agriculture Mission, National E-Governance Plan in Agriculture, and others.
Addressing the agri-tech industry, we present our very first panel of the day, the Silicon Floor, exploring the agri-tech landscape in India. This discussion is sure to give you exclusive insights on how cutting-edge technologies are revolutionizing the agricultural supply chain and creating a more efficient, sustainable, and profitable ecosystem for all stakeholders involved.
Let me now introduce our speakers for the panel. Our first speaker, Sharath Loganathan, founded Ninja Cart in 2015 as a hyper-local grocery delivery platform. A three-time founder and problem solver by nature, Sharath pivoted the business towards a B2B supply chain platform. The reason being the realization
Have Sanjay Dasari with us today. Sanjay co-founded Waycool Food in 2015 as a social enterprise and agro-technology startup.
product folks will be moderating the session today. A product manager at heart, Suhas believes in the idea of fitting in yet standing out. An eloquent orator, Suhas talks about business intelligence, growth, analytics, and community building. Over to you, Suhas.
Awesome. Thanks so much, team. I think very, very eloquent introductions for all of us. But hopefully, lots of y'all in the audience can take away something tactical. That's what we were brainstorming off stage. First up, Sharath and Sanjay, welcome to the panel. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. Thanks for welcoming us.
Thank you.
Inviting us.
Awesome. I think the moderator, the host for today's session, did give a brief background, a little bit intro into both of your journey. But over the next 35-40 minutes, the way we'll structure this is I have a couple of interesting questions for you all to understand more about the agri market and the sector in India. Definitely with lots of anecdotes and learning more about your journeys. It wouldn't have been easy, I'm sure. Post which we will open up the floor for the next 10-15 minutes to the audience. We have tons of young entrepreneurs coming into this session, so we will try taking up some questions for them. Kicking this right off, Sharath, Sanjay, both of you all started around the same time. I'm guessing June of 2015 and July of 2015, so almost the same time. And another thing common that I noticed was both of you all did have a and where did that idea of B2C to pivoting into B2B come through for you?
Okay. So basically that when we started Ninja Cart, we had already it was already a pivoted model, right? So we had started an educational company, and then we stopped it, and then we started a local social media app called Shout. It is like a local Quora, and in Shout you are able to kind of talk to people who are, you need not be friends, you can connect with each other, right? And that translated to Ninja Cart, because in Shout we want to bring a commerce into play, right? So basically it's basically it was very it was a very simple thing that we did. We are like first in entrepreneurs, we just took a list of all local commerce things that we can get into, and we thought, okay, the next best thing would be grocery, which will have the frequency of ordering, if not food, right? And that's how it started. But as we went by, at that time, I think the market was not mature enough to kind of pay for the delivery, right? And in the initial days, we are also kind of going behind growth, with kind of not really looking into the unit profits, when you want to prove a particular model in a market, where you tend to kind of take an intentions call to kind of look at your unit level metrics at a later stage, right? But then when we were traveling, that growth was happening, but we felt that the value that we solved a good problem. Something which can be picked up from the customers. And when we were kind of trying to identify other opportunities, the one of the biggest problems that was actually mentioned by every customer who was ordering from us when we were doing B2C was quality of vegetables, right? Vegetables. And then we went back and checked, okay, let me go along and see how they actually procure vegetables. And then that actually, the first day when I through had gone to the market, we saw that, okay, this is something which we never knew, right? Like throughout the life, we never happened. We have been eating vegetables and fruits every day, but the experience to the mandi was really a very good. It really hit very hard on us, and we thought, okay, let the whole company focus on one thing, and let me try if I can create a business model in terms of trying to procure good quality vegetables for the shopkeepers from whom I place an order, right, for my B2C. And that's how the pivot happened. And we said, okay, fine, let me not focus on B2C itself, right? Any which way the customer is not ready to pay. Yes, it's one of the important vertical, right? It's a legacy business, and yes, yeah, it has grown big. Awesome. We have been that series of problem solving till today has is something that I would say was a major reason of kind of pivoting, because we could see the gaps as and when we found.
Got it. We will go deeper into this over the next couple of minutes. But we'd love to welcome Sanjay into the discussion as well. Sanjay, we'd love to hear those early days. I think, were you in the US before you just started this? Did you move back? And at least from your LinkedIn, I think you did do a degree there and then move back and start this, right? Was this right out of college? How did you come?
Right, yeah. I have significantly less experience than Sharat. I started Wakewood at 21, about 30 days after graduating from undergrad. So I went to Babson College. It's a small entrepreneurship-focused school in Boston. Nothing but entrepreneurship. They just teach you how to start businesses. And I was obsessed with the idea of entrepreneurship from a very young age. And so naturally went to Babson. And the idea is an interesting way that we came about it. And I'll take a step back before I talk about the B2C approach that we had. My view as to what I wanted to do as an entrepreneur focused and in the lower middle class. So what kind of a business can you build that has a massive bottom of the pyramid impact? That was the first criteria. The second criteria was looking at opportunities that could help bridge the gap between a developing and developed country. So those are the two sort of criteria that I had when I started looking at different businesses to start. And I settled on 4 industries. Those were healthcare, education, waste management, and finally food and agri. Settled on food and agri for a couple of different reasons. And the focus for food and agri was that one, it's personal passion. approached this industry looking at it from a restaurant perspective. Because I wanted to sort of be involved in this space and be in the front end, working with end consumers and having a restaurant chain. But as I did more and more research, we designed the menu. I met a local market vendor to, had I started the restaurant chain, I'd be buying my fruits and vegetables from this vendor. I had all these meetings to learn more about what it would be. On the floor directly, and a dog going to the bathroom right next to it. So they were pretty appalling hygiene levels that became However, the problem statement. So instead, what we decided to do was focus on the front end. We never wanted to be in B2C. B2C for us was a means to an end. The way that Waco looks at the food supply chain is fundamentally different from the traditional models of your farm to fork and soil to sale and things like that. We don't work with farmers first. We work with consumers and retailers first. So we operate what is known as a demand-driven and a pull-based supply chain. We forecast demand of consumers and retailers months in advance, and all that demand forecasting is translated into long-term cultivation forecast for our farmers on the back end. So farmers don't plant something unless they know that there's a requirement for them to grow that, and Waco will buy that from them. And that's a much cleaner, much simpler model. And honestly, it makes a lot more sense because as an entrepreneur, and farmers are on working with farmers as well. So when we look at it from that angle, the Wakewood model looks at how do you maximize from you because the access to information, access to market demand, this is something that farmers don't necessarily have a lot of visibility. Wakewood's model is 0.99%. And that happens obviously not by accident, but because of I'm happy. Indian business built for India, keeping in mind Indian eccentricities.
also have a kind of data management. These areas we have been able to see there are similar seasonality. Just like a rain or a flood or a very big price. at the other end I'm not losing money, and also that is a good quality product that a retailer wants, right? I think it does make sense, and that's how we have designed our uh, supply chain with a lot of what do you call dynamics built into it, right? Because just for fun, vegetables are perishables,
Yeah.
price fluctuate, there is seasonality, weight you get at the destination, right? So definitely, it's when we look from outside, it's just vegetables, but then fresh. But I think we are able to see a lot of why so far it has been traditional, the supply chain, and yes, definitely. That's how our model works, and I think we are trying to build it in somewhat this way.
Nice. You know what it feels like? I should just sit on the sidelines and listen to y'all. And there's lots of ping pong that can go on, because the amount of insights y'all would have had building in this space for the last 8 years would be massive. I'll probably just prod on both of y'all. Have spoken a lot about farmers, right? We've just gotten started, but
right? So when I say I'm solving for the seasonality, I am solving for the problem for my stability of procurement. That's one side, right?
Yeah.
Second, solving for looking at solving first.
Sir, just one quick request. Can you help us break this down? How does it work? Like as a model, do you buy from farmers and then sell? How does the model? If you could just help us understand.
So it's say so the legacy business that we're talking about, where we are
Yeah.
kind of delivering to the retailers, the general trade in the cities like Bangalore and Chennai. Basically, we give the intent. And the next day morning, kind of there is another push along with an updated price of what would be the it works, right? We kind of publish our prices, and then farmers are able to compare that prices compared to their traditional or say their alternatives that they have in hand, and then they choose to be with us. And once in the collection center, the same thing, right? So we have certain standards which have been already told, and we have the data that throughout the year, these are the farmers who the probability of them bringing the right amount of quality is something from the micro distribution centers, it goes to the end retailers, right? So at one end, we are kind of aggregating the producers and then bringing it to the fulfillment center. The other end, I'm kind of trying to in an efficient way in which makes business
Here, or for example, with both sides, farmer and retailer. Or can it be like the same farmer retailer buying from both Ninja Kart and Vehicle? Some loyalty that comes in. Usually, I think among my friend circle, lots of them now stick to one of the brands, right? Over time. Initially, it used to be okay comparing both platforms. Does that also happen here in the B2B segment?
I would want to say.
Sanjay, do you want to come in here?
Sanjay's,
places that you all differ from, and then yes, please do take the next part.
Yeah, I mean, so way cool. About 30% of our revenue is fruits and vegetables. Another 40% comes from staples, and the balance comes from FMCG, dairy, and things like that. So, and even in, I'm sure to oversimplifying quite a bit, right? Because every single product you deal with is going to have a different engaging model. If you're buying apples, or if you're buying onions, or if you're buying green chili, it's a fundamentally different pricing cycle. You can't do the same pricing for each one. Like onions need to be stored. Apples, you probably need to buy the entire orchard in advance. Tomatoes, you have to harvest every 45 to 60 days. So it's like the cycles are different for every single thing. That's why whenever I talk to investors or people who are just starting out in this industry, we have to reiterate that it's not just one industry. Every single product that you have is a business in itself, and it has to be treated with that kind of respect as well. The only place that these things come together, so only two places where these things come together, is when you have a farmer who is capable of doing multi-cropping and not monocropping, which is where the farmer basically growing multiple different crops on the same plot of land rather than focusing on one crop alone. And of course, on the when the retailer or the end consumer is buying multiple different products together. So other than that, when it comes to what seeds, what fertilizers you choose to buy, even down to which markets you might have to sell in, there are some markets on the supply side where they specialize in tomatoes, and other markets that specialize in green chilies. So if you take tomatoes to a green chili market, you're not going to get a good price. So it's things like that that are why I always say that you cannot oversimplify some industries. There are some industries, even in India, that if you take an X of Y scaling approach, you pick one number, that one number has to increase linearly every month. That's possible for some industries, but it's not possible for this space. Now, for Waycool, it took us a long time to convince investors that they should not look at revenue as a metric, look at tonnage as a metric, like number of tons per day, because I can't control market prices. If I'm selling 100 kilograms of tomato at 10 rupees per kg today versus 150 kilograms of tomato at 5 space. Now, when it comes to Waycool's farmer engaging model, farmer engagement model is called Outgrow. And Outgrow is a farmer advisory platform. It works with farmers on a sort of planning and cultivation basis. In Hosur, exactly between Chennai and Bangalore, we have something called the Outgrow Agricultural Research Station. This is a model drone-based fertilizer spraying, border cropping, multi-cropping, crop rotation to make sure soil is being managed properly, etc. We've been doing this for the past 5 years. And what this has done is help us build a package of practices that we can give to farmers and say, listen, if you follow this package of practices, you don't need to buy X amount of inputs from outside. You can recycle the existing stuff you have on your farm to pump back into your own farm and reduce the input cost. So therefore, we hit the bottom income by 35% rather than focusing just on the revenue growth, because when you guys are all business students, right? You know, if you have a negative EBITDA and like on average, farmers we work with have about 2 to 5 acres of farmland. So we work intentionally with very small hold farmers because these are the ones that don't necessarily have many other options. So if you're a farmer who has, let's say, 2 acres of farmland, traditionally you might be growing tomatoes on all 2 acres. So then you have zero revenue for 45 days and suddenly a spike in revenue and in costs associated with harvesting when it comes time to harvest those tomatoes. Instead, very simplistically, what we can offer them is a staggered cultivation plan. So they plant a quarter acre every week so that their working capital is also more streamlined rather than like being popping up and down. Per acre, not the yield per acre, means that we help the farmers select different crops based on our price forecasts at time of harvest. So we make sure that if a farmer's traditionally be growing tomatoes, can they grow tomatoes and green chili and cabbage? Because on a blended basis, rupee value yield per acre will be higher than what they had seen. Farm interactions, we check the quality against our metrics that we've been publishing to the farmers. And then the same crate that we sort of accept material in from the farmer is the same crate that goes to the retailer on the front end. We don't transfer material in and out of crates multiple times because that's the way you get a lot of the physical product damage happening. We've also invested in a lot of physical automation in our warehouses. People, picking up products, looking at them, physically touching them and checking quality, etc. If you can do it in an automated fashion, it reduces the time, reduces the potential for damage. It's a far more, I guess for lack of a better term, an automotive approach to things. A lot of our team, operations side, under Karthik, are from like Ashok Leyland, Royal Enfield, TVS, McKinsey, and places like this where they're focusing on how to invest heavily in the physical automation, not just the digital automation. And that's one of the biggest things I've been telling agri entrepreneurs these days as well, that no matter how many product managers you throw at a problem to try to figure out how can you tweak the screen to make it a little bit better so you have more clicks and more time spent on the application, end of the day, somebody has to that we focus on a lot as well.
Fair enough. Sanjay, I'll probably just bring back that question on price. Say both of you all are in South India, I'll just maybe put that constraint and maybe broaden the question a little more. Exclusivity comes into play. Is it important, first of all? And if you think it's not, if both the players in the market, does price wars then become a thing for farmers? Because every rupee, I'm sure, because this is B2B, even a single rupee makes a huge.
As we said, right, the first question answers it for all. There is enough people to buy from.
Yeah.
Right. There are and there is enough demand. Right. So we are not come in a place where we are fighting for farmers.
Fair
right. There's and in a country, it's a supply surplus status right now across food.
Yeah.
Right, and that's why we're also kind of looking into how we can play an instrumental role in kind of exports.
Yeah.
And
I think you lead the Ninja Global team there, right?
So I have picked up and I kind of rightly focus right now on the Ninja Global business, right? And why not? I mean, China was able to do Alibaba because it was a manufacturing base, and India, I think, can have an Alibaba of fresh or food produce. We are a surplus country, right? So why not?
Just a quick question, sorry Sanjay, if you're able to figure out supply chain, especially when you're transporting outside India, are the prices and the margins that farmers get much better than what they get in India?
No. So basically the point is that, again, right, so see, this whole supply chain is right, so people want cash the moment the inventory moves hands, right? Then there comes a guy, there's an investor. So the middlemen are nothing but investor, right? There are investors who are okay to kind of take the 45-day hit, right? And then it just moves on, right? So not necessarily it actually boils down that when it goes out of market, it's better prices. Definitely, the investors that's where it becomes like stock market, right? So there's a lot of arbitrage involved, right? And there's also a lot of problems in the port. There can be berthing delays, etc., etc. So it all boils down, right? So there's a lot of what do you call a lot of variability there in that supply chain for us to kind of conformly have a price in generally, and that's where investors' money come here, and because they invest on that, because they own that risk. So whenever the reward comes, it's what they reap, because the guy over here just wants the cash for the inventory that he's giving compared to the price that is in the market, right? So it doesn't really boils on the money is made by the guy who risks his money, right? Kind of, can the supply chain be optimized? Some places, yes.
Sure.
But value added traders, value adding, say, for example, potato, right? No, cold storage are value adding, no, and then the cold storage owners operate like traders, right? It's a value add. A farmer cannot hold the potato for like 8 months, right? So they are a value added trader that we need to have, right? And there are logistic players. They are value added guy, right? They move the things, right? So similarly, we kind of try to look at a supply chain as a value add, non-value add kind of guys and see where we can optimize. But again, coming back to the point, the market's so big that the price war we have not seen the days of price war. And definitely, if today, right, if you have to ask customers of having exclusivity, right? Definitely, me and Sanjay would love to have that exclusivity on any given day, right? I will not say, when a customer says, yes, I want to be exclusive, I'll be super happy, right? So it's an ideal state to be in. But then I think we will never reach that, especially in India, right? So they have the freedom of choice, right? So I think it's a fair competition, right? So and it's B2B, right? So suddenly they might feel, okay, might be Ninja Card prices are better. Let me try. Let me not put all the basket, all the eggs in one basket.
Maybe.
Let me make the best from both the people and see, and that's business, right? So I think loyalty and exclusivity really is not the problem here. But then if you have been able to prove a sustainable serviceability, right? When serviceability is not just quality of the product, right? The right price, the right product at the right time, right? And fulfillment, right? This is all put together. It comes as service, right? If you have been able to give a very solid service where customer feels there's consistency, right, then it's fine. Because even today, right, I don't think no customer will give all his 100% of demand to us, because he needs to go back and check whether whether we are offering the right price. So we would love for him to get lazy and then make prices later, but then he always goes back and says that's how he's built his business, right? So he knows that I'll go to market, I'll check the prices, and I'll have a check compared to what prices, and then he lays not, right? So that also puts us under pressure, and then we are ensuring that, okay, whatever we do has some business sense to it. I think I was able to answer your query.
Got it. No, thanks so much for sharing that. Like Sanjay mentioned, I think this is a super. It looks like, okay, hey, there is a tomato grown somewhere coming to our house, but it is such a complex business that and we are trying our best to maybe how much ever we can simplify in 45 minutes for our young audience here to understand. So thanks for getting into that, Sanjay. This one I'd love to start the next segment with you. I think moving into a little bit on tech and agri, right? Today, I think lots of advancements happening. Sharat, you did mention some parts of it, right? You did mention about supply chain. Sanjay, recently you all did acquire a company in the agri space called GramWorkX, right, which is in the AI and IoT enable farm management systems. Can you talk a little bit more about? You did mention, yes, there are different things you all have also been doing over the years, proprietary, third party, and with acquisitions now. How much of this entire problem statement have you been able to solve with tech? Where are some opportunities for young entrepreneurs to come in, and where is the focus for you? Maybe you could just talk about the next 6-12 months. What are some very interesting problem statements you've been trying to solve with tech?
Absolutely. You're going to need to focus on 3 ways to make money, which is material flow, information flow, and financial flow. So far, we've been talking about material flow, which is the physical movement of goods from farm to fork, and that's really where most companies start out. Financial flow is just the working capital angle of things, farm loans, insurance, etc., which is a whole other space we can get into later. But on the information flow, this is the we spend majority of our time in the past 5 years, and probably will spend majority of our time innovating in the next 5 years. We tried, platforms to sort of work with, like off the shelf, to work on our physical supply chain and augment the farm to fork supply chain that we were doing. But at the end of the day, we realized we had to build it ourselves. There were many pieces that were doing parts of what the supply chain required, but these didn't necessarily talk to each other as cleanly as they should. They didn't necessarily have the guardrails and guidelines required to minimize shrinkage and pilferage, like Sharat was mentioning earlier. Things transport in open crates, right? So if you're transporting bananas in an open crate, how do you capture if somebody in transit the peel? How do you capture that information, because that's money being lost? Similarly, if you're transporting coriander or mint leaves, you can lose up to 25% of its weight from moisture and evaporation, because it's water basically being transported. So you're literally having money evaporate into the air. And if you don't have a good IT system that can capture where this is going wrong, you're going to be basically lost, and you'll be bleeding money without understanding why or where, etc. So we set out to build ourselves a few years ago, and it's all culminated in July of last year, where we took the entire tech team that we have, about 250 people in the tech team between Bangalore and Chennai, and we spun it off into an independent tech subsidiary called Sensa, CENSA. So 100% owned tech subsidiary of Waycool. And their mandate is to have more revenue from non-Waycool sources than Waycool sources by 2025's planned IPO. And they've already started. They basically are taking all the tech that Waycool has built for ourselves, has completely modularized it into a SaaS or service-based solution for companies in other countries as well. We signed a couple of companies in Dubai and the UAE region who use our tech for their physical operations. We have a company in Morocco that's basically signed up for us as well for fruits and vegetables distribution. So that's been our view as to how we should be building this, because the tech that we use clearly is, and of course I'm very biased when I say this, but it's a very strong technology that we built. To be able to get to a 0.99% food wastage in the Indian food ecosystem, operating at the scale at which we operate is extremely, extremely difficult. And it's a combination of both the physical and digital elements that helps us achieve that. Now, the digital here is something that we can offer to people very, very easily, regardless of borders. Physical, of course, we work with people and help them do some similar automation that we've done as well. And that's where the GramWorks piece also comes into it, because the sensor tech stack that we have is across the farm management, which does your cultivation management, irrigation planning, and all of your sort of farm level management itself. Then it has your post-harvest management, supply chain, then distribution, then your Salesforce management. We have a platform for it's a DMS platform that salespeople can use to track we can use to track salespeople and give them beats on a day-to-day basis. And of course, the retailer application that the end consumer, the retailer, can use to place orders on us, which all of that sits on the exact same tech stack, and we can outsource modules of this or the entire thing to people depending on what the requirement might be. So when we acquired GramWorks, that was because we saw it fit perfectly onto this tech stack that we were building. It's an incredible platform that is basically IoT at the farm. It's a farm management tool. It gives you microclimatic weather conditions. And for example, we have a partnership with Moët Hennessy for their champagne and wine farms in champagne and wine, like grape orchards in Maharashtra, where they have our agro devices to help forecast the risk of certain pest attacks on their grape farms or grape orchards, which is something that we can do because of the tech stack that we have on the back end. So when it comes to our next 12 months, I think you asked about where this is going to go. All of Wakewood runs on Sensor today. So clearly this is Sensor as a technology product works because the company is using it at scale. So the focus for the Sensor team is to start acquiring more customers, and we're sort of working with customers across the board, across farmers, distributors, truckers, retailers, whoever, and also growing more inorganically through acquiring smaller people who have solved parts of the tech problem quite well. For example, on the retail side, KYC is quite a difficult process for your Kirana store owner. There are some people who are experimenting with a video KYC, which is probably easier to do a video KYC than have a salesperson go check the Aadhaar card, check the PAN card, take a picture of the store, etc. Now, we don't have that technology just yet, but it doesn't make sense to buy it, build it, etc. So that's really where we think this team is going to go, and it's going to be offering these services not just to Wakewood, but to other companies across the board as well.
Very interesting. Very interesting to see that on your roadmap. Sharad, do you want to chime in? Anything very interesting? Any interesting problem statements that you're trying to tackle over the next 12 months? You did talk about maybe global expansion. You did talk about some interesting. But if I were to pick only one or two interesting problem statements that you think haven't been touched,
within the supply chain, I would say that our major focus is trying to can I enable a trade digitally? Is what, right? At one side, there's always the fear of getting a bad stock. At the other side, there's always the fear of not getting your payment, right? So this is in every point, right? Farmer to trader, trader to another trader, trader to another supplier, supplier to wholesaler, wholesaler to retailer, right? So in every part of the supply chain, this is a problem. This is a major problem. So the kind of problems that we have picked up is to kind of bring surety or bring stability in this ecosystem by it's a mix and match of a lot of process. So physical tech, digital tech, fintech, right, put together, right, and our learnings of and information data behind it, right. So we're trying to make a solid trading platform. Wherein we have traders who are being able to kind of we have been able to objectively qualify the quality in the platform, and then people being able to buy it, realize it, and we've been able to also solve disputes in case there were disputes among trade. So can I make trading much easier? That's been the major focus, and then Ninja Global has this focus for, say, outside India, right? Can I make cross-border trade much more seamless, right? Today, at least in the domestic part, it just farmer to retailer is one linear chain, but then in terms of cross-border, there is a value chain even for a freight, right? It's not simply ships, right? So it starts from clearing agents to freight forwarders to say shipping lines. And shipping lines, they can run by themselves. They can rent the ships. It's multiple models, and in the ports, right, and the destination clearing places and the destination logistic guy, right. So it's almost it's for fun, right. The intermediary logistic pieces just adds on, and it makes the value chain much larger, and it makes more. It's so challenging, and if I can bring some kind of stability and assured payments in the way people trade, we are building the tech stack kind of ensure that the trade can happen, wherein we will be able to solve the problem of information asymmetry within different markets, trying to solve for trust in this trust deficient ecosystem, right. That's been our focus, and I think that's where a lot of efforts and resources are going right now.
Awesome. No, thanks for sharing that, Sharad. Sanjay, Sharad, we are at the 45-minute mark. I'd love to open it up. I do see a couple of questions on our tab on the right. Sanjay, one interesting thing that I see, maybe I'll start with you and then next one to Sharad. You started right out of college, and I think someone asked that you've gone back to B school, I think HBS, in between your startup journey. First of all, why did you decide to go, and how have you been managing both the startup and the school?
Yes, it's not something I would recommend to do both at the same time. It's so having started at 21, Babson teaches you very well how to go 0 to 1, how to start companies, how to do I guess you could say the experimentation at the early stage. And I think it's very important for entrepreneurs to know when they've hit that personal ceiling, rather than sort of letting ego and hubris come in the way of letting professionals do what they do best. So for me, I felt that way, that I needed to get a little bit better at what I was doing, and like capture some more skills to add more value to the organization. Luckily, the team at that point was already long, so we be involved on strategy, fundraising, etc. But by be able to do it while doing a full-time MBA at the same time. Now, if you're doing an MBA, especially at a place like Harvard Business School, the about 30 to 40% of your time goes into recruitment, and you're trying to get internships and jobs for post school. I didn't have to do that because I was going to Wakul anyway. So that time was used for Wakul interactions. It worked out nicely. Like early morning calls, there was an evening or afternoon call here. So there are ways to manage it. But I would not recommend. So I think that when it comes to that versus managing work-life balance in a startup, it's not necessarily something that is that difficult. And I know it's a thing that a lot of other entrepreneurs on LinkedIn have been talking about, the grind and how you should be focusing. You should work 25 hours in a day and things like that. I mean, I'll be honest. I've had days where I've worked 20 hours. I've had days where I've worked 2 hours. The beauty of being an entrepreneur is that you are able to sort of make your own timings to an extent. But the risk of being an entrepreneur when you do something like that is that you are the one accountable for the result of that as well. So if you work 2 hours a day for the entire quarter, then the quarter is not having great results. That's your fault. So it really comes to how do you manage that angle of things. Like I know that I cannot work for more than 2-3 hours, 2-3 days straight without having a break to either play basketball or watch some TV or do something that can help me relax and unwind, or cook or something like that. So the ability, the knowledge that I understand who I am as a person, I understand where my limits are, and I understand where I need to sort of take a step back if I have to. And there's no pride or ego or hubris involved in making that decision. I think that's really helped me quite a bit in making that.
No, thanks so much for sharing that. Sharad, do you have a work-life balance mantra for our kids in the audience?
As long as you enjoy what you do, right? So I think these questions of work-life balance is.
Sharad,
I don't know
how many hours a day do you work?
It doesn't matter, right? So that
as long as you're enjoying it.
So there's a problem. I don't know if I'm quoting it right or wrong, right? So don't add time to your life, add moments or value to those moments, right? So right, it really and I would definitely side with Sanjay on this case, because it's and especially being students, right? What is your hunger, right? What is that drives you? What is the hunger, and when do you start looking out for work-life balance? What is work-life balance, right? How do you differentiate at this point of time? What is work? What is life? Because for me, I've not been able to differentiate yet, right? I mean, there's not been a day where I've not carried work back to home, right? Because I'm not able, because if that's an active part of your life, right? So because I'm so what do you call, I'm so not passionate. The challenge that we are looking at is the problem is so big that you feel, okay, at least I'm trying hard to crack at a very big problem, right? And that keeps me going, right? And then as long as you're happy, and then if you say, okay, fine, let me take a break, it's like building a block, right? Okay, let me take some rest and come back and build it again, right? So that's the attitude that I think it's good to have. And you choose what kind of balance you need. There are definitely days where we take a break, on a weekend, I'll say, we just go out, just chill and come back. But then I think the problem keeps you going. As long as you're having fun solving the problem, I think it's worth it.
Yeah, better. Awesome. No, thanks for sharing that. Jay, I hope that answered your question. I think this was one of the questions he had. I'll take it sequentially. I think Shashank asked, What is the impact of COVID on agri-tech sector? Have we moved past that? I think it was a tough phase for sure. Is the business back to usual? And especially, I think there were some innovations you might have done during this period. Has that continued in any of you? Whoever wants to go first, please.
So it was basically the country did not know what to do.
Yeah.
Right, and almost everything was stopped. So it's more than innovating at that point of time. It's like immediate. How do you respond to that shock, right? How do you that emergency management is what kicked in, right? How do we safeguard? How do I not go down the hole where now I cannot come back, right? So that's the thing that got into mode, right? Innovation, yes. In terms of people and working, definitely what has traveled is right now people are much more open to kind of have an active conversation over a video call, right? So that works. Before COVID, a meeting is a meeting, right? Now we don't get that feeling of kind of having that meeting, but we right now I think we have been able to take it as a part of our life, where video conferencing is as good as meeting people in person, right? I think that flexibility is what I've carried in that 8 to 9 months of COVID time. I think it was more of emergency management, but yes, in case of how do we kind of ensure to make the supply chain much more say variable, right? So it cannot be a step function. The more variable it is, we can always side up and down as per the fluctuations. So how can we build a lot of variability into our the equations of our cost is something that I think we have carried, and that has become a principle the way we work today, right? I think it's more of inward rather than trying to innovate outside. It's I think it is the DNA of survivability kicked in, and we have been much more cautious in kind of ensuring the spend is lesser and making the cost structure much more better, and doing things much more faster, so that the potential leakages can be stopped. I think that's what we've learned, and I think that's a change pre and post COVID. But after, say, things have opened up, right? It's again fresh. When I talk about fresh, right, I'm not talking about food, but fresh. It's seasonality, right? So at that time, they did suffer losses, but then after then the seeds are sown. Those have come to market. We are eating. So I think it's back.
Okay. Things are back to pre-COVID levels.
There is no measure to it, right? So I think life is normal. I think COVID is a part of our life right now, and we have learned to live with it. And I think business are not in that state wherein they don't know what to do. Okay. They have found avenues, and I think they are back, and it's back is what I feel.
Got it. No. Thanks for that, Sharat. Sanjay, maybe the next question, I'd love for you to start this off. This one's from Aryan. At least at the collegiate level, he mentioned that he's not seeing a lot of startups in the agri-tech, even though largely, if you see India as a whole, more than 50% of our population is in agriculture. So it seems like a very obvious problem to solve. Such a large market, so many diverse problems to solve, where tech maybe has not touched yet. Do you see the similar front as you've done? You're probably 8 years into this journey. Has there been lots of innovation today coming into agri to when you compare to when you started? And do you see some specific challenges to this? Any suggestions to young entrepreneurs if they want to start in this space?
Yeah, I think it's definitely quite different now than it was before. I think Nijakat and Wayco started in the first phase of agri-tech startups. Maybe were 2 or 3, they called them agri-tech before us. And then we also came out from a very physical supply chain kind of perspective, right? So when you talk about broad of a lens as well. A couple of different reasons why agri-tech is quite difficult for people to start up in. The first is probably the simplest, is that it's not a very sexy business to be in. It's much more exciting for young entrepreneurs to talk about the next blockchain startup, or like, well, what can they do in something in the Web3 or AI space or something like that. And yes, there's potential there, but like what drew, I won't speak for Nijakat, but what drew way cool to this industry was the potential to make impact at scale, was potential to work with a large group of people who don't necessarily have access to innovation and things like that. So the industry itself was lacking so much that even if you were to do a bare minimum, it would be perceived as an innovation and improvement. So that's kind of like where we were when we started out in this space. Now the quick fruit are kind of gone in the agri-tech space. There's not really that many more easy things you can do. When you look at agri-tech, you can look at there are people doing drone-based fertilizer sprays or drone-based harvesting, where the drone actually flies up to a mango tree, like checks the ripeness of each individual mango and cuts that particular mango only if it's ripe enough to be harvested at that point, which is crazy things to be considered. Then you have a whole bunch of people doing hydroponics and aquaponics startups. So agri-tech is large. When it comes to why people aren't necessarily investing in time to launch a business in the agri-tech space, one is that it's too sexy. It's not sexy enough, sorry. Second is that it is broad brushed and it's quite confusing. And third, I would say, is not necessarily the most investor-friendly market. And I know it's difficult for me to say that, but it's not necessarily a very investor-friendly market because let's take, for example, we acquired a company called SV Agri about a year and a half ago in January of last year. It's a fabulous company. They have deep tech into potato value chain, where they control the potato tubers and they do the potato value chain processing as well. About 10 years old as an organization, but struggled to raise a little bit of funding because it does take 6 months for the potato cycle to complete. And you only have 2 cycles a year. An investor requires a 35% IRR on their investment. You're not going to get that on potatoes alone. So if you're going to be doing an agri-tech company, an understanding of the person who's investing in you and how they look at their ROI is important. And it's also important to understand that agri-tech is not necessarily in the more traditional businesses, a very IRR-friendly business model. And that's where people hit a wall where they think it's not interesting or sexy enough of a business to be setting up in. But hopefully Vehicle and Nature can prove them wrong. So,
nice. No, thanks so much for sharing that. Sharad, maybe the next one is probably a final. I see some of our organizers back on stage. So this one would be the last one, but it's a very interesting one. Something that you might have to think a little harder. It's a curveball for both of you. One of our audience is asking us, if you were in each other's shoes, right, Sharad? So you were in Sanjay's shoes. Sanjay, you were in Sharad's shoes, right? What is one thing you would do differently? Like, is there something that you would do? Say, Sharad, now you are the founder of co-founder of Vehicle, and Sanjay, you're in Ninja Kachu. What is one thing you would do differently? I know there will be some context, some nuance that you will miss out on for sure, but I think it's an interesting.
Who are the audience, dude? They are really spoiled by this media and
very smart.
They are perfect people to be in PR.
Hire them.
Controversial questions, right? Sorry, I don't think. I mean, at least I feel I will not be
justified enough.
I will not be bullish or so rude to tell that what different I could do at Vehicle. I think okay. I will not be able to tell, and it will be so rude on my part even to answer that question because it's such an unjust question, right? So.
I think in all fairness, looking at it on the positive side, right? There might be something you really like about what they're doing, something about. I think I'm taking it in the positive sense, right? Let's not
positive too, right? So, right, being it is basically what would you do if you marry if your friend's husband and your friend's wife marry each other? It's kind of a question like that.
Maybe I'll rephrase this question.
Right? It's my relationship. Like Ninja Card is my relationship.
No, fair enough. Maybe I'll rephrase the question. What's something that you really like about what they are executing, and that's something that you wished existed at Ninja Card? Maybe if you
more than I would say what I would wish to do or what I want to do is definitely I think few things which definitely Sanjay has thrown light on in terms of how they're doing farm. They've invested in running a farm and they've invested in farm tech, right? And when he said about how they are working closely with a company which is invested very deeply into the tech of potato supply chain, I think I would want to learn a lot from it, right? Because it's good to know. It's good to learn. Right, I think definitely I would. That would be something if I happen to meet Sanjay outside this and I say, dude, hey, let me just, because I stay in Electronic City, right? It's closer to Hosur. Let me come to your farm and let me check out what different they are doing. Because for me, we are working with a lot of marginal farmers scattered across the country, right? Then how this, what are the constraints that these tech haven't reached, guy, right? Is it just the cost of business? Is this viability of this tech? Does it make sense to fly a drone to cut a mango? And and the price makes, and the price that eventually it reflect on price, right? If I use my hand, if I use a drone, it's going to reflect on the price of the mango, right? So whether it just it will justify the price, etc., right? So I think I would want to learn, because I'm super till 2015, I don't know that I would love the supply chain so much, but then after Ninja Cart has happened, I think I'm still in awe and awestruck by this traditional businesses ecosystem, the supply chain, the challenges, and how new tech have come, right? So I also saw one question where they say, how would you think you can use AI, right? AI to solve the problem, or how
AI,
will you use the
blockchain.
machine learning to solve the problem, right?
Yeah.
I don't think that should how we should think, right? From the I will not force fit, because just because I know how to say play a guitar doesn't mean that I'm going to play that for a Carnatic tune, right? So it's I will not force fit any tech into a problem. Like, there is dhanda, right? We are here for dhanda, we are here for business, right? For that business, what is the right tech, what is the right approach that we need to take is what is important. Because after doing all this mambo jumbo, if the customer wants the same quality at a lesser price, and that's what he values more, rather than whatever is there in the market, right? Then I think you lose the core thing of business when you force fit tech just because you have the tech, right? So I think that's a sense that I would take on that. And for me, I think definitely Sanjay's team, huge respect for people in the same field, and the market is huge. Definitely, I would learn a lot from people in this space, and definitely, yeah, from Sanjay's shoes, I think, yeah, I would want to learn more from what they're doing and kind of understand and learn more it, because there's no limit to what we can learn here.
Absolutely, absolutely. No,
So
thanks.
likewise, I appreciate that as well, because I echo the same sentiments. I don't think I know nearly enough about the intricacies
Absolutely.
to comment on what they should be doing differently. In terms of what I'm impressed by is like the Ninja Global initiative is fabulous. It's not an easy space to be in. I know that from outside it's very easy to look at it and say, oh, it's just trading, but it's not just trading. It's a lot more complexity that goes into managing something like this. So likewise, very impressed by that. And we've been competing with for about 7.5, 8 years. I guess it was competing in air quotes, because neither of us, both of our companies combined will still be less than 1% of the market, right?
Yeah.
There's more than enough space for us to.
Yeah, nothing, right? So it's huge.
Do you want to throw in some numbers here? How big is the market? Like, at least I'm sure you all know about it. So when you mention less than 1%, what part are we talking?
Numbers that I've seen recently for the and of course it's hard to organize space and things like that. The B2B food and grocery retailing space in South India alone, in the 5 southern states that we operate, Maharashtra has the 5 southern states as well, is about 385 billion USD. That's the number that we got, and it comes to about 800 billion for India as a whole. But God knows what the numbers are like. And we haven't wasted time with market sizing, because we know there's a market. So you don't need to do that at that point.
No, because we have almost kind of come to a conclusion of is anywhere between 500 to 800, right? So because it's the market, this is a huge market, right? So definitely, and then we both us together this 8 years of journey, right? Definitely, one thing I would definitely feel proud of, and also definitely appreciate what Vehicle has done is we have survived huge shocks in the last 8 years, right? The pivots, we have seen at least 2 times of investor sentiments going bad, right, in the market. We have seen demonetization in a business where it is cash heavy business, right? And we saw COVID, which did not leave anything, and I think we are still here. Means I think we are doing something right.
Absolutely.
Okay, and I think journeys. I think we have just started. The building blocks are in place. I think we have a large way to go, and I think that keeps us interested. Yeah.
Absolutely. I think curveballs aside, huge respect for, the companies both of you all have built in a space that is definitely a lot harder. And I think I learned a little more. And one thing to carry off, I think both of you all should definitely grab coffee in that last bit. I think,
No. I think we had fun.
Yeah,
Right?
absolutely.
Yeah.
I think I
I was just trying to tell the audience or the people who asked that, like, no, these are questions doesn't make sense, right? Don't ask questions.
Yeah, it could have been a little more tactical.
Hard, right?
Yeah.
Now, how do you see it? Like, because
I think it was a more fun. I think it was a more of a curveball that way. So I think tactically, yes, it's a lot harder.
And my answer was blunt and honest, right? That's the honest answer for that.
Understand.
Right? So I think we're good there.
Yeah,
Sanjay, are we good? I mean, I don't
yeah,
think.
no, absolutely.
Outstanding.
Yeah. Awesome. Nice. It was
Thanks so much,
nice.
Sharad. Thanks, Sanjay.
Yeah.
I will probably just get Avni and Shrey back on stage. I think they're already here, but in case they want to wrap up the panel. Awesome. I think we can see both.
Thank you so much, Sharat, Sanjay, and Suhas, for such an insightful talk. It was actually very encouraging to hear that the agri-tech sector is innovating and improving lives of so many farmers that bring food to our plates.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Sharat, Sanjay, I'll probably hit you up on LinkedIn. Catch you guys.
Sure.
Thanks once
I
again.
think this conversation was really good because you made it happen that way. I think definitely. I think it was a very good thing, and I definitely good that me and Sanjay. I think it is an opportunity for me and Sanjay to talk, right? So we have not actually not met so far and spoken. I think this would be a platform where I get to meet him. Sanjay, we should catch up even outside this platform. And thanks.
I'm in Bangalore, so I'm close to City. I'll see you soon.
Same here. Thank you, Shaz, and thank you, team. Yeah.
Thanks, team.
Bye.
See you around.
Thank you.
With the introduction of Ayushman Bharat Health Account, we are creating a digital healthcare ecosystem in the country. Companies are innovating every day to make healthcare accessible to everyone, everywhere, and every time. This has laid the groundwork for a massive change in how we receive healthcare. However, in a country where traditional in person consultations have been the norm, how will healthcare plant its roots? This panel, Control Alt Heal, cracking the code to bite sized wellness, is all you need to answer your questions.
Introducing our speakers for the panel, we have with us Rizwan Koita, the founder of Citius Tech, a passionate entrepreneur who believes in innovating for social impact. Rizwan founded Citius Tech in 2005 to formulate specialized healthcare technology and services. Under his unparalleled leadership, Citius Tech became a unicorn with absolutely no external funding, a very rare achievement in the ecosystem.
We also have with us Hasimavir Singh, a four-time founder. Singh founded Pristine Care with the aim of organizing the world of daycare procedures. With Pristine Care, Singh has helped millions who opted for elective surgeries with post-surgery care, making his company the fastest unicorn in the health tech space.
Our moderator for the session is Ritu Maria, the editor in chief of Entrepreneur India. In a tryst with business journalism for the past 16 years, Ritu is an entrepreneurship enthusiast who tracks the startup and consumer business landscape of India. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Avni. Thank you, Shrey. It's an honor for us to be here at the Blitzscaling Conquest conference. Always a great idea to talk to young entrepreneurs, and this is also where we get a chance to see what are the future entrepreneurs thinking and looking like, and what are the trends that are really being developed in terms of startups in the B schools and new ideas pumping up. So very excited for the session. I love the name Control Alt Heal. You see the engineers sitting out of the B schools, while I see the entrepreneurs. They're always sort of pumping the iron and doing all the work to run the companies. So it's always good to see the creative side of businesses. Of course, health tech sector, I have seen particularly that there's been a lot of action ever since the last 7 to 8 years. And if I just sort of go through the quick stats that I pulled out for this talk, the health tech market by 2025 is likely to hit $150 billion, if not more. And I think the industry itself is growing by about 39% year on year, particularly between financial year 2020 and 2023. So presently, there are about 4,800 health tech startups in India, and 52 health tech startups have received funding in 2020 alone. And then there is which was to the tune of over USD 500 million. And in the last 3 years, which is between 2020, 21, and 22, the health tech sector has received over USD $3 billion of private capital funding. I mean, this is, we're talking when Rizwan is actually a bootstrapped startup and has become a unicorn. So this is, of course, a very heartening ecosystem to come across. Now, the health tech spectrum is actually pretty large. It's sort of becoming bigger over a period of years, addressing everything from distribution in health tech, healthcare, supply chain, diagnosis, data management, care, rehabilitation, operative procedures. There's a whole wide spectrum that is, and every day I see new types of health tech that are coming into the system repeatedly. And we are also seeing new types of health tech, and particularly if I'm right, during COVID we saw e-clinics that became so popular during that scope, and the scope of those has now been taken across board in various other healthcare delivery systems also. So great. Looking forward to this great discussion with Harsamar Beer and with Rizwan over the next 45 minutes. Happy to take any questions as they come along. So let me start with you, Harsamar Beer. Of course, you found Pristine Care, and you've been sort of involved in this startup through making sure that people are able to get the right kind of operative treatments that they require. So if you can take the next couple of minutes and just tell us and elaborate a little more on the scope of services which come under Pristine Care and how you've sort of developed this startup to become a unicorn organization.
Thank you, Ritu. It's lovely being here, just talking to folks who are budding entrepreneurs.
First of all, let me just tell you something which will be extremely meaningful to each one of you. Sitting in schools and colleges, and sometimes in our dorm rooms, sometimes in our homes, trying to build the next big idea. We see people up on the stage, up on the talks like this, sometimes on LinkedIn handles and Twitter handles, and sometimes on the Forbes magazine, and we believe that uh, you know uh, I we believe like, oh, they have done something. The world is very different from them, and they must be extraordinary folks to have got there. Let me tell you the most honest thing. I'm a failed entrepreneur. I'm a very regular person, not the most not the highest IQ person you'll find around. This is my fourth startup. I failed thrice. I started Pristine in 2018, but from 2010 to 2015, I started three companies. All of them tanked. So take heart from that fact that it's the average people with extraordinary dreams and perseverance who are trying to get something done. So all of you guys, wishing a lot of good luck, and let us know if we can ever support you. Uh, Coming to healthcare, I think Ritu pointed out some very phenomenal things around where the business is moving, or where the industry is moving, rather, and how COVID has the adoption of digital health, I think, which has been called now, and how Pristine is somewhere in the center of it. The honest part is, when we started Pristine in 2018, late 2018, so it's been about 4.5 years now. And I don't come from healthcare, okay? I'm not a doctor, I'm not a medical student, I'm not a biotech engineer. I had no clue about healthcare before we started Pristine. I think it was a very first principle problem solving. And my both co-founders are doctors, so that helps for sure. What Pristine does is, we are laser sharp focused on solving patient care for elective or non-emergency surgeries. Essentially, what it means is, surgeries are largely two kinds: the emergency ones, so liver transplant, a kidney transplant, a heart replacement, and stuff like that, very critical, life threatening. And then there is the 90%, which is non-emergency, non-life threatening: your cataract surgery, your kidney stone removal, your piles, your gynecology surgeries. That's the non-emergency. That's what Pristine does. We operate today in about 40 cities. Uh, the way we function is actually fairly unique, and I think that's been part of a lot of people's conversation. The way Pristine functions is in an asset-light manner. What it means, we run our own clinics. So we have 200 plus clinics in these 40 cities. We are in fact one of the largest clinic chain in the country. We have our own surgeons. So we have full-time super specialist surgeons who work full-time with Pristine. We are the second largest employer of full-time surgeons in the country, because everybody else employs them part-time consulting basis. So we are the second largest employer of full-time surgeons. Roughly 400 plus surgeons work with us. They sit down in these clinics. That's where our patients come in. Physical examination happen. Consult takes place. If a surgery is needed, we go to a partner hospital, which is in the range of 4 to 5 kilometers, and we go and do the surgery there. Our own doctor, our own patient. So we leverage the excess capacity in a hospital. And we do a lot of other things, but the core of the matter is that by utilizing the excess capacity of hospitals, which was sitting idle, Pristine has been able to scale fast. Uh, like I said, the core of the business is to solve patient care. So we do a lot of other things. We pick up the patient from home, we do their diagnostics, we do their radiology tests, we do their insurance processing, we carry our own advanced medical equipments, we do admission, discharge, everything. But for the infrastructure, we use somebody else's capacity, and that's the innovation in our business model. I think just I will use this moment to point out something which is very unique and also slightly disturbing to India. India has about 70,000 hospitals registered, at least legally, uh, of which about 35,000 are fit for doing a minimum surgery. Right, and that number is decently large. The problem is 80-90% of all those hospitals are based out in the top 40 cities in India, 40, 45 maybe. In those 45 cities in India, these hospitals are less than 20% utilized. But in the rest of the India, the remaining 500 odd districts in the country, the number of hospitals are very limited. And I think that creates the skew in healthcare. Because there is no infrastructure, the doctors don't want to go there. Because there is no doctors, there are no nurses, there is no support. And the folks in those regions have to travel far and wide, to these top 40, 50 towns. And I think that's the skew India has to solve. But in these top 40 cities, healthcare is actually, the capacity is more than what is necessary. You pick up any modern hospital chain, they are not even 67. Another surprising thing I'll tell you, which many of you might not discount, doctors today in our top metros and top 10, 15 cities struggle to find jobs. It is very easy to find a job as an engineer, but a MBBS, MS surgery, 5 years, surgeon or a medicine, pediatrician, physician, 35, 37 years of age in the top 7 to 10 cities struggles to find a job worth 1,20,000 a month. With somebody like a Blitzscaling engineer at 35 years of age is a cakewalk. And I think that's the kind of imbalance which exists in India, and I think there should be some momentum to solve it.
Thanks, Harsimranpreet. Thanks for sharing those numbers. And indeed, when one goes deep down and looks at the opportunity, the avenues are massive. And you're right. I see countries like New Zealand, countries like the US, where people find it hard to get a doctor's appointment for 3 months in the public healthcare system there. And here we are, sitting on doctors and the talent, and yet not being able to maximize it. So certainly there's an opportunity there to be done. But I'm going to come back to you with some questions. I'm going to
I'll
pass
tell
it.
you, Ritu, I'll tell you a very interesting thing since you pointed out. One of my best buddies is a professor at University of Illinois at Chicago. He had a knee like a tear in his knee. It's a very simple tear, a normal, very simple surgery which is being done, in every city in the country today. He goes to the best hospital in the university town of Chicago, goes for an appointment to repair his knee tear, a ligament or something. They give him an appointment after 2 months. He flies to India, gets the surgery done, goes back, pays less amount, and in 1 month he's fit and running again. But in US he had to be on a stretcher, or rather on a not a stretcher maybe, but like a walking stick or
Wheelchair.
support
Yeah.
for the next 2 months. That's the challenge of in Western countries. I think at some places we are blessed to be in India.
Yeah, absolutely. And so much export of talent also that can happen just like that. Okay, before I come back to you, Harsimranpreet, I'm going to get on to Rizwan. Rizwan, wonderful to know that, you're doing so much work, not just on the health tech side, but also your own foundation, which is the Quetta Foundation, which is helping in the health tech space. So if you can take a few minutes to tell us more about the scope of work, both at CTS Tech as well as the Quetta Foundation.
Sure. Yeah, Ritu, thank you very much. Pleasure being on the panel today. Thank you very much to the Blitzscaling team for inviting us. My journey with health tech actually started in 2005. This is we had just exited from a previous business which was in the sort of BPO business, and we were looking at sort of the next business idea. And almost per chance, we came across this space of healthcare technology. And in 2005, it was quite a sleepy area. Not too many companies focused on it, and we felt that there was an opportunity to build a meaningful business in the healthcare technology space by focusing on what we could do in terms of building new tools and technologies for our clients. So with that mission in mind, we started CTS Tech in 2005. Fortunately for CTS Tech, the focus was more in US and European markets. And around 2008, which is about 3 years after we got started, there were many regulatory changes that happened globally, including the US around that time, which gave a lift to the healthcare technology sector in those markets. And given the fact that we were already like 2-3 years in the business, we'd done a little bit of work. We got, I think, the timing right. And CTS Tech ended up, scaling quite well. You mentioned earlier that in 2019 we actually became a unicorn. So we took a little longer, but then we had the advantage of not raising any external capital, so it was purely self-funded growth. And today, CTS Tech is about 9,000 professionals globally in the digital health space, and we're the biggest digital health company out of India. Interestingly, we only service US and European customers, so we actually have never done too much work in India per se. I ran the company for 16 years, from 2005 to 2021 as the chief executive. And at the end of 2021, I stepped down from my role, and I wanted to get into the sort of Indian healthcare market more from a philanthropy perspective. So I now run my foundation. It's just simply called the Koita Foundation. And my keen focus in the foundation is to, there's a single mission that I spend time on, which is to help accelerate the adoption of digital tools in Indian healthcare. And the reason I selected that as my primary focus in my foundation is that through the work that we've been doing for 20 years globally, what we recognize that in a relatively poorer country like India, with lots of gaps, including the one that Hashim Bir just mentioned across the country, if we try and focus on solving India's problem linearly, right? We know India has only a fraction of the doctors and the hospitals and the other qualified staff that we need to support 1.5 billion people. It's going to take a very long time. But globally, what we've seen is that the moment you start using digital technology in healthcare, then it creates a multiplier effect. You can get better access, you can get better quality, you can get more cost optimization, all the kind of benefits that we have seen across many other industries. E-commerce today is very different from the commerce we used to know 15 years back. The way travel industry and the financial services industry have optimized by the use of technology has phenomenally changed their productivity and the way they can get access for the common man. And in the same way, our belief is that use of digital technologies is going to have a significant impact on the way India can solve for its healthcare problems. So as part of the foundation, we work on initiatives largely working with government institutions and making them more agile in the support of digital health. And I'll just name a couple that we are actively involved with, but somebody can go visit our website to learn more. So we're working with IIT Bombay, and we've actually helped set up the first Center for Digital Health at IIT Bombay, which is a program that allows engineering students to become familiar with the business of healthcare and use of data and analytics to be able to support healthcare better. IIT Bombay now has an undergraduate minor program, dual degree healthcare informatics program, PhD program in healthcare informatics, and from next year onwards, we are going to be starting a master's program. In addition, IIT Bombay works very closely with hospitals and other health systems to be able to create opportunities for both faculty and students to start to do real work in the area of digital health, whether it's research, whether it's solving and supporting real world problems. The other initiative that we are very closely involved with is working with the Tata Memorial and the National Cancer Grid, where we again have a center that focuses on the use of digital tools for cancer care in India. It's a very new center set up. The MOU between our foundation and Tata Memorial was signed about 6 months back. But there's a huge potential to be able to look how digital tools in a very systematic way can be used for the enhancement of cancer care across the country. We work very closely with the National Health Authority, and I think we will talk about the whole India initiatives around digital health, including the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. So we work very closely with them. And we also do a lot of work with a standards body or an accreditation body called the National Association for Accreditation of Hospitals, NABH. So these are some of the initiatives. There are a few others, but broadly speaking, there are a range of things that the foundation is doing to help India accelerate the use of digital tools in the business of healthcare. So, my experiences in India are more recent. It's about 2 years old. But I've been fortunate to be in the digital health space for about 20 years. Yeah. So with that, I'm going to pass it back to you, Ritu. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that, Rizwan, and some really good work happening over there in terms of getting engineering students to come also be part of the healthcare ecosystem and help the industry to become more agile, more process driven, more tech based. So I think that would of course help in the long run. Now let me get talking about the development of the health tech ecosystem with both of you. Now Harsimarvi, you're a unicorn, you've done multiple rounds of funding, and at Entrepreneur I've spoken to so many health tech entrepreneurs, and perhaps this is the only industry that I've come across where I don't find entrepreneurs saying that they're not able to get a funding if they were looking for it seriously, and their TAM and their mission and the purpose was all in place. So getting funding is okay, but after getting the funding is where the challenge starts, in terms of compliances, in terms of regulations that come to happen, and also the whole channeling of the funding that you have received, in terms of the proper distribution of it. And given the fact that you are in a consumer line of business, how do you make sure that or what would be your advice to funding startups who are to health tech startups who are raising funding today? What is it that they need to keep in mind while raising capital, and how to deploy the capital right?
I think first of all, as straightforward as it may be, raising capital or funding is not the mission to build a business. That is one of the tools which should help you to build a business, be it healthcare or anything else. I think somebody like a Rizwan is and folks like Zerodha have, I think, clearly established that you don't need bucket loads of capital to scale. That doesn't mean it's not helpful. That should not be the goal. I think one of the mistakes a lot of early entrepreneurs we see doing is that the goal is to raise a round of capital and be fancy about it, and I think that's when the mistakes start to happen. So let capital raising be a byproduct, of building the business. Let me touch point on something which Rizwan had also pointed out. I think one of the challenges, especially in the Indian healthcare industry, is during lockdown and when digital health started accelerating. You have to imagine the rules and regulations for online consult were in works for almost, like, I don't know, 20 years, and they got approved in like 20 days, right? So that's the kind of boost which happened, and suddenly there was an opportunity for a lot of people to build business, including the e-Sanjeevani mission by the government. A lot of private startups started to build online consult, helping with scaling. So that started to take off. Now I'll come back to the question on capital, but I just want to put it into perspective. So please, maybe hold on for that. The best thing that time did was it made aware and it made acceptable by the healthcare institution stakeholders, the doctor, the hospital, the insurance company, the nursing staff, the diagnostic institutions, that using technology is only going to kickstart and make their ecosystem and institutions scale and make them more efficient. My own father-in-law is a physician for 30 years practicing out of Hyderabad, and he keeps getting calls all the time. But prior to COVID, he would switch on a call, he would talk to a patient. But if a patient requests for a video consult, he would be clinic pe aa jana, right? But during COVID, his clinic got shut down. He had no other option but to switch to a video consult. And I think somebody who's a 60-year-old, super experienced, very high-profile physician suddenly became acceptable to new level of technology. The same acceleration happened in hospitals. Now the largest hospitals, in the country started looking at, extending their doctors' time digitally to patients who are not necessarily in Hyderabad or Bombay or Bangalore or Gurgaon or Chennai for that matter, right? So I think that again opened up access to healthcare to places where we were not there. Insurance companies started taking a lot of shape, and the new age insurance companies came in where you did not need a physical agent to come to your home to sell you a policy. You did not even need, honestly, a policy bazaar to give you a policy. You could just do it with a click of a button using a chatbot. So I think that ecosystem got a lot of boost. But the reality is, post COVID, a lot of that has started to shatter again. Online consults are down probably 80%. Majority companies who were kick-starting in that era have gone out of business in healthcare, or will go out of business, because none of them were able to figure out a business model apart from acquiring a customer and giving them $1,000 or $500 worth of service. So the business models were not not thought through, very, very efficiently. Same challenge which EdTech is facing. Half the EdTech terms are going to go up in smoke just because just post-COVID there's a course correction. I think what we have to take fact from learning is that technology is going to be a huge enabler, and that's how it should be used, especially in certain fields. Even in e-commerce, it has taken 15 years. I think 2009 I saw the first is the first time I ordered something online. It is 15 years, it is 23, that maybe 5-10% of retail is gone digital. It is still happening offline. And I think healthcare has to that cycle. It's not going to happen in a year. And I think most entrepreneurs thought, including us, we've made those mistakes too. Right. So most entrepreneurs have to figure out that it's not going to be digital only companies, which have to, which will survive. And think about it. Post COVID, airlines in India is going crazy. The number of people sitting on airplanes. Hotel industry is going crazy. Offline retail has jumped multifold. Every e today is opening up an offline outlet. And I think that's something we have to learn. We have to be on omni-channel. You cannot ignore online. That is stupidity. But you cannot just say that's the only business we're going to build in. And I think a lot of entrepreneurs in healthcare, in edtech, including other industries, have made that mistake. And I think those 2 years of purple COVID have vanished like thin air. And I think that's why you see a lot of challenge. So I think if you have to ask me advice of how do you young entrepreneurs in healthcare to think about, I think I'll give them the advice. And hey, I'm nobody to give an advice. I'm still a very young entrepreneur. We are 4 years into a business which is still scaling. Somebody like Rizwan, I think, holds a lot more authority. But maybe with the risk of not sounding stupid, I'll just share. I think my biggest challenge is I get a lot of smart people reaching out to us with a PowerPoint presentation, with interviewing 15 people, and doing some research these days on ChatGPT. If you tell them, have you gone on the street and spoken to a patient if you're offering a patient service, spoken to an insurance company if you're offering them a SaaS product, met a hospital and stayed inside on the reception if you're offering them, let's say, solving their queues or whatever, and the answer is they are sitting in their dorm rooms and just maybe writing a code. Bobby, these days they don't have to write themselves, but not interacting with the real ecosystem. And I think that's the advice which I'll share with all young entrepreneurs. It doesn't matter what are you building, even if it is a gaming company. Going out in the world, interacting with people, experiencing the reality will put you 20 years ahead of the guy who doesn't leave their dorm room. So I think that's the first advice. The second advice I will share with everyone who has raised capital is, don't just throw capital in customer acquisition. A lot of startups do this mistake across not just healthcare, across e-commerce. Again, I'm not saying we are not part of it, but everyone does that mistake at some point, where they keep doing customer acquisition, spending money, hoping that tomorrow this will become cheaper and customer will start paying more. 99% out of 100 that doesn't happen, or 90% maybe out of 100, a very, very large number, it doesn't happen. If you cannot prove a business case at a very small stage, and that stage could be your neighborhood, use digital as a steroid to acquire customers once you have figured the model out. Don't do the otherwise. Don't market a bad product, because the day you turn your switch off, it will go away. And I think so when you have to deploy capital, don't just go blindly on customer acquisition. Build other efficiencies. At Pristine, we have a team of 150 engineers. We have built 30 products inside the company to patient experience across like 22 touch points. And our customer facing product is still in beta. We still believe we have not cracked it after 4.5 years, after doing 200,000 surgeries. We have done like 200,000 patient surgeries, millions of patients at a very large ticket size, right? Our ticket size is very high. We still believe we have not been able to figure out how will a patient interact with a hospital, a doctor, a surgeon, a diagnostic across various platforms across 20, 30 days of his life. It is not 30 seconds, it is 30 days. And I think we are still struggling, and there's so many things broken, and we have still not cracked it yet. So
So tell
don't
me,
just
are your e-clinics like OPD centers where the patient comes and figures out that they need a surgery, and then post that they would sort of finalize the doctor and the infrastructure where the surgery is going to happen.
say that again. I didn't get the question. What's the question?
So I said, because you mentioned that you have lots of clinics where the
You have to
surgeon.
understand why we have clinics. During COVID, 80% of our patients were meeting the doctor online and then meeting the doctor maybe a day prior or 2 day prior. Now, today, post COVID, 80% of our patients meet the doctor in the clinic because there is a physical examination necessary. It is unavoidable. AI will change. I was just speaking at a chat GPT and AI session. AI will change a lot of things globally, including healthcare. But what it will not change it will need a confirmation of a diagnosis by somebody examining a patient. And the reason for that is, even after best of doctors examining a patient, they still get it wrong because the human body is more complex than anything else. And I don't think US is ready, nor India is ready. That doctor examination is going to go. It's going to take some time. There will be million tools. We are also developing, doctor like an avatar doctor for an at-home online consult. But it will not replace the physical examination because you cannot do a procedure. So I think if we didn't have 200 clinics, we would have been toast. And some of 50% of those 200 clinics were built inside COVID when the world was sitting inside doors. And I think so that's my point, which I keep sharing. And if you talk to Rizwan, he'll be very open to share with you. I don't think Citrus Tech would have become a billion-dollar company or a unicorn status had they been operating in India. It's just not possible. We don't pay for SaaS. At Pristine, when we go to hospital and give them our SaaS, I can stand there for 10 hours. They will not pay me more than 2,000 rupees a month. And then they will get a local engineering team to tweak the same product, copy paste in 5 days. And I will not be able to innovate it because there'll be some shit happening. And many companies in India failed. But that doesn't mean there is not an opportunity. But it's we have to be patient and not use that as the only business, right? And I'm sorry, Rizwan, you are way too senior to me, sir. Apologies if I offended you in any way.
So Rizwan, just taking it further from what Harsimar Singh said, that that a lot of SaaS is actually being replaced at cheaper costs. My point is, do you think that there are too many Me Too sort of models getting developed out there, which is actually drowning the whole system? I mean, in that sense, because if somebody is just going to come and copy your technology and then build another sort of cheaper model on it, and then somebody else sort of does it, so it's actually, we're bleeding the system. We're not really creating value in the whole larger scheme of things. Now, in how do you think US and European markets are different when it comes to these or tackling these situations? And in India, particularly now that you're doing a lot of philanthropic work, where do you see these gaps and how can we fix them?
So, I'll give you some facts which will make it interesting for you. One of the important pieces of software in healthcare is something called an electronic medical record. And EMR is basically the foundational software. It's like an ERP for a manufacturing company. So, if I were to ask you that in 2005, 2007, how many EMRs were there in the US market? Then the reality was that there were 500 EMRs in the US market. Because what it took was any physician who had interest in software ended up building a software for their clinic, and then eventually found 5 other friends in their vicinity to whom they were able to sell it. So you had hundreds of EMRs which had very small deployments, were basically being run through a mom and pop shops, right, in some ways. Then what started to happen from 2008 onwards, that regulations became tighter and more defined in terms of what software capabilities need to have. How you are going to look at security and privacy, how you're going to look at certification. And with each of these hurdles coming into the market, slowly and steadily, it became increasingly difficult for software vendors to keep their software current. It's one thing to build a piece of software, sell it a few times, but then it's quite another task to be able to do it in a manner where you have to do compliance, you have to get certifications, you have to go through all of that. And the market today, which obviously took 15 years to evolve, right, from almost 5 to 700 electronic medical records, there are hardly 5 to 7 medical EMR, or maybe depending on how you count, there may be 15, 20 products in the market which are at scale. And what ended up happening was that these Me Too guys eventually lost out, and their business was taken over by the larger players, right? Which happens. So it's a I think part of it is about the market's maturing over a period of time, and customers recognizing that just buying the lowest cost product may meet the near-term requirements, but it doesn't necessarily give you the scalability that you need, and that again is a matter of the buyer universe also becoming more mature over a period of time. So I think it's a natural evolution. Having said that, it doesn't take away from the core point that Hashambir made, that India is a cheap market, and whatever software you have, there is going to be extreme price sensitivity for the hospital and the doctor community when it comes to paying for software. So whoever succeeds, eventually, my gut feel would be that their way to monetize their application is going to be something beyond just pure software, right? So it may not only be the fact that I'm building software and then I'm getting money from the hospital, but it'll have to be some kind of a creative model where there is some connectivity with insurance companies, and insurance companies are able to give some incentive for faster, better claims adjudication coming out of a piece of software. It could be identifying interesting ways, obviously, while keeping data protection and privacy of patient information in mind. Still, a certain slice of data can get anonymized and be used for research purposes or from some extraction. So I think there will need to be some level of creativity that will come into the market, where the more successful vendors will figure out ways to monetize. But the real sort of mom and pop type of business, which has mushroomed in India, I think it's only a matter of time before many of them will see that it is very difficult to sustain their business, and even to raise capital, get funding is going to become more challenging for the ones who don't have a differentiated value proposition. So that's how I would look at it, and we've seen that in multiple places around the world. And honestly, what's true about electronic medical records is probably true about most other class of softwares that exist in the healthcare market. Yeah. But it's also true what Hashambir said, that we could not have reached our revenue targets and all if we were targeting Indian customers. So almost a strategic decision in those days. Of course, India was very different in 2005, 2010, 2015. Even if we had tried to sell, we probably would not have got the kind of response from the market, but we were able to only do it because we were working with global customers.
Sure. So I'm going to pick up another topic, I think, which is very sensitive in the entire healthcare ecosystem, which is, the competition that is heating up for talent, or onboarding talent. So do you think that, and Harsimarveer, do you think it's difficult for you to find surgeons and, doctors and probably other health tech, talent, the people who are required in this ecosystem? And do you think we're sort of getting into a war-like situation where everybody's sort of trying to jump onto the same talent, and they get a raise every day and they jump their jobs every day? So how is that situation being addressed here in India?
So I think when you mean talent, there is very clear two kinds of talent. One is the clinical ability, right? The surgeons, the doctors, maybe the nurse, the staff. Then there is the talent of maybe potentially non-medics working in healthcare. The surprising thing is at Pristine, we are a team of now about 2,000 people, and there must be like 200 or mid to senior level, which includes our doctors as well. 200 odd sort of slightly senior level managers, from 33, 37, 38 probably. None of them actually comes from healthcare. None of them. And I'll tell you why. Traditionally, healthcare as an industry was only pharma. And pharma had certain smart people. And then there were hospitals. And hospitals never employed the kind of talent, let's say an FMCG or a HUL would, or an Accenture or a, I don't know, Flipkart or somebody, even Hero Group would, or a Maruti Suzuki would hire. Never. most of the folks in health, in large hospitals, see, the jobs were either in large hospitals or the government setup. I'm talking about non-medicals. For government setups, hardly any salaries. For large hospitals, the numbers are very limited. I mean, in the entire city of Bangalore, that would be 10 hospitals who might have limited management positions. So in the country, that number would be very limited. And even in those numbers, they would not hire people from non-medical or non-medicals. So surprisingly, the talent of non-medicos who would want to come in with healthcare, honestly, is zero problem. Is zero problem. You just need smart people with first principle thinking. And, I think it is a white space. Surprisingly, everybody wants to get into e-commerce and FMCG and, electric and maybe mobility these days. But healthcare for non-medicos is a white space. Even after 4 years we've been here, when we interview people, honestly, beyond the hospitals, there are 2 or 3 companies who are even hiring those people at a very large level, right? But all the young companies, they are looking for the talent, but people are not even there. They don't even want to come. It's like, hey, मुझे तो Bangalore में tech में जाना है और मुझे healthcare में नहीं आ रहा है. That's the non-medicals. So it's a white space. A lot of people should come in, and there is nobody at all. The second is the medicos. Another very, very interesting thing. I think, like I alluded earlier, there are more doctors in Bangalore, Bombay, Chennai, Hyderabad, Gurgaon, Delhi who are looking for jobs in the age group of 35, 40, who are looking for full-time jobs and don't want to be business people of finding patients themselves. They just want to be clinicians. And the sad problem is even their salaries are not that high. Like I said, my wife is a pediatrician herself, and she's a gold medalist. She's been at Safdarjung and AIIMS, but the kind of compensation which she can get in the market versus what I can get is like there's no match, right? So there are clinicians available for very, very high quality. Again, the organizations who are to hire them actually less quality physicians are. But there is a secondary problem here. Neither are MBBS, neither are MS, MD, all the postgraduate programs, neither are DNBs. They don't teach our medicos or clinicians on advanced medical procedures. So a doctor will come out from the best government college in India, might have attended 200 patients a day, but they would not have been exposed to the newest development in cataract, in hernia, in physician, or in pediatrics and stuff. So some of them struggle for upskilling, and I think there is a white space sitting there and somebody like us would love to tap into that as well. So that's an opportunity again. There are a lot of doctors, like engineers, who are qualified but not even employable, and I think that's a challenge which is coming in. The third problem is the concentration of these medicos is limited to, like I said earlier, in the top cities in India. I'm from a small town in Ludhiana. If a surgeon who studied in Ludhiana or a doctor who studied in Ludhiana went to, let's say, AIIMS in Delhi, doesn't want to go back to Ludhiana, right? Because he doesn't get the same opportunity or lifestyle for his family in Ludhiana, not necessarily for himself or herself. They don't want to go back to Ludhiana. They want to stay in metro, and then they struggle for jobs in metro. I'll tell you the most cold fact. If you are an AI engineer or a mechanical engineer or a software developer or a banker or a gamer or a design professional or a HR graduate or a strategy professional, finance controller, any job you pick, the salary which you'll get in the metros versus a small town is 1/6 in a smaller town, maybe 1/4. A doctor will get paid twice or thrice the salary in a small town outside Hyderabad or Bangalore or 200 kilometers from Bombay or 400 kilometers from Delhi, 4 times the salary than in Delhi, but they're still not willing to go. It's the most stupidest and the unique situation. You want to get a doctor, a very high quality doctor, 300 kilometers out of, and Ritu, I know you are in Gurgaon, in 300 kilometers or 200 kilometers in Rewari or Bewadi, or I'm not sure where Rizwan is, but let's say 100 kilometers away from Panvel, or in Guntur in Hyderabad, or in Hosur in Bangalore, 100 kilometers from Bangalore, you will not be able to find a good doctor even if you pay them double the salary. The ones who do actually get double the salary, they stay there Monday to Friday like a consultant and they come back. That's a challenge which is going on.
Yeah, a unique challenge. Do we have such challenges outside India also, Rizwan?
So, I'll take the question more for India, but from a tech perspective, and this is an area that I understand well, given the fact that we have a center in IIT Bombay focused on digital health. What I tell students there is that if you look globally, the opportunities in technology generally are very positive. Okay. But if you look at healthcare in particular, the opportunities are even more amazing, especially if you happen to be a good engineer with computational skills. Then the number of opportunities that are emerging in India, outside of India, are actually quite interesting. Often what happens, and this is, and I'll probably emphasize this because I know this is a BITS Pilani event, so there are many engineers on the call here. See, historically, many students who are graduating from good universities get very attracted by problems that they can understand and they have seen personally. So it could be in financial services, it could be in e-commerce, it could be in entertainment, it could be in gaming, it could be whatever, right? Are things that students get to see and experience on campus. Healthcare is not like that. So unless somebody has unfortunately a personal family situation, usually a student graduating, especially an engineering student graduating, will probably have very little personal experience with healthcare. Okay. But what I would actively encourage those who are broadly interested in the field to spend a little bit of time understanding what the opportunities are. You could spend time on the internet, you could spend time talking to people, and what students will realize is that there is a huge gap in the kind of talent that India will need in the healthcare space, especially from a technology perspective, people who understand technology well and understand the business of healthcare. And healthcare is not as complicated as it seems when you're from the outside, because it's obviously there's no expectation that an engineer needs to do a kind of a cardiac procedure. It's about just understanding what the fundamental constructs are in doing work in digital health. And I often tell people that if you just look globally, what will be interesting is that digital health, if you want to be an entrepreneur, and this is Ritu, you mentioned it earlier as well. If you look at all sectors of venture capital investment globally, healthcare technology is actually the number one sector for venture capital funding. Obviously you have to do something smart and you have to do something creative. You can't be building another Me Too product, right? There is massive innovation happening. If you want to do research, you want to do other things, it's a very sort of white space, as Hashim put it. And I think it creates significant opportunities for young students, especially in a country like India, to be able to do some really cutting edge stuff. Digital health, clearly, it may be about timing, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, we can debate, but it's still a new space which is going to accelerate in India very rapidly and create some massive opportunities for personal growth, doing something which is going to be very value added to society, but along the way also having a great professional career and hopefully making a lot of money in the bargain as well.
Sure. So we've got a question on the board, who wants to take it up from Aman? It says, how can health tech startups ensure equitable distribution and accessibility of their solutions?
Is that question for me? I don't understand the question actually. Can you repeat the question again?
It says, how can health tech startups ensure the equitable distribution and accessibility of their solutions? So it means that, not just, let's say, concentrated in metros from an India standpoint.
I think, Hashim, we can probably take this question, but, my quick response to that is that we probably need digital health and probably is one of the only levers to provide access to quality care on a pan-India level. The example that Hashim was talking about was more about Delhi versus Ludhiana, which is again a very big and successful metro city in India. But a lot of India's population actually in rural and semi-rural areas where the problem is far more acute than even it would be in a Ludhiana type of location. And if India has to progress in healthcare and ensure that there is certain semblance of quality healthcare on a pan-India basis, then there is probably no alternative to having a very strong, telemedicine, remote patient monitoring, the availability to be able to do, sort of maybe second opinion services, which are more digital in nature. So getting technology right in healthcare, making the data more accessible for physicians and doctors across the country is going to be of paramount importance if we have to proceed. Yeah. But I would love to hear, Hashambir as well and get his thoughts. Yeah.
No, I think I think I echo every point which Rizwan but talked about even in the previous answer, right? I think technology is going to be surprising part is like Rizwan mentioned, understand healthcare and maybe legal as easily as they understand e-commerce and gaming. The innovation outside the core clinical part in healthcare, especially in India, has been very limited because smart people have just spent time elsewhere. So I think that needs to change. First of all, we have to find a way so that the smartest engineers out of BITS Pilani, out of NITs, IITs, in sitting in their projects are thinking how can I get a little guy sitting in Assam or Odisha get a doctor consult for irritation in his, I don't know, face or stomach or body at the click of a button without getting lost in payment gateway and mobile signal. Like that little thing which is so solved in e-commerce, it is still not solved in in healthcare. So I think if the engineers have to start thinking from that. The second thing which I think will pave a lot of way, it is going to be the clinician training is going to supersede using technology massively. A clinician sitting out of Bombay can treat or can train clinicians sitting out of the small towns of Bihar, Punjab, Jammu, Kashmir via like online video consult channels, and I think edtech has grown massively. But edtech in healthcare, especially doctors, nursing, and other paramedical staff, that can be a game changer if we can train the paramedical staff in a small town in Guwahati. I think we can have more children born safely than others. So I think training of doctors using technology. In fact, one of the huge things in uh, when globally, which is going to take off, is doctors in different parts of the country or even the world viewing a real surgery complex happening in a different part of the country and learning from it real time and simulating the use of tools. An engineer can sit at home and learn Python or chat GPT and stuff. Can a doctor sitting in Gujarat learn a complicated patient diagnosis or a treatment using a online or an offline simulator? That can change the game. There's a surgery called everybody knows about it. There's a camera which kind of goes inside the body, right? Now there are not enough bodies to send camera inside, if you have to learn, so it is simulated. Can there be a center in the down streets of Kerala where there is a center of simulators and young medical students are just on those simulators, and a doctor in AIMS who's using a simulator there and teaching them how to do a laparoscopic surgery? That level of training, I think, will advance healthcare. The third thing which Rizwan also talked about was utilizing data and EMR to the next level. Even today, even my dad forgets his previous prescription, and that's a problem, right? How do we ensure that every prescription, anytime a patient meets a doctor, is digitally recorded and shared? The government, I think, with his national health mission, is trying to do that, but I think it's not been as successful as UPI, and I think it will take a long way. So I think those are the top three things. Then there are allied areas. Insurance penetration in India outside Ayushman Bharat is 3%. That needs to go to 50% in the next 20 years. That itself is a massive opportunity, and it's not going to just happen through online models. It needs to happen through a variety of other ecosystems. So I think there's a lot of opportunities in doctor training, in consult, in EMRs, in insurance, in emergency handling. I think diagnostics is taking off. So there is a glory word sitting out there. It needs entrepreneur will and skill, and doggy patience to just go and achieve out there. It cannot be a better time to be a healthcare entrepreneur in India and the world. I'm sure about that.
Sure. So I think no, we are running out of time. But last question we can take is that where Siddharth asked that I would love to know your thoughts on how tech can contribute to creating a more holistic healthcare system in India. That is one where doctors with different specializations corroborate with each other to produce diagnoses that consider the whole body as a system, treating the root cause instead of the symptoms. Wow.
I think I answered that question partly, but I think maybe Rizwan's exposure there is.
This kind of goes back to the first comment I made while I was introducing the foundation and its objectives. That if you look at a poor country like India and with the challenges that we have in healthcare, I could make a case that if we need to move the needle in a non-linear manner, the linear manner would be adding one doctor at a time and one hospital bed at a time. A non-linear is the kind of stuff that we have been talking about on the panel today, which is the ability to be able to provide improve the effectiveness of a doctor, so that there are measurable outcomes and every doctor knows what they're doing. They can be trained on their gaps and so on and so forth. If we look at the access issue, which is the urban rural divide, the availability of doctors, all the stuff that we spoke about. And if you just look at fundamentally optimizing cost, and there's a lot of cost which in India you would look at nominally and say, hey, the tablet is very cheap or whatever, but fraud, waste, and abuse is a huge problem in healthcare in India, right? And even there, the moment you are capturing information digitally, you can much better put controls. You can track, sort of usage per evidence-based guidelines. So whether it's cost, quality, or access, I think fundamentally, if you want to move the needle, then healthcare and healthcare technology is going to be, the tech in health tech is going to be the most important lever to be able to do that. Yeah.
Sure. So I think we're really out of time, but just I think on a lighter note, I would love to know that robotic surgeries are done by engineers or by doctors?
My co-founder's real brother just underwent a robotic hernia in the US, uh, and he is a hernia doctor himself here. And I can tell you it is done by doctors for sure, but I think the benefits have not shown massive disruption there. But it is a start of something amazing, and it's going to be soon that we're going to have a doctor out of AIMS or maybe Bangalore, Kim's Hospital, or a Manipal or a Columbia or somewhere, or a Breach Candy in Bombay, doing a surgery with a robot in a hospital in Trichy, using robotic surgery. But it'll take another 5 years. But we'll get there.
Sure. Thank you very much, Harsimar. Thanks, Rizwan. I think, I was thinking, how are we going to take out an hour to have this chat between the three of us? But I think we could have easily gone on for another hour. So thank you so much for those wise thoughts and great inputs that you brought to the panel today. So I'm going to pass it back to the team at BITS Pilani. And probably if they have something to add to this, would love to hear from them.
Sure. And thank you very much, Ritu, for doing a fabulous job of moderating the session today. It was a fun.
It was a learning experience for me. Thanks, Rizwan. Somebody
Innovation, disruption, and the relentless pursuit of excellence is what makes an entrepreneur. Right from the sets of Shark Tank India, we are thrilled to have a shark with us today, Amit Jain, the CEO and co founder of Car. Amit has carved his path through the ever evolving automobile industry. The driving force behind Car.Deko's rise to prominence, his never ending will to innovate, has brought Car.Deko to the forefront of the digital automobile marketplace. Presenting Thriving in the Tank, a driver's seat view of Indian entrepreneurship. Over to you, Amit.
Hi everyone. Am I audible? Avni?
Yes.
Perfect. So, hi guys. Very glad and honored to be with all of you. I think it's like absolute pleasure, and especially I love talking to students because once I was a student and I had big dreams. And meeting all of you, even if I can inspire few of you to become an entrepreneur and a big one, that will probably accomplish the purpose of my talk here. So I love seeing you while doing so, but I can't see you right now. Having said that, I know you're listening to me and tuned in. Abhi, all audio is audible and everything is fine, right? Before I start, just doing a quick check.
Yes, sir. Your audio is fine.
Perfect. So let's get started, guys. I think this is your era and time. You're just very lucky to be born in an era where India is scaling and it's blitzscaling rather. There are many factors that are influencing what makes India a very lucrative country. It's the third largest startup hub here right now. Given the fact that we are the most populous country, 140 crore people, there's a lot of economic growth still left out there. I think the big factors that probably you should think of on why it is the right time for you to think of something bigger is basically the prominence of India as an economy. I'll give you some stats to basically establish, why it's such a great time for you guys to pass out and think of starting up. It took almost 65 years after independence for India to get its first $1 trillion in economy, right? GDP जिसे कहते हैं. Second $1 trillion came in 13 years, third came in 7, and the fourth one is coming in 5, and the third one will come in another one will fifth one will come in another 4 years, 3 years, right? So practically, what is happening is the per capita is going up crazy, and consumption of the country is going up crazy. What that helps you is that the any business you enter, कोई भी sector ले लेना, it is gonna grow. Point is that Indian household, a common man को कितने पैसे चाहिए to live, right? $1,800 is the minimum required to kind of survive. And right now per capita is around $2,100, and it is going up to $3,000. तो जो $300 2100 minus 18 तो $300 का disposable income, and that's gonna look like 4x, almost $1,200, right? And that's a big factor that's gonna basically make all of your dreams and startup dreams come true, because every single sector will see growth. चाहे आप खाने की कंपनी बनाओ, चाहे आप ऑटोमोबाइल के अंदर काम करें, चाहे कुछ भी उठा लेना सेक्टर, इट डज नॉट मैटर, इंडिया इज गोना एक्सप्लोड. And this is not just for next, say 4 5 years. I'm talking about decades. It's probably the century of India. And your right place, right time, and right country, which is going to offer you the stage to build something large and blitz scale it. I think this probably is a macro that's going to give you that trust. But obviously, while that happens, there are many more factors that are going to influence on how far you will go in your dreams. I think it will first start with dreams itself. Are you dreaming big? I'll take my own example. When I started Car.Deko, Girnar Software is a company named Girnar Soft. Me and my brother started in 2007. But when we start करी थी, we thought, let's pick up an ambitious goal. We did not know, what we'll do. Car.Deko was not started back then. We started as a firm which would basically do outsourcing or software development for other companies. But we had a very large dream that we'll build a $1 billion company, and that's what we went and updated on our LinkedIn to have a very large dream. $1 billion की company बनाएंगे. पता नहीं था कैसे बनेगी. I'll be candid, but that thought led to so many startups we did eventually. क्योंकि nothing was, अगर वो $1 billion तक नहीं ले जा रहा था, तो फिर that hunger was not getting satisfied. तो 7 में जब हम लोगों ने डिसाइड किया we realized a year later that outsourcing say we would not be able to get there because it will require a large amount of people, and we were from Jaipur. तो वहाँ पर बहुत आसान नहीं था इतनी बड़ी आउटसोर्सिंग कंपनी बनाना, इतना टेक टैलेंट यहाँ अवेलेबल नहीं था. So we thought, let's do something that we can do in अपने रूम में बैठ के कर सकते हैं, and still can build a large company. So read about other US that time was thriving in startups. Realized कि internet is gonna come in a big way in the country, and digital distribution will take over everything else, right? And entering somewhere we can get traffic, attract traffic on, would be a great idea. So in that era, in 7 8, we started building websites, and websites that we built were based out of our own experiences. Every single thing that I did along with my brother were based on fundamentally solving some problem that I personally faced. Car Deco was an outcome of going to Auto Expo, seeing a lot of great cars, and when I came back and I tried to search online, I couldn't find the detailing that I needed. So I thought, there's a white space, and this white space can be captured by us. So we took all the brochures from the expo and coded a site in 1 week, and that's how the Car Deco first version came live. I think you will also observe a lot of problems that you face while doing things. You always think this could have been better, that could have been better. Whenever such thoughts come to you, there is a white space that exists. And if you want to really solve it and you're passionate about solving it, उसमें जाओगे, I think that's where you will find some gold mine sitting out there. And most of the startups I know personally have been started with some passion to solve some problem. And founder could usually relate to the problem statement. यार ये चीज ठीक नहीं है, इसको थोड़ा better कर सकते हैं. And in our case, there has been no difference. And we have got many failed startups also. We started astrology site also. We did, a jewelry site also, selling jewelry online. We did uh, uh, a stock site. So whatever we were personally experiencing, we created between 8 to 13. A lot of startups, around 10 startups we did. Eight of them failed. Two of them, car deco, bike deco, which are very popular. And that's it's been my run. It's not been, a success run. It's been a lot of failures along with. Company has faced a lot of, downtime where we basically were broken down. But one thing that prevailed, helped us prevail and come this far was our persistence and that hope, that optimism, that enthusiasm and passion never went away. I would accredit, a lot of our journey to happiness. I always found happiness while building this out. Despite failures, I would always treat it as a learning opportunity. You could seek around. And as long as you're learning, I think that you're moving forward. क्योंकि पैसों के साथ आप वर्थ मेजर नहीं कर सकते कि आपकी खुशियां पैसों से आती हैं. अगर आप कुछ सीखते हो, आई थिंक दैट्स लाइफ लॉन्ग, एंड दैट मेक्स यू अ बेटर पर्सन. आई ऑलवेज टॉक अबाउट इट्स नॉट द इयर्स ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस दैट मैटर्स, इट्स अबाउट एक्सपीरियंसेस यू टेक पर ईयर. हो सकता है आप 5 साल के एक्सपीरियंस में 15 साल का सीख लो और कोई 15 साल में 5 साल का भी नहीं सीखता. And I think that will differentiate as young students right now. My total encouragement to all of you would be find those white spaces around you, the things that you experience around you, and start building solutions for them. हो सकता है ना चले, most of the startups fail, but in the process you will become a human being or a person that is unparalleled, and the learnings that you will take through that experience will be unparalleled. So my personal advice to you is, you have much lesser to lose, much lesser to risk. As you grow in your career, in your journey, you will have a family expanding. You will get married eventually. You'll have cars. You'll have homes. All will be on EMI. Your risk-taking ability, is at peak right now, and will just keep on going down. So earlier you start up, I think better for you to gain that experience. And if you don't even want to start up or take plunge into that kind of a thing, at least aim for joining a very young startup where you can play a role in which you learn or get exposed to various kind of learning. I think that will probably play a big part on how you'll shape up. Spend the first 4 years of your career learning a lot, and post that, once you have basically learned, have got enough skills, optimize on earning. First 4 year optimize learning. So choose a role. If you go into a very large company, let's say, you will be asked to play a particular kind of a role. And if you basically go into a very startupish kind of a company, you will probably end up playing all kind of role, because हर हर रोज कोई फायर होती है, हर रोज कुछ फटा हुआ होता है startups में. You will realize that you will probably end up learning a lot more in a role like that, and that's where experiences per year comes. अगर मैं अपने एग्जांपल लूँ तो कार देखो, जब स्टार्ट हुई तो we had a bunch of freshers hired from local colleges in Jaipur, and these freshers are now our top management, and they expanded by their own skill. They all had talent. उनको exposure चाहिए था, and that exposure basically helped them expand and discover their true potential. And you won't believe in my founding team that we have. There's no IITian apart from me and Anurag, my brother, right? All the folks were freshers, and they basically scaled up to build the Cardeco group. And in the journey, it just kept on repeating. Cardeco के and I'll just relate to why it kept repeating. हमारा एक वो था गोल कि हम लोग जो बना रहे हैं ना, we'll go deep. तो आपका कस्टमर ही आपको बताता है आपको बनाना क्या है फ्रैंकली. तो जैसे हम लोगों ने क्या किया, हम लोगों ने कार देखो बनाया, फिर हमने यूज्ड कार डीलर से काम चालू किया. तो यूज्ड कार डीलर से जब हम मिलते तो वो कह रहे हम हमें बताते कि ये फाइनेंस में बहुत प्रॉब्लम है सर, इंश्योरेंस में बहुत प्रॉब्लम है. जब इंश्योरेंस कटाने जाते हैं तो 7-10 दिन लग जाते हैं. एंड वी अंडरस्टूड द प्रॉब्लम. दे सबमिटेड फॉर इंश्योरेंस, एंड देन evaluation happens, takes 3-4 days. That report goes to insurance company, they approve it, and finally insurance gets issued. We realized there is a white space here. If we can have an instant process, and we created a technology which dealer could use to self inspect the vehicle. और उस सेल्फ इंस्पेक्शन की याद एक चाहिए होता कार की वैल्यूएशन किस वैल्यू का इंश्योरेंस है. So we could do that instantly because we had a lot of classified data, a lot of cars, and that's what banged us on insurance vehicle. That solution was getting used by all dealers now, and we thought कि यार ये dealers तक नहीं यूज कराना है, इसके आगे बढ़ते हैं. तो ये हमने बोला कि जितने भी लोग लोकल एरिया में लोग अपनी अर्निंग बढ़ाना चाहते हैं, let's open this solution to everybody who wants to insure a vehicle in his neighborhood. And that's where Insurance Deco's first agent program began. Now we have got almost 1 lakh agents working with us. We do almost 3,500 crore worth of premium now. ये छोटे से seeds कहाँ पहुँच जाते हैं, plants बन जाते हैं, फिर trees बन जाते हैं. I'm just giving you example of just going deeper. If you want to cut the cake, you have to not scratch the surface, but take the knife inside the cake and then cut it out. That's when you'll realize the true potential of your solution. And the deeper you are, I think the more moat you will have in the market. And that's what Karthik Group has been doing. We went into insurance for that reason, for the associated field where consumer who's buying a car needs the insurance, needs the finance, and he needs to sell the car after 4 years. We have just been building everything around our consumer and just entering various domains which are adjacencies, and we go deep in each one. There was a time in 2017 I thought मैं सब कुछ करूँगा, and I tried everything. Accessory भी करेंगे, टायर भी बेचेंगे, and we failed miserably, frankly, because आपको है ना एक डेप्थ चाहिए होती है किसी भी सॉल्यूशन में खड़े होने के लिए. एंड व्हेन यू ट्राई टू मेनी थिंग्स, मैनेजमेंट बैंडविड्थ गोज वेरी थिन. तो अगर आपको कोई आइडिया आ रहा है जो बहुत बड़ा है, तो आप उसको छोटी जगह ट्राई करो, और छोटी जगह प्लेबुक बना के फिर एक्सपैंड करो. विल बी माय की एडवाइस हियर. विच मीन्स कि हो सकता है आपका आइडिया बहुत बड़ा हो इंडिया के लिए, और आपने सेल आप ला रहे हो 10 शहर में खोल लिया. तो एक शहर की डीप जाके वो प्लेबुक बना लोगे और फिर रेप्लिकेट करोगे, तो इट विल बी फार मोर एफिशिएंट. विल हैव अ डिफाइनिंग मोट वर्सेस trying to capture the country in one go. The more niche you will pick, the more segmented approach you will take. I think that's where your success will lie. Uh, Starting in smaller towns will also help, which means that if you're starting up, like I started in Jaipur, that was a blessing in disguise. Because when we started up here, there was no competition. We had freshers coming out of college. 26, 27 colleges back then existed. We had a lot of access to talent pool. Though we had to work harder to train them because they were all raw. That was the only gap. But the abundance of talent in local colleges was plenty. Trying things, there's no pressure. I mean, there's no competition in terms of कि यार ये वो कर रहा है, ये वो कर रहा है, आप क्या कर रहे हो. कोई प्रेशर नहीं था उस टाइप का, पीयर प्रेशर नहीं था. यहाँ पर खर्चे बहुत कम थे. द सैलरीज वर मच लोअर देन मेट्रो टाउन्स, द रेंटल्स वर मच लोअर. तो जो आपका रनवे कहलाता है स्टार्टअप में कि आपके पास कितना रनवे बचा है, कितने टाइम का पैसा है, तो आप प्रैक्टिकली अगर छोटे शहरों में चालू करते हो तो मे बी डबल से ट्रिपल का रनवे क्रिएट हो जाता है. और टिपिकली छोटे शहरों में आपका खुद का घर भी होता है, तो रेंटल भी नहीं देना पड़ता. तो छोटे शहरों से स्टार्ट करने के एडवांटेज बहुत है. तो आप लोग अगर किसी छोटे शहर से आ रहे हो तो वहाँ पर प्लेबुक बनाना एक विल बी a great idea, and then raising funds to expand. One such company that started in our own office, and he's my brother-in-law only, was Deal Share, another unicorn. For 3.5 years, that company sat out of our Jaipur office and built their playbook within Jaipur town. And once they had, kind of scaled up the business within Jaipur, they raised money to scale it up outside in other towns. And that's how startups, unicorns get created. Don't try to create a unicorn, just try to create a good business which creates some value for your consumers, and you will have a long lasting moat. Keep on going deeper, keep on talking to your customers to find more areas where you can get better. The more small things that you do will become a long term defining moat. That's how I would look at it. I think building trust with your consumer will be the key part. If you are building something that is say 2x better, 3x better, maybe people won't realize the difference. But if you are basically building something 10x better in experience, then you'll have a point where consumer flips from what existing he uses to your solution. There's a lot of friction for somebody to move from what he does currently to a new one when you're innovating, right? But if you innovate it to a degree which is say 10x better than the existing solution, you will find a lot of critical mass moving towards you, and then followed by a large mass. So try to be 10x better in whatever you do. You can create anything you like, but make sure when you benchmark your product or your service or your offering or your experience, you should be able to claim that what I've built is 10x better than what exists. And if you have done that, then you're sitting on something really large, and you'll be able to capture a large market out there. Today, I thought I would want this talk to be a lot more engaging. So, would love to maybe take questions rather than giving one way gyan. Let's hear from you now on what do you want to ask. My main motive of coming here is to basically ask you to give entrepreneurship a shot. I think you all have it in you. It's just that you've not discovered it yet. So I'm now going to do a Q&A round rather than a big one-way session. Let's see the question. I'm reading the questions that are coming here. Tanush Srivastava has asked, Jaipur is not a city known for entrepreneurship. It's usually studied like Bangalore, Delhi, Mumbai, which are synonymous with startups. Why is that the case? And did you face any limitations from being in the? I think, as I was mentioning, it was actually a blessing in disguise. I found a very great team here, which we operated like a family. The culture of our company became more like a family culture, like very closely bonded when you come from tier two towns. The team is very humble. The attrition was hardly any. Bigger towns may obviously you have a lot of tech talent, and usually you need a lot of tech talent. पर reality है कि जो tech talent बड़े शहरों में गया गया कहाँ से? छोटे शहरों से गया। कोटा, जयपुर, इतने सारे छोटे छोटे शहरों में ये IIT पढ़े, बिट्स के लोग पढ़े, फिर वहाँ पहुंचे। उसके बाद वो बड़े शहरों में पहुंचे, राइट? तो practically there's a lot of talent that can move back if you have a great idea is what I realize. And it's like an ecosystem play, right? अगर अगर 10-20 कंपनी बन जाती है एक जगह पे, उसके बाद एक मिनिमम इकोसिस्टम होता है, बंदे को डर नहीं लगता कि एक कंपनी में हूँ, दूसरे में हॉप कर सकता हूँ, तीसरे में हॉप कर सकता हूँ. आई थिंक इफ ऑल ऑफ यू बेसिकली टेक चार्ज ऑफ योर सिटी वेयर यू आर हेलिंग फ्रॉम एंड बिल्ड स्टार्टअप से द इकोसिस्टम विल इवॉल्व. जैसे जब मैंने चालू किया था कार देखो जयपुर में, यहाँ पर कोई बहुत ज्यादा लोग होते नहीं थे जो स्टार्टअप करते थे, टेक कंपनी भी नहीं होती थी. अगर अब आप आओगे तो यहाँ पर बहुत सारे स्टार्टअप चल रहे हैं जयपुर में, हंड्रेड्स ऑफ स्टार्टअप, 500-600 स्टार्टअप चल रहे हैं जयपुर शहर से, यानी इकोसिस्टम बन रहा है धीरे धीरे. I would not compare it to Bangalore, Delhi, or Mumbai, but just to give you a stat, 41% of funding that happened last year of the 22 billion actually came in smaller towns, not Delhi, Mumbai, Delhi NCR, Mumbai, and Bangalore. So there's a large chunk of capital now flowing on smaller towns also, and the ecosystem is getting built. I personally think it's important for India's story also because these towns won't be able to take the load. You'll have to have smaller towns, coming up on main stage. I also saw on Shark Tank कि बहुत छोटे शहरों से एंटरप्रेन्योर आ रहे हैं, और उसका रीजन ये है कि यार डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर रेडी हो गया है, यानी कि अमेजॉन फ्लिपकार्ट से डिजिटल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन मिल रही है, लॉजिस्टिक्स की कंपनी बन चुकी है, शिप रॉकेट, डिलीवरी, इतनी सारी. अगर आपके अच्छा प्रोडक्ट है तो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन अवेलेबल है, मार्केटिंग टूल्स अवेलेबल है, वेयर हाउसिंग अवेलेबल है, लॉजिस्टिक्स अवेलेबल है. तो इफ यू हैव अ ग्रेट आइडिया, ग्रेट प्रोडक्ट, डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन रेडीमेड है. साइट बनाना 4 घंटे में बन जाती है शॉपिफाई, वू कॉमर्स में, राइट? तो प्रैक्टिकली डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर वाइज इंडिया रेडी है. तो ब्लिट्स स्केलिंग करना किसी भी चीज की मच इजियर है देन इट यूज्ड टू बी इन ओल्डर टाइम्स. तब आप शुरू में आज से 10 साल पहले जाओ तो आप अपना खुद का लॉजिस्टिक बना रहे होते थे, खुद की टेक्नोलॉजी, सीआरएम, सब कुछ खुद बना देते. It's no longer the case, and that's why you can see so many small entrepreneurs hiring people from smaller towns. और जरूरी नहीं कि उनके धंधे 100 करोड़ के बन जाएंगे. ग्रेट आउटकम ऑल्सो इज कि बंदा 1 करोड़ का प्रॉफिट बना रहा है महीने का. अगर जॉब जाता छोटे शहर से, मे बी 5-10-15 लाख कमा लेता साल का. He's making maybe a crore now a month, 50 lakh a month. I meet so many people from smaller towns doing this. I personally think it's a great outcome because obviously firstly for him who started this, and secondly for the ecosystem around him, right? So many people he is able to hire in his local town, and that's what moves the country forward. And these small towns become micro entrepreneurship hubs. Ayush Gupta has asked a question. In your opinion, what are the essentials for ensuring good consumer experience on your platform? I think कोई भी consumer experience है ना measure किया जा सकता है. We do it through a tool called NPS, and we ask them, how likely are you to use our service? 1 to 10 की स्केल में अगर वो 9-10 दे रहा है मतलब वो आपके प्रमोटर जोन में आ गए जहाँ पर वो 4 लोग को और बताएगा. अगर वो 1 to 5 दे रहा है तो मतलब वो आपकी सर्विस की बुराई करेगा. और बिटवीन 5 to 8 है तो वो पैसिव रहेगा, अच्छा लगेगा उसको प्रोडक्ट ठीक है, बट वो 4 लोग को जाके खुद बताएगा नहीं. Try to put firstly a measurement in place, because what you can measure you can improve. So try to get a 9-10 and then calculate your NPS score. कि ये इनको promoters कहते हैं 9-10 को, detractors say 1 to 5. And if you subtract promoter minus detractor, it's called the NPS score for you. So if you're having say a 80 plus NPS score, you're just doing insanely well, and you'll be able to scale up the service with a lot of trust from consumer. I think the most important factor, probably now coming to specifics in consumer experience, will be trustworthiness. How much can the consumer trust your product, quality, service, anything, right? And if he gains your trust, if you are able to gain his trust, that's when you can say the platform can thrive. ट्रांसपेरेंसी बहुत जरूरी है. जैसे छोटी सी चीजें, मान लो आप कुछ कंपनी बना रहे हो जिसके अंदर हिसाब किताब कुछ होता है, मान लो कंज्यूमर पे करता है, कंज्यूमर का कुछ लेजर होता है, तो अगर आप उसको दिखा पाते हो हिसाब क्लियर है, राइट, दैट्स ऑल. कंज्यूमर इज जस्ट लुकिंग फॉर बेयर बेसिक्स कि यार हिसाब क्लियर है अपना. बहुत सारी कंपनीज के अंदर वो हिसाब क्लियर नहीं होता है, उसका लेजर नहीं देख पाता है कंज्यूमर या कस्टमर या डीलर या मर्चेंट दूसरों, राइट. वो भी बेसिक रखना और ट्रांसपेरेंसी रखना, ट्रांसपेरेंसी एंड ट्रस्ट गो लॉन्ग वे टू बिल्ड अ लॉन्ग टर्म कंपनी. If you're able to crack that in your solution, I think that's number one factor in my view. Second will be, the time to respond. How fast are you to respond to consumer grievances when consumer, falls into a trouble? How fast you are to respond to that? And as you keep on growing, is that, service level maintained, so that the same level of trust can be bestowed on the platform? I think that will go along. Lastly, I think how often do you talk to a consumer, understand their needs, which make the product and experience more deeper? आपने चालू नहीं किया होगा, बट कंज्यूमर भी इवॉल्व कर रहा है आपके प्रोडक्ट के साथ, राइट. नए फीचर्स चाहिए होंगे उसको, नए टाइप की चीजें चाहिए विच विल मेक. और जो एकदम बिल्कुल ब्रांड न्यू ज्वाइन किया है और जो एकदम मे बी से 2 साल से यूज कर रहा है, दोनों के नीड्स डिफरेंट हो सकते हैं. तो सेगमेंटिंग द कंज्यूमर on the cohort of age and incrementally opening features or unlocking features in your product will probably be a great idea to create a great consumer experience eventually. Let me take, you've implemented a number of Ayush asks, you've implemented a number of safety programs and similar initiatives. How important is it to give back to society, and what do you think about the recent trend around sustainability and similar things? I personally think this probably is a key thing. As you keep on scaling up in your startup, you'll realize finally you are having an impact, and the impact that you want to have at a scale, at my stage now at least, would be around, have I been able to give back to society in a format where I can feel प्राउड ऑफ. जैसे हम लोग एजुकेशन पे बहुत फोकस कर रहे हैं, हम लोगों ने यूएन के गोल्स लिए, सस्टेनेबिलिटी गोल्स, 5 गोल्स भी पिक्ड अप. एजुकेशन इज वन ऑफ देम, ग्रीन सिटी इज वन ऑफ देम. द एरियाज वी रियली सस्टेनेबल सिटीज, हाउ वी कैन रिड्यूस आवर कार्बन फुटप्रिंट. अब ये सारी चीजें शुरू में, अब जब कॉलेज में हो तब इतनी इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है. एंड आई डोंट थिंक आप अगर नया स्टार्टअप कर रहे हो तो इतना सोचो, अपनी स्टार्टअप को एस्टैब्लिश करने के बारे में ज़्यादा सोचो. बट there's a huge amount of impact you can have. One thing that I can at least say, and I'll take it with a real example. हमारे ड्राइवर जी हैं, उनके दोनों बच्चे हैं. उनके बच्चों को अपन ने इंजीनियरिंग करवाई और दोनों अब सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियर हैं. दे आर वर्किंग एट सॉफ्टवेयर कंपनीज नाउ एंड हैविंग अ वेरी, एक तो हमारे साथ ही काम करता है, उनका बेटा बीटी कोर कंपनी में काम करता है. तो दैट एजुकेशन जस्ट अनलॉक्ड such a large thing for a family, imagine, because education is the only thing that labels everybody, right? मैं भी एक मिडिल क्लास बंदा था, आईआईटी गया, पढ़ाई करी, उसके यहाँ पहुंच गया. अगर एजुकेशन नहीं ली होती तो मैं ना मेरा विजन खुलता, ना ड्रीम खुलता, ना मैं अपने आप को एक्सप्लोर कर पाता. तो आप जो एक चीज कर सकते हो, once you basically have some disposable cash, just teach somebody, just sponsor somebody to learn. एंड आप लकी हो, आप इस कॉन्क्वेस्ट में हो, बिट्स में हो, इतनी अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं, इतने सारे हैं जिनकी 12वीं पास नहीं, 90% ऑफ इंडिया हैज नॉट पास्ड आउट ऑफ क्लास 12. Imagine the gap. So that's not a level playing field. As responsible citizens, let's create a level playing field by getting that part of society here. और अपन लोग से 8-10% लोग होंगे इस साइड पे. If we can pull up, one guy, even one person pulls one guy from the other court, we'll have 20% over next 10, 12 years. Then another, it's a compounding effect, and that moves the country forward. I personally believe education will play a big role. I personally also think women have to join the workforce. Only 20% of women in India are in the workforce, right? And population barabar barabar hai, 50-50. So we need to have larger women participation in our mission. That's the way I would want to look upon how we can move the country forward. Let me read further questions. E-commerce still sees relatively little penetration in India. Can you tell us a little bit about how you've sought to overcome this problem? Do you see a future where offline point of sales get replaced entirely by online alternatives in an economy like India, which is scattered and nascent stages of digitalization? I think this has been asked by Karman. Uh, Look, I personally think I'll just take it with a quick example. आपको याद होगा पहले जब हम बड़े हो रहे थे तो हम लोग ट्रेन की टिकट लेते थे लाइन में लग के, और बहुत सारे लोग आप गए होंगे, मैं कई बार गया हूँ अपने कॉलेज टाइम में और उसके पहले भी, बहुत लंबी लाइन होती थी रेलवे स्टेशन में टिकट लेते थे. फिर आईआरसीटीसी आया, ऑनलाइन टिकट मिलने लग गई. तो आईआरसीटीसी का एक्सपीरियंस जो था, अगर वो उस जमाने में पूछा जाता तो साइट कभी हैंग करती थी, कभी नहीं चलती थी, बट it was significantly better than standing in the line. So and if I were to ask people, rate your standing in line experience and buying through IRCT experience, तो वो बोलता 7-8 दूंगा IRCTC को. मैं फिर पूछता उससे, अच्छा स्टैंडिंग इन लाइन एक्सपीरियंस, तो कहता 1. When you break this experience by that 5-7 points in scale of 10, that's when the penetration happens basically. And that's exactly where people start to see a very, very differentiated experience. So coming to your point, I think the penetration levels will be defined basis at what degree of disrupted the experience, and you will see a different level of penetration. There is a cohort that still likes to doesn't trust, wants to hold things in hand and basically then buy it and have a real physical touch with the product or the experience of shopping itself. If you can basically think of a way where that part basically gets solved significantly further, that's when you'll see a lot more adoption. I think India, given the market it is, it'll be a mix of both sides. Omni-channel approach will work better. With online, you'll be able to scale to say 100-200 crore kind of a revenue on D2C side easily. And beyond that, I think we'll also look at getting into offline distribution a bit, which is more accessibility for consumer. But building online first, going offline is a common pattern being used by so many e-commerce companies, and I think that will exist for a while. Ask, looking, can you tell us little about your Shark Tank experience? I think it was just a humbling experience. आपके 15 साल से मेहनत करते हो, बहुत कुछ सीखते हो, और वो एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म है where your 15 years of knowledge, wisdom can be passed on to not the pitcher but through the pitcher to so many people watching the show. I was amazed to see इतने type के लोग आए, and these are not from IIT, IIM. In fact, 80-90% of startups that got funded were not from any tier 1 college or tier 2 college. They were coming out of smaller towns of the country. Almost more than half of them had women founders. Smaller town penetration. तो मेरे को लगा यार एक नया इंडिया देख रहा हूँ, मतलब इतना एक्साइटेड हुआ मतलब मैं उस शो में. When I meet these pictures from various backgrounds, it's like fulfilling, and you suddenly tend to have a lot more enthusiasm and belief on the India story. The enthusiasm that you carry just doubled up. I personally think I just love the experience and the pictures. I also got to learn a lot from these pictures. आप अपने डोमेन में सीखते हो बहुत कुछ ऑटो में, पर अभी मेरे को बहुत सारे स्पेसेस का बहुत कुछ सीखने का मौका मिला फ्रैंकली, स्पेशली ऑन द D2C साइड. And I think it's been a humbling experience to be a shark. You get a lot of stardom from that, but bigger part that I probably enjoy is not that. It's a love that you get from the audience, and the very fact that you're able to now contribute back in a little more significant way and have an impact on this, new India that's being built. So that's something that inspires me a lot. A lot of Siddharth, he asked, there's a lot of self-help material floating around these days that claims to teach people how to start up. As a serial entrepreneur, do you think your initial startup would have been more successful if you had consulted such materials, or is it right to say that one learns the most simply by I personally think you learn most by starting up yourself. All this gyan is all bullshit. आई थिंक आप जो खुद करोगे उससे जो सीखोगे उसका कोई रिप्लेसमेंट है ही नहीं ज़्यादा ज़्यादा करना है तो अच्छे कुछ जो तुम्हारे को लगते हैं एंटरप्रेन्योर उनकी पॉडकास्ट देख लो दैट इज मोर लर्निंग देन सो कॉल्ड क्लेम्ड एक्सपर्ट्स क्लेमिंग टू टीच यू हाउ टू स्टार्टअप अगर वो इतना बड़ा कर रहे थे तो खुद ही बना लेते ना so watching maybe say podcast of some successful people will actually help you have a context and vision but reality is that you will learn very different when you go on the ground जब हाथ गंदे करोगे अपने जाके जमीन पे तो कुछ better सीखोगे मेरे लिए तो in all fairness there is no book that will teach you how to start up you will have to jump in the swimming सीखने के लिए पानी में कूदना पड़ेगा ना यार उसके बिना कैसे सीखोगे ज्ञान अपन लोग जैसे है ना लेक्चर लास्ट पे पढ़ के पास हो जाते हैं ना उसमें सीख के थोड़ी नोट्स फोटोकॉपी करा है अपने दिए एग्जाम दे दिए सत्ती मार ली अट्ठी मार ली you really are touch scratching the surface है पर जब अगर मान लो आपको टास्क दिया जाता है चलो इस पे रिसर्च करके बुक लिखो अलग लेवल की लर्निंग होती है the COVID-19 Brahmansh asks the COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted the automotive industry with many companies facing challenges such as supply chain disruption and changing consumer behavior how has Karthik adapted to these changes and what lessons have you learned from this experience? I think COVID-19 to me taught a lot more than just business. Actually, it talked about how life can come to standstill, how important the time you spend with your own loved folks and family is. Because होता क्या आप एक भागा दौड़ी में लगे रहते हो वो टाइम ने सब कुछ रोक दिया था एक बार समय थम गया था and you're logged in with family, right? And I also saw many of people I know personally closely lose their closed ones in that phase. I personally think happiness lies with your own family. Spend time with them, and as you get into college, difference of opinion बढ़ता जाता है generation gap हमेशा रहेगा. But the amount of effort they have put in to bring you up to this stage where you can be in such a conference, I think have gratitude towards that. Make sure your family feels the love, affection. That's the one biggest thing I learned. And you never life is so unpredictable. COVID taught me that you can lose somebody so closely or personally and just take out time for each one. It's material things are just not as important as happiness that comes from relationships. On business front, I think it taught a lot of companies resilience, right, and including ours. क्योंकि अचानक से revenue zero हो गया है, खर्चे बंधे हुए हैं, and that's when we all came together as a more stronger team in tough times, and we made sure that we put our strength इतने सारे कॉल सेंटर के रिसोर्सेज थे हमारे सब लोग हम लोग लग गए टू फाइंड हॉस्पिटल्स ऑक्सीजन बहुत बुरा हाल था उस टाइम तो वी क्रिएटेड अ free of cost 24/7 helpline kind of a system here we could contribute back to society and our people a lot of other initiatives were taken around health life benefits etc but what catapulted from that in business was the insurance vertical because suddenly people needed health and life insurance and that we practically had zero penetration on back then we were primarily doing motor we were able to cross emerge into now health and life now almost 23% of our business is health and life which used to be practically zero back then during covid time so we found new opportunities in with our own customers who asked for new solutions from us we also saw a huge pent up demand got created in cars and people saved a lot of money did not spend a lot so suddenly all luxury items became boom when they came back to work when pandemic got over so cars were in demand all luxury items were in demand travel was in demand every single thing suddenly saw a huge surge and we obviously benefited we grew 80% last year before that, during COVID time, we still did not degrow. We actually grew every year. So practically, COVID did not impact the business as much for us and we found new opportunities, new ways. And I think such black swan events actually help you come out stronger, in my view. Digital was suddenly hugely adopted. Digital payments, everything digital became a mainstream because COVID taught us how to order online things. At that point, grocery be online mangane ki, the people who had not shifted at least got a chance to experience. So I think this helped all industries, in my view, on adoption of digital payments also, and any e-commerce related or any segment that involved online intervention kind of it speeded it up. Many consumers in India still prefer offline sellers and resellers in automotive industry. How do you seek to expand your, especially outside tier one cities? I think car, bike, all are experienced products. So I personally believe they will probably remain, little bit online offline mixed, search online, buy offline kind of a thing. We as a platform don't sell cars today, and cars you can book it, but you can't really say have a dealer experience of a showroom one. And I know in India at least majority of them are, it's a family buy जहाँ पर emotion होता है बहुत involved. लोग जाते हैं, family देखने जाती है अपनी पहली गाड़ी, color choose करना. I think that you can't replace by completely online. We obviously try to assist through test drives, through better financial solutions, through better insurance solution, a better deal offering to the consumer. That's what we focus on. And we try to get all our verticals together: car dekho, insurance dekho, rupee is our financial arm, which is into arranging loans for consumer. And all these three verticals combined are trying to create unique value offering. Car dekho primarily is a research portal which is unbiased. So you obviously want to trust unbiased for party. That's the people come to us. A lot of expert reviews, a lot of user reviews. So we are basically trying to say that let's make the online experience as seamlessly uh, in, integrated with the offline dealer experience with the technology we have provided to dealer. All dealer executives use our app, and that's where consumer kind of flows in the experience. तो एक्सपीरियंस बेटर करने में लगे हुए हैं, गाड़ी बनाने का काम नहीं है हमारा, बट इनको कस्टमर को राइट गाड़ी दिलवाने का काम है हमारा, राइट फाइनेंस दिलवाने का काम है हमारा, राइट वैल्यू पे मिले उसको डील, वो हमारा काम है. डीलर ऑल्सो प्लेज an important role. But when you'll move in future, I think गाड़ियों के short term rental, long term rental चालू हो जाएंगे. That's where we can play a big role of booking these kind of mobility solution. That's what company is reimagining itself into right now as I speak. Which basically will be the need for the new age जिसे कहते हैं. Thinking Ardhiko will have to look very different is what I believe, and that's what we are right now focused on building. How we can use Chat GPT, generative AI, in making research experience even more powerful. How we can make the visual experience more powerful. So I think the Chat GPT and generative AI will play a big role in evolution as we move from here in all our verticals, be it insurance, where you require a car, where you require an assistant. Through a very human-like approach. अब तो ये हो गया ना कि जैसे चैट जीपीटी बता देता बोलना क्या है, there's human voice that can be put on top of that, and the data that is being used is being getting plugged in through your own databases, right? And this model is working on your own custom. We are right now working on how we can use data, build generative AI on through Chat GPT and or similar Bard solution on top of my custom data point, and then have a bot or a voice talk to consumer based on combination of these two. And I think that will create a very differentiated and scalable both. What inspired you to become entrepreneur? What with immense amount of risk involved? How do you go about overcoming your fear of failure? Ishan has asked this. I think what inspired me was probably कीड़ा था शुरू से. I'll be candid. मतलब 2000 मैं आईटी में था तभी मेरे को लगता था कुछ करना चाहिए. जब मैं पास आउट हो रहा था तो फटती थी, मतलब इतना इतना वो नहीं था कि कॉन्फिडेंस कम था, रिस्क लेने की एबिलिटी कम थी, क्योंकि तब हमारे को ये कहा जाता था कि स्टेबल जॉब इज द मेन गोल, राइट, इन लाइफ. तो जब आप 2004 में थे तो हम लोगों ने एक कंपनी का नाम भी सोच लिया था, पर तभी इतनी हिम्मत नहीं होती कि प्लान सैलरी भी ठीक थी. 2006 में I lost my father, and it was very circumstantially I became an entrepreneur. And that's when I had to take care of my grandparents' mom. They were in Jaipur, so we shifted to Jaipur, me and my brother. and there were no jobs around. So we basically started the company back then. Started actually fear of failure हुआ कि यार मुझे हमेशा लगा कि जितना मेरे को चाहिए उससे ज़्यादा मिल गया है. So I probably got more than what I deserve, and I never felt कि fear of failure fail करके भी I'm better than if I would have done a job is what I felt always. तो वो fear हुआ ही नहीं और आज भी नहीं होता. मतलब everything I do, I feel I've got lot more than what I deserve, and that learning hunger is much higher. Financially I don't think it matters anymore. तो fear of failure तो I think journey को जो enjoy कर रहा है ना बंदा उसको failure का फेलियर का वो होगा ही नहीं. अगर आप फेलियर को लर्निंग की तरह देखोगे, मान लो आप फेल हो भी गए, तो वर्स्ट केस में एक जॉब कर लेना यार दोबारा. पर जो लर्निंग मिली है वो तो आपको ही मिली है ना. दैट नोबडी कैन रिप्लेस. दिस एक्सपीरियंस विल बी लाइक यूनिक. This can nobody in the world can take it away from you. You were born for it. You'll take it away with you. And most of the people who've not tried it don't even know what you're talking about and what that experience means. Take the plunge. Be confident. It really doesn't matter. I'm just doing the last question now, given that I'm out of time. In early days of your company, how did you look to drive consumer adoption onto your platform? How do you convince the initial group of customers to use your platform? ऑनलाइन डिजिटल करने का बहुत अच्छा फायदा क्या होता है, कमरे में बैठ के आप सारी चीजें कर सकते हो. फ्रैंकली यू कैन रीच योर कंज्यूमर्स इजीली. व्हाट वी डिड इनिशियली वाज, हाउ डू वी करते थे उस जमाने में, तो हमने बोला कि यार एसईओ सीखते हैं. एसईओ कैसे होता है. वी लर्न द राइट ट्रिक्स एट द राइट टाइम. एंड बैक देन एसईओ वाज नॉट मेन स्ट्रीम. 2006 की बात कर रहा हूँ. तो हम लोगों ने फिर जब गाड़ियों पे एसईओ चालू किया तो वी स्टार्टेड टॉपिंग. People started coming in when they experience a site. They started coming directly. Now 40% of people come directly. Like cardeko.com टाइप करते हैं या फिर सीधे हमारी ऐप खोलते हैं या ब्रांड सर्च करते हैं. राइट. तो अब बहुत बड़ा प्रेजेंस हमारा ट्रैफिक का जो एसईओ तो आता था वो शिफ्ट हो गया क्योंकि कंज्यूमर को अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस मिला. तो फिर आप मान लो कि नई गाड़ी खरीदता है तो अच्छा कार देखो भी देख ले. तो practically then it started having that network effect. So we started through SEO, moved on to sticky consumers or word of mouth kind of a brand. That's how we do it. To convince your initial set of consumer, you have to be very deep or very close with them, like like this. आप उनसे बात करो. पहले 100-200 कस्टमर की तो फोन नंबर तुम्हारे फोन में होना फर्स्ट हैंड पल्स है. और कोई नए मार्केट जा रहे हो तो भी होना चाहिए. एज अ फाउंडर यू विल लर्न अ लॉट फ्रॉम योर कंज्यूमर. देयर इज नोबडी हु कैन टीच यू बेटर देन योर ओन कस्टमर और कंज्यूमर. Just make sure you have open channel to learn from them. Even at such a large company we have, I make sure I speak to at least 10 consumers and dealers every week. I make sure I read every single consumer feedback that comes on our platform. And that's what makes us, Cardeko Group as a DNA very consumer centric. Because talk to my front soldiers, that means the bottom layer, which is interacting with dealer or consumer. They have the biggest ideas, frankly, because उनसे daily dealer बात करते हैं. हम लोग एक ही रूम में बैठ के मैनेजमेंट कुछ डिस्कवर नहीं कर सकते जब तक ग्राउंड की लर्निंग लेने नहीं जाएंगे. एज फाउंडर्स आई थिंक यू शुड गो टू द होम्स, सी प्रोफाइल कैसे कैसे घर में रहता है कस्टमर आपका, किस टाइप का कुर्सी है, किस टाइप का खाना है, कौन सा एसी यूज कर रहा है, कौन सा फ्रिज यूज कर रहा है अगर कर रहा है. स्टार्ट मैपिंग योर कस्टमर लिटिल मोर डीपर. यूल फाइंड सो मेनी सेगमेंट्स. इंडिया इज नॉट वन कंट्री. इंडिया बहुत डाइवर्स कंट्री है. यहाँ पर एक इंडिया में 10 इंडिया पलते हैं. एक बहुत महंगा आइटम खरीद सकता है एक जने के 10 रुपए नहीं. और इसके स्पेक्ट्रम में फाइनेंशियली बहुत सारे इंडिया बसते हैं. तो आपका सोल्यूशन किस कोहोर्ट को अटैक कर रहा है वो भी इम्पोर्टेंट है. I think I'll take a pause. Guys, it was lovely interacting with you because I just love when I meet the students. And Bits, I think, has done a big one because आप लोग के यहाँ इतने सारे स्टार्टअप आते हैं. आपके नवगति करके आपका एक स्टार्टअप आया था which I funded. I just love the energy all of you carry, all this fraternity carries, and the kind of initiatives Bits alumni has taken. It's just heartwarming to see the amount of innovation and startups that have come out of Bits. So all the best, guys. Love you all.
what we're really looking for is problems that are solving friction in many ways for the everyday Indian, right? And we think that there's a large opportunity there, and if you think through those problems and you're able to execute, these could generate many times returns for us as an investor.
Getting connects to these metals itself is a huge task which Conquest or the team does for us, because reaching out to these people is tough. Thankfully, we got selected in the top end. Was the right place for me.
Good afternoon, sir. Are you there?
Hello, sir. Can you hear us?
Good evening, sir. Can you hear?
Varun, Varun Patni is there.
Is coming, sir. 1 second.
Varun, you start.
Sir, we'll just introduce you and we'll quickly get started with the session.
Varun. Start. Somebody should start, no?
Yeah. Thank you, Amit, for such an inspirational talk. This is sure to have motivated founders to be as agile and precise as a shark.
With initiatives like Digital India and ONDC, the Government of India is scaling financial efforts at a fast rate to drive digital innovation in the country. Introducing our next speaker, who is steering the fiscal direction of the country, Dr. Bhagwat Karad. A stalwart in the field of public finance, Dr. Karad has been instrumental in shaping India's economic policies, fostering growth and promoting financial inclusion across the nation. Over to you, sir.
Today, I am happy to be a part of the discussion on it was called by the platform Excel Events. Is it correct? Excel Event is the platform, no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes. So today we are discussing on the differential financial conditions or financial schemes which are helping India to grow as well as I'm really happy to know that some of the students from institution are interested to understand what Indian government is doing for the country. See, our country is the largest having a similarly our population is now more than the China population. It is more than 142 crore. And in such a large country, we are doing a lot of progress, particularly I being handling the finances, the financial progress is very much in the country. Just I want to tell you that our economy is the fifth largest economy of the world. When Honorable Prime Minister has taken a charge of Prime Minister, our country's number was 10. But within 9 years, our economy has increased. And now we are the fifth largest economy in the country, in the world. Similarly, just I want to tell you that in 2004 to 2014, Mr. Manmohan Singh was a prime minister. He was an economist. But during that period, our economy has increased from 11 to 10. In just one country, we have surpassed. Just I want to tell you that the per capita of our country is now 1075 rupees, lakh rupees per capita. But when 2014, when the Prime Minister joined as a Prime Minister, the per capita income was around 90. It is increased almost double also. Similarly, if you see, the government of India's policy is banking to the unbankers. That means everybody should have an account in the banks. Similarly, funding to the unfunded. Everybody should, if needed, they should be given funds. And the third policy of the government of India is securing to the unsecured, means to give insurance to the people. So with this policy, there are different schemes the government of India, and that schemes are running very well. So the smallest, or we can say poorest person of the country is getting benefit of the schemes. Just I want to explain some schemes. Pradhan Mantri Swanidhi Yojana, that is the scheme for the street
Gokulnath from Byju's. As the co-founder and director of India's commitment to education and her will to integrate technology into learning have been instrumental in bringing quality education to millions of students worldwide. Her pioneering work in integrating AI in transformation, but a new
much bigger way.
So it will work more like a tool which a student will have on his side.
It will be a tool which the student would a student would not realize, like it would be the same platform that they are using, but what would happen is that the learning would be even more personalized. Like when they are going through it, it would feel like this journey has been crafted for them. It would be much more effective than it was before. And the best part is this, it was even creating this has been literally, there was not been much manual effort in making this happen. All we had to bring in was our content, our core, which is our pedagogy and teaching, and we used artificial intelligence to produce this at scale, right, to ensure that it's happening at scale.
Okay. This seems the right use, because otherwise I was watching one of those videos around AI and it said, okay, there would be some headbands, that the students will have to wear. That's how they'll be analyzed, how much attention they are paying in the class, or the students' machine, that we are just minute detail about them.
The student, and ensure that they work it out, they solve it. And this way, this like into their real strengths and their interests. Not every child needs to be interested in the same subject, in the same concept.
Absolutely.
But in the concept that they're interested in, can they do in the best way possible? Now, did they not like a subject because they weren't taught it in the right way? Then it's our responsibility to ensure that they are learning it in the best way possible, and then they have the choice on their platter. They choose what they like, right? So I feel AI in education aims to address the unique needs of the individual rather than controlling them. So I would say it's the question of mentoring rather than controlling. And this individualization is extreme progress at their own pace, explore topics that interest them, and it nurtures a more engaging learning environment. And that's important because we want them to learn.
So are you first of all doing some experiment with a certain set of students, or you're just making it live for everybody?
No, never. We never do that. So even when for the first time we launched our app, we always did A/B testing, because you need to understand how students react, not just in India, different parts of the world. We're running the experiment. We have research and development labs in Bangalore, in Palo Alto, in London. In fact, our chief innovation officer is out of London. So we combine what we learn from all children from different parts of the world before putting it out at large scale.
This would have also called a large amount of.
Yes.
So can you give an idea, what kind of investment you are making behind AI?
For me, I see tech and AI as the same thing, and we've always invested in tech. And if you want to call this, you can call it education 4.0 for a decade now. So a paradigm of education that embraces the latest tech, embraces the latest innovation to create personalized learning experiences at scale of effort, not just in terms of money, but in terms of critical thinking, in terms of strategy, in terms of being aware ahead of the curve, in knowing what is the latest that's happening and understanding and quickly taking a decision on what's going to be effective and what isn't. It's not that every tech is going to work.
Yeah.
It is the tech that can help at scale impact that is going to work. We have 150 million users on a monthly basis. So we have scale. And at this scale, if you want to create an impact, you need to have tech by your side, the right tech by your side. So, and like I said, it's well now against, I would say, the conventional, right? It was very different. It was a leap of faith, because at that time, forget about learning apps, even apps were rare. We've always invested in the latest technology. We've never been afraid to disrupt our own business model positively.
Okay. But does it also open new job opportunities at Byju's in the AI department particularly?
Not AI as simply AI. So we believe in investing in technologists who are free to and able to foresee the future of tech not scared to conduct experiment. Nothing can replace human intervention in education and teaching. Tech is only an enabler. You still drive learning.
Sure. And can you also, give some example or anecdote in terms of how teachers are using AI?
In the classrooms?
Yes.
So I can give you examples. Some of the things we also have implemented. Some of the things are which I feel even teachers outside the Byju's ecosystem can implement in schools, in colleges. So we've used it to automate the grading of assessments, tests, and quizzes, saves teachers times, allowing them to provide prompt, detailed feedback to students. So focusing on quality rather than quantity, pinpointing areas of improvement in a way that will help students better themselves. And AI-powered grading systems also ensure consistent, unbiased evaluations, right? So that's a big advantage. We can use AI to analyze large quantity of educational data, including student performance, behavior, engagement patterns, all of that, and gain insights on the students' progress. How are they doing? How are they doing better since before? Identify potential challenges and make informed decisions. So to optimize teaching strategies, see, we've always had one timetable for everybody and one learning pattern for everybody. But now we can literally say on Monday, child A has to spend 15 minutes on sound, and then 15 more minutes form of motion, right? We can give that detailed kind of feedback to help them do better. That's what it can do. And then the teacher can focus on motivating the child, being a mentor, being a guide, helping different sort of support and push. So we can do that.
Sure. So these tools are already out, or
them are being piloted currently, and some of them are out.
Okay, sure. So since you said, forecasting is something which you can't do, but still, could you help us out possibilities of integrating it further in the classrooms when it comes live in everybody's lives in some time?
So many ways, no? So imagine you could assess student participation based on body language. You could know who's paying attention and who isn't. You could help. If you want to audit your systems and understand, and I'll just give one use case, right? In the last 2 years, we've created 25,000 teaching jobs for women teaching from home to the rest of the world. And that's why I'm again more bullish on technology. It's created. So women today are like close to half our country, but we contribute only 18% to the GDP. So huge potential over there to have a respectable profession and such a good one. So there can be audit, simple things like lighting, posture, sound, all of that can just happen using tech, can happen using AI. And then it becomes so much easier to increase quality, much more effective.
Sure. And on a personal level, Divya, how are you using AI?
How am I using AI? And speaking and talking about AI, then that's when I can start frankly experimenting and using it at scale. And for me, everything is about the company. So unless it can help me double my mom job more effectively, which it hasn't, I'm still doing what I'm doing. Like I'm taking care of the 2 kids the way I was before, with or without AI. It hasn't really helped there. But in the company, yes, it's definitely helped us enhance learning for our students by leaps and bounds. So
okay, sure. Interesting. So we'll start taking some questions from the audience also, and then in between we'll also continue our chat further. So there's one question from Ishan Datta, who is asking, how do you look to leverage existing educational infrastructure to drive further growth?
How do I look to leverage current educational infrastructure?
To drive further growth.
Yeah, so again, using tech. So and we've seen that happen through our Education for All initiative. Just to give you an example, where I spoke about how it's simpler to actually implement, if you have high quality pedagogy, to implement that at scale at literally zero cost, because you invest in a classroom setup across various countries with that content and scale that using tech. So even structure, if you can add the availability of, say, internet to it, or have programs which run on low bandwidth, which we've also done. Then you're able to run learning using the existing infrastructure but at scale, and you're able to impact millions. And we've done that. So today there are about 5.5 million children who learn from us for free across the deepest parts of the country, and about 70% of them are on their or on a device, and the remaining 30% would be in a club. Come attend, learn from the same high quality teachers.
There is another question from Kaushal Rathi, who's asking, what steps does Byju's take to ensure that AI technology complements and supports the role of teachers rather than replacing them?
It's never tech versus teachers. It's always tech and teachers. Okay. Nobody can, no tech can replace what a teacher brings to a classroom. And I say this with so much conviction. Don't take it from the entrepreneur in me, take it from the teacher in me. Okay. And I made me a more powerful teacher. Tech has made me a more impactful teacher. And teaching has molded me as a person. So I am a strong believer that a teacher who is ready to continuously upskill themselves and be abreast with how technology can help them and enable them will never ever need to fear that their job is at risk. If anything, their job is just getting better, more powerful, and more impactful.
Sure. So Aditya is asking, how can we prepare students for the future of work in a world that is increasingly automated?
It's a very good question, and especially relevant for India, where we're going to be the world's youngest up to 2070, where everybody talks about the demographic dividend, where half our population is under the age of 30. So it's a very relevant question to ask. And if you think about it, there are studies which show that for preschoolers today, 60% of the jobs are not even going to exist by the time they grow up. So how do you prepare yourself? The most common weaknesses, the most common challenges, or even the unique challenges, and propose a very personalized experience to ensure better learning outcomes.
So I have a question here, Divya. I mean, is there a special training or for the skill enhancement which you are doing for your teachers right now for AI?
Yes, we continuously train and we continuously upskill them. But the beauty of AI is that nothing really changes for the stakeholder. The teacher who's teaching now just has more information, and the student who's learning is just now on a much better, more personalized path. The environment which they are using doesn't change. It's just that they are just more enabled today. So yes, they are trained on what they're more enabled about so that they can provide more meaningful feedback. They can understand how to interpret these data points better. But it's more about it's nothing complicated for them. Like it's not that they have to learn anything new. It's just that they can have access to more things which is going to help them be better for both teachers and students.
Sure. And Divya, whenever a new technology comes up, of course, there are some ethical concerns around it. So, I mean, as a company, how are you guarding that?
Sensitivities behind it, you will ensure that those guardrails are in place. In fact, I don't think we would have come these 15 years if we did not have the right guardrails in place, because we have 150 million students active using our products, our services, our platforms. So we're very mindful, we're very cognizant, and we doubly, triply ensure that all the guardrails are in place.
Sure. There's so many questions coming up, so I'll give time to audience questions more. So there's another one from Siddharth who's asking, while rare AI-based chatbots have exhibited a number of biases and harmful misinformation in the past, I would love to know how Byju's plans to tackle any such issues.
So here's the thing, right? Chat GPT is a misnomer. We don't need to use large language models for chatting. In fact, we don't. So we've used large language models for the strengths that we think it brings to education and the kind of pedagogy that we have and the tech that we have. So chatting as an interface is not really required for us. Where we've used large language models and the tech that we have, the better presentation. So like I said, even when I showed the small demonstration, we are very clear that by
Rightly said. So Navya is asking, how can AI technologies be leveraged to boost student involvement in their learning journeys? Do you have any unique instances where AI has successfully amplified engagement?
We've always been using AI to enhance engagement. When we move from classrooms to the smartphones, or from stadiums to the smartphones, we've always used tech. So initially, while it was a library, it moved on to become personalized learning apps. And from personalized learning apps, today we are in hybrid classrooms, along with personalized learning apps. Right? So we've evolved with the multiple formats of learning, and we've been able to deliver better and better outcomes over the years because we've bettered continuously the technology that we've used. And this tech has ensured that we are able to make every student, irrespective of which level they are at, to level up. And let me give you an example, right? How would you, in a classroom, if there is a question being asked with 4 choices and a child answers it wrong, say it was about the Pythagoras theorem, you wouldn't know why they answered it wrong. One answer would be typically one which you would mark if it is a silly mistake. Tech can identify that. 2, another answer could have been marked because you just don't know that there are 3 sides to a triangle, putting a cross on the paper. Tech helps you then give the child another video which shows them the basic concept of a triangle and helps them understand what is the difference, what are the types, all of that, before you push them back to take a similar question again, which could be generated by a large language model. So what the large language model can actually do is, if you give it a type of question, it can generate at least 20 questions of the same type so that it helps the child practice again and again. So I'm giving you like a very basic example, but I think I hope it also kind of helps you understand how deeply we can integrate AI and all of these models, generative AI, and then better what we have to offer so that the child is able to do better.
Sure, it resonates well with the audience, I think. And Divya, what I could understand from while talking to you so far, I mean, there is definitely a need for AI literacy at the moment because a lot of people are right now concerned whether it's going to be our friend or foe. So, are you also, I mean, at times talk to other people in the industry, like other edtech companies, how they are further enhancing the literacy part on AI?
There is a lot of literature available about AI, and we just need to see where we are reading the literature to ensure that we have the right literacy, right? So, and it's always that sometimes the negatives get amplified so much more than the positives that we tend being more worried than we should be. Now, that being said, I am someone who treads the middle path very clearly. Like today I spoke about how it has helped us, but it's not without me knowing how it can also harm if it's not used in the right way. Like somebody pointed out today, what if it starts giving you the wrong answers? What if the child is learning the wrong things? It's the same thing, right? If it's like this, you go to Google and you search, how do you know the information you're getting is correct? It's the same thing. But you wouldn't go there to learn. You would depend on, say, a Byju's learning app because it's an authentic place to get information, to learn. And that's how we also need to understand. And we need to understand reference material versus pedagogy, right? So, and this literacy is something that will help. So, as long as you're going to the right place for the right kind of information, you know where you need to go, you can be absolutely sure that you're getting what you need to become better.
Sure. There are two more questions, and we just have 5 minutes more. I'll take them up from the audience. So, Siddharth is asking, what kind of impact can we expect AI capable of creative outputs to have on homework like writing essays? Are these redundant now? What does the future of homework look like in this AI world?
I read this article in Financial Times where a teacher says that we don't make students write essays because we like them writing essays. We make them write essays because we feel that it will better their language and learning skills. Now, if we know that it's not going to do that, we'll stop, right? So I always go back to say, what does a teacher want from a classroom? The teacher wants their students to learn better and do better. So yes, there will be certain things like before we had a Wikipedia or a Google, why did people learn capitals and all of that, right? But then, I mean, it's when you know where you can go to for the what, you start focusing on the whys and the hows. So we'll also evolve, and we need to evolve. We've always had to evolve with the evolving of technology. So essays is one example, but there are so many things, right? Just because we have calculators, it doesn't mean we stop multiplying or we teach children how to do long division and log multiplication. I'm just giving an analogy, right? So there are certain skills that you'll always need. And when you go and talk, like Punita and Divya are having a talk today. Now, if both of us didn't know how to write essays, both of us wouldn't have been able to have a conversation today. So there are reasons why we do things. It's not just for marks. This whole mindset that we learn to give an exam and we learn to get marks, it has to go. And hopefully we understand that exams are not an end in itself, but just a bump along the way. And learning has to happen because we want to learn. I think that's when things will start changing.
Sure. So there's another question by Mr. Datta. He says, many AI tools are very expensive, requiring a lot of money to implement and integrate. So how do you look to increase accessibility for students from underprivileged backgrounds?
So for us, it's what we invest for in our business, for our for-profit business, is the same product that we used to give to students from underserved or underprivileged backgrounds. So from our side, what we've been able to build is solving the trilemma of cost, quality, and scale. So we literally charge nothing when we give the same product, because we've always built and we've already expensed for that and ensured that we're able to finance that through our for-profit model. So this is all something that we've thought about. And being in education, it has a double bottom line of doing well and doing good. So you are responsible to ensure that when you're building something, you're building it for everybody. You're building it to ensure that every child, irrespective of who they are or where they come from, gets a better chance at life. And an education is one way of ensuring that.
Sure. So since we have just 2 minutes more left, I'll just take one last question, and this is from me only. So though we are seeing many use cases of AI in various sectors, how it's going to impact, but I want to ask you as a leader, do you think AI is going to impact more the lives of an entrepreneur or the life of a teacher?
Both, because we already discussed how it impacts teachers and entrepreneurs who are in education and teaching, and entrepreneurs who believe in technology can enable teachers and then be impacted themselves. And not just teachers, right? Teachers are one group of people impacted by AI, but you see that literally every business, every industry is today being impacted, mostly positively, by AI.
Sure. I think it has been wonderful talking to you, Divya. You've given new insights into what the world will look like in the coming times with AI playing a major role in education, and how Byju's as a company today is actually using this for the further enhancement of the learning which we have been having for our kids and the kind of future which we can perceive in the coming time. So thank you so much.
Thank you. It's always wonderful talking to you. Thank you.
That was a very exciting session indeed. AI making its way to education is bound to change how we educate forever. And it's encouraging to see initiatives taking shape in that sector. Thank you, Divya, for showing us a glimpse of the new era of education. And thank you, Punita, for moderating the session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the last session of day one of the India Portfolio Summit. This session, titled Leading India's Race to Innovation, is a keynote address by Sandeep Agarwal. Sandeep is a serial tech entrepreneur, philanthropist, and an angel investor. Sandeep is the only tech founder to have founded 2 unicorns back to back. Sandeep founded ShopClues in 2010 in his house in Silicon Valley as India's first ever marketplace independent of any category to empower 30 million SMEs, and Droom as first pure play e-commerce while in India in 2014.
Prior to his entrepreneurial journey, Sandeep was among the top-ranked Wall Street analysts covering global internet sector based out of Silicon Valley and worked with Swap.com and Microsoft in their global headquarters in USA. Sandeep is the author of Fall Again and Rise Again, a best-selling book on the journey of an entrepreneur with a humble beginning, and appeared as a judge on MTV Dropout, India's first ever reality show on TV to promote entrepreneurship. Sandeep has an MBA from Washington University in St. Louis and holds a US patent. Over to you, Sandeep.
Thank you, Shrey. Thank you, Abni. And thank you for BITS Planning for having me. It is great to see all the very curious minds shaping up their career. And I would even say shaping up future of India. So it's my pleasure to be here. I'll take maybe 18, 20 minutes covering the topics which the organizers very, very carefully gave us to cover. And happy to take any questions after that, if there are any questions. So, one thing I wanted to cover is that, basically there are lot of automobile players in India, and how Droom is different. So on this topic, I just wanted to mention to you that there are 4 different type of automobile play. 2 are, I would call it non-transactional, and 2 are transactional platform. So non-transactional would be one set of non-transactional will be online classifieds. These are the platforms which are a substitute of Saturday newspaper ad before internet became public. And they handle 150 different classified categories such as accountant wanted, dog wanted, car for sale, home for sale. And these platforms make money from online advertising. And India has 2 well-known brands in that space, mainly Quicker and OLX. They are the non-transactional platform, how we see the word. Second is another type of non-transactional platforms are the one who help you make a pre-buying decision. So if you are involved in high involved category, which automobile is, you have a lot of questions. Should I buy a new car or used car? Should I buy manual transmission or automatic? Should I buy Japanese car or Indian car? New or used, with lease or with loan, and many other things which you want to figure out before you buy. So there are multiple platforms which give you rich content, rating, reviews, videos, news, blogs, expert opinion to help you make a decision. And the premise behind their business model is that I am giving you contextually targeted content relevant to you. And when you are consuming that content, I have a safe assumption that you are interested in buying an automobile. And then I will take your name, phone number, email, and sell that as a lead generation. So India has multiple vertically focused content platforms such as Carvale, Car Dekho, Zigwheel, and a few more. So these 2 are very important platforms, and they do non-transactional, one through classified, one through vertically focused content. Then comes the transactional platform. And there we have 2 type of companies. One is more of a physical dealerships. So typically they would be branded physical dealerships and multiple locations under same brand, and they will carry automobile on their balance sheet. Everything they sell comes from them. So it's nothing different than a modern retail. Most of the companies fall in this space, and there are multiple well-known companies including Car24, Spinny, and Mahindra First Choice, Maruti True Value. Every category will have multiple organized players participating in the modern retail of the category. Here we have again further two type of companies. We have B2C, and sometimes we have C2B or C2D, right? If you see an ad of a company which says find price in 5 minutes, sell in 30 minutes, that's a more of a consumer to dealer or consumer to business platform. They are helping you in selling your car, your existing car. And then you have platforms which say, you can buy a car from me, it is certified, it's verified, and so on. That would be B2C. But these all would be physical branded dealerships, multiple locations, inventory of cars sitting on their own balance sheet, and selling the cars. And then finally, within the transactional model bucket, we have Droom, which is a pure play e-commerce, B2C e-commerce, and as a marketplace. So in our model, sourcing and refurbishment is done by third-party automobile dealer, which can be small, medium, and large size. But automobile certification, online selling, arranging loan and insurance, and warranty, return, and delivery is handled by us. So we are the only model in India which is a pure play e-commerce, B2C. So if you want to use Droom, you can use Droom to buy an automobile. But if you want to sell, either you can use the other platforms which are physical dealerships who do C2D, or you can use Droom where we can also where we can take your used car to the existing network of dealers. But you can't sell your car to the another end user on Droom platform. So Droom is a strictly B2C where only a business seller can sell a used car. So that is how we build this platform. There's no one like this. Every car you see is no car is on our balance sheet. And as I mentioned, this model is it's actually very similar to Amazon third-party business with fulfillment by Amazon. Amazon operates in India in a certain way, but if you look at how Amazon operates globally, 67% of Amazon business is third-party seller with fulfillment by Amazon, right? Which they call it 3P with FBA by Amazon, FBA, right? So same way in our model, sourcing and refurbishment by automobile dealer, and certification, selling, loan, insurance, return, warranty, and delivery by Droom. In our view, this model makes us asset light, technology center of everything, and we have converted 25,000 dealers in 1,174 cities as cloud dealer. They may have their own physical store or none, but they can, in our view, they can source a used car or a motorcycle scooter cheaper, faster, better than anyone else. And they can clean, buff, polish a car, used car, cheaper, better than anyone else. And when it comes to pricing, inspecting, and knowing the history of a used vehicle, nobody can do better than Droom. And when it comes to bringing online traffic and giving them curated experience of discovery and buying, in our view, nobody can do better than Droom. And then we can give you all assortment of loan and insurance. Again, nobody can do better than us. And the last mile delivery, return, and warranty. So that is how Droom works. The benefit to the dealer is who owns used car. He does not have deep pockets. He does not know English. He does not know technology. He does not know marketing. But he can source a car and he can clean, buff, and polish to make it ready to be sold. The everything which he does not know is what we do for living. So it's very complementary. The benefit for the buyers are, we are the only platform in India which have 250,000 used automobile to choose from. Just to give you a context, second largest will have less than 40,000. So this is a power of technology. Second is India's largest physical dealership will have 500 to 700 locations. We have 25,000 cloud dealers. India's largest physical branded dealership for automobile is available in 70 cities. We are available in 1174 cities. And a car sold on our platform is roughly 16% cheaper than physical branded dealership you can buy the car from. So this is truly, in our view, this is truly a 21st century platform. And last thing before I move to the next topic is that we are the only platform which sell from bicycle to plane everything. We are the only platform which sell both new and used. We are the only platform which sell both electric and ICE vehicles. And this is only possible because we are not an automobile company which is using technology. We are a technology company which happens to sell automobile. So this is truly the pure play B2C e-commerce for automobile. And if you look at last 2 years, where the technology sector has come under a lot of stress because of bad economy, the physical branded dealerships have come under tremendous stress to the level that some companies have seen a 98% evaporation in their market value. So but a model like ours, it's more insulated with a bad economy because it's a tech play, asset light, and theoretically endless scale. So this is what I hope it gives you good context of the differentiation around Droom. Another topic I was asked to touch is UPI has changed India as almost as a basic infrastructure for payments, and it has democratized payments. Absolutely. And then I think the team at Blitzscaling draw the analogy of UPI to ONDC, which is absolutely a right analogy to use. And then they wanted to basically, you guys wanted to know how that plays out in e-commerce. So in my view, I was very fortunate to found ShopClues in my house in California in 2010. And then by 2011, when I built the platform, I moved to India to launch India's first ever marketplace independent of category. There was no food marketplace like Swiggy and Zomato. There was no ride sharing like Ola and Uber. And technically, we were India's first ever marketplace at ShopClues. So I feel very fortunate to be involved in India e-commerce almost from the beginning, roughly 13 years back. My take is that ONDC is different from Aadhaar or UPI. In my view, ONDC is obviously a solution for digital commerce, but not physical. Second is it may give multiple choices to the buyer in terms of where they want to buy something. Which buyer has that choice anyway, independent of ONDC? Maybe they are making it easier. And for seller, they get access to lot of traffic and lot of buyers, independent of how deep budgets they have for marketing. So this is absolutely a democratization of commerce. But if you just allow me, I would say it's a democratization of e-commerce. It does not mean, in my view, that the marketplaces, brands owning their own websites, even retailer, wholesalers, distributors, and merchant participating in e-commerce multiple ways. I think it's not end of that. Second is, if you look at from Industrial Revolution in 1750 in Europe until arrival of internet, brands will only focus in creating brand in terms of design, development, R&D, quality, manufacturing, but they did not participate in value chain of distribution. But now there are 6 distribution channels. Offline, you have unorganized retail and organized retail. On top of that, you can have your own online store, your physical store, which will be called D2C. Then in online, you can have your own website, you can have marketplace, right? And you can have ONDC, right? And depending upon the category, you can even have a local commerce. Like if you're in food and beverages, you can have, Dunzo, Zepto, Blinkit also as another option. So nowadays, there are 6 to 7 platforms. Half of them are online, half of them are offline. And ONDC is a great innovation for democratization, but it solved digital problem, whereas 85% of the commerce or India's retail remain offline. And there you need to dip into D2C, you need to dip into modern retail, you need to dip into general trade. And I think but that's my take on ONDC. It's absolutely a very welcome change. It absolutely makes small and medium merchants and seller more relevant, very similar to how I started Shop Clues 13 years back to make small sellers relevant. So ONDC does that, especially as we see some large multinational marketplaces trying to dominate e-commerce and at the expense of small and medium businesses. Just moving to the another topic I wanted to touch is that, I built Shop Clues, which became 4th unicorn in India. India has now around 106, 108. And then I was again fortunate to build Droom as a 2nd unicorn. So the question I was asked to cover is, why did you choose automobile as a category? And why did you do Droom? So, my life circumstances brought me to a crossroad where I had to decide what I'm going to do after Shop Clues. And that time, I actually did consider 52 different ideas. All 52 ideas had 3 things common. A, technology was center of those ideas. Basically, the main problem solving was through technology. Second one was, most of them were single-sided or double-sided marketplace in one category or another category. And third, they all were, in terms of business economics, very high gross margin category. This was my learning from Shop Clues and my previous experience in US. And so I was very clear. So I came up with 52 ideas. Why I ended up doing automobile is because I noticed that India at that time was the 5th largest automobile market in the world. For every new car, 2012 was the first year when the number of used cars sold became larger than the new cars. So that became a very attractive opportunity. And third, when I look at how people buy used cars or any automobile, the experience was very 19th century. Internet had not really touched this category. And people suffered from problems like trust deficit, large selection, and good pricing, and comfort around vehicle condition or seller. So I thought with the use of technology, my training at Shop Clues, building India's first ever marketplace independent of category, large TAM, that India is the 5th largest automobile market. In future, number of used cars will be sold will be higher than new. And I can completely build a 21st century experience for automobile, whereas it is 19th century right now. I just jumped into that opportunity and went after that. It worked out very nicely. Today, India is the 3rd largest automobile market, not 5th. Second is, for every new car, 1.8 used cars are sold, not 1.2. Third is, we did not need COVID to believe into this category, but I hope you can see how the online adoption has increased in India after the COVID. Before, I would say maybe arrival of Jio and low-cost smartphones, right? So all that has really created a prime time for online businesses. So it worked out very nicely. And, in a hindsight, we were 40 days late. Otherwise, after raising 7 rounds of capital, we had filed for our IPO in November 2021. And we had almost done, but high inflation. But I hope you can see that at least the thought process which went in the mind of a founder, in my case, maybe a serial founder, how I chose one category. Next, I wanted to, touch upon, as you know, since January 2022, we have a significant pressure in terms of challenging times for a new age companies, especially technology companies, which theoretically can build formidable scale, but it takes longer to come up with the profitability. And as US started revising the interest rate, the cost of capital increased, and that also means the due diligence, the hurdle rate, and how many businesses can be viable with a high cost of capital came under pressure. Technology sector had a 13 years of rally that corrected in January 2022. But if I use my 20s, I have been in technology sector all this time, in internet sector, in various capacities. This is while India has seen this cycle, everyone has noticed the heat from this downward cycle. But if I look at my roughly 2.5 decades of experience, this is a fourth or fifth cycle I'm seeing, from a dot-com bust and boom and bust to 2008 meltdown to, if you recall, before Flipkart or Snapdeal or Shopcluse were rising, and how, except Flipkart, other companies had started having challenging time, to now what is happening. So right, there are various cycles. My suggestion and advice to the founders will be, always take a long-term horizon, be very frugal, be mathematically inclined, and if you raise third-party capital, treat that as a most precious resource, more than the money you have raised. And imagine anything which can go wrong will go wrong. And can you be ready? Can you be more insulated? Can you be strong? Right? So as India becomes much larger economy, right, the cycles is prone to happen. This is a sign of maturation of economy. And so these cycles will happen. As a founder, rain or shine, you will continue to keep on building the company. And it should every month, every day, every week, it's your responsibility to reduce the dependency on external forces so that you can build a company which is built to last. In terms of, I think a last topic I wanted to mention is that, it's been 12 years for me in India and 13 years as entrepreneur. Let me just quickly touch upon how India has changed. When I considered coming to India in 2010, India had 85 million internet users. 2 million of those internet users bought something online, primarily from IRCTC, a railway ticket. And e-commerce, the word E of e-commerce was also not well understood. Forget about the last 12 years of innovation we have seen in this country. There were half dozen well-known venture capital firms. There were probably 12 angel investors. There were 3-4 late-stage private equity type of funds. But everyone was risk averse. There was no exit. There were no IPOs, or there were hardly any IPOs. And those were the rare IPOs like Naukri.com and Make My Trip. And the combined value created by India new age companies in terms of shareholder wealth was maybe 3 billion. Today, India has 850 million internet users. There are probably 150 venture capital firms. There are maybe 50,000 well-known angel investors. There are private equity, dozens and dozens of private equity fund. And last year alone, in 2021 alone, 9 new age companies went IPO. India is a home for 106 unicorn. It was probably one in 2010. Just maybe MobiKwik, not MobiKwik, InMobi, and Flipkart was speculated to be unicorn, right? And if that time India had maybe 5 well-known companies, 25 reasonably well-known companies, and 500 total startups, today India will have 500 well-known companies in a new age, 5,000 reasonably well-known companies, and maybe 500,000 total startups. And I'm not going by the government definition of registration of startup companies. I'm saying in general, if I have a laptop and I decide to quit my job or take no job and working as an entrepreneur, I'm a startup. right? So this has changed a lot. And I know I'm running a little bit over time versus allocated time. I'd like to take some questions, but just last 30 seconds. So, but if you look at, I would compare what is happening to India, no less than Industrial Revolution in Europe in 1750, gold rush in California in 1850, rise of US after the World War II, rise of Japan after the World War II, China becoming the world's largest manufacturing hub after 1970 or 1980 onwards. I think what is happening in digital economy in India, or democratization of entrepreneurship, or new way of starting a company, I think I will compare India's this revolution no less than these previous 6 largest man-made social transformation and wealth creation opportunity. So if you are a student at BITS Pilani and you want to follow your entrepreneurial dream, India could not have offered a better playground and better timing. The ecosystem has really evolved. And if you want to work in an early stage company, or if you want to work in a multinational but in an entrepreneurial style, this is the golden era. In my view, by 2032, India will create. So let me say, by the way, sorry, one more thing. When I was comparing and contrasting, today India has created 350 billion wealth, which was 3 billion 12 years back. In my view, by 2032, India will create 1.5 trillion minimum wealth coming from new age, and it will be the world's #1 startup hub and entrepreneurial ecosystem. So I will really encourage every one of you to either work as entrepreneur, become a founder, co-founder, join an early stage company, and follow your dreams. This is completely a renaissance of entrepreneurship, and next 15 years can be very, very rewarding. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions if you have. Sure. So the first question is, there have been pivot points in business all throughout the history. For example, geo, COVID, etc. You have been a first mover in your venture. What steps can a person take in order to identify and understand these trends? Look, first of all, this is a very nice question. But first of all, I would say entrepreneurship is a real test of one's conviction, right? So when Thomas Edison ended up inventing bulb, I don't think people thought it is possible. When Wright brothers made it possible that something called plane can fly, people did not believe that possible. Because most people, in fact, almost 100% people did not believe it was possible, right? You need to be really sticking to your guns, independent of economic cycle and business cycles, right? But on the other hand, you cannot be stubborn to the level that you pretty much dismiss every signal which is coming on your way, where small tweaking or large changes in your business can unleash the true value. This is not easy, but let me say this way. On one hand, you really need to be very person with a high conviction if you want to be entrepreneur. On the other hand, I would say you cannot be so wishy-washy that you need so much validation from others, because keep in mind the whole definition of disruption is that until that happened, most people believe that that is not possible. So I hope I partially answer your question, but pivot is something I am inherently is a big fan of evolution and expansion of a vision, and typically drastic pivot I'm not a big fan. But on the other hand, if there are a lot of signals where the team, products, and a lot of other things you have assembled together can be repurposed, and that would be better than you folding down your business, obviously pivot makes complete sense. But otherwise, you sometime have to slog more to make something happen. I'm moving quickly to the next question. The question is, you have successfully built 2 unicorns back to back. Can you talk about what you feel is the most important factor in whether a startup becomes successful or not? Thank you. This is a very important question and perhaps relevant to everyone. I think the biggest thing is passion. I think you must do something which you are passionate about. And if you do that, you don't realize, but a lot of things will start becoming in your favor. Second is high energy. Energies, and especially positive energies, are very contagious. If you have high energy, you will have great time teaming up with the awesome people as a team members, inviting investors, selling your first product and getting a customer. So high energy. Third is long-term vision. Fourth is a disruptive idea. Fifth is you need to know how you are uniquely qualified, right? Sixth is awesome team, right? And seventh would be, are you mathematically inclined? As they say, if you cannot measure, you cannot control. So at any given stage, pre-production, pre-revenue, pre-venture capital firm coming as an investor, each stage you need to measure, you need to have different KPIs and you need to measure them to the T, right? These are the, I would say, 6, 7 things. But honestly, if you ask me single biggest thing, I know it sometimes sound harsh, sometimes sound shallow, but reality is capital are the top 4 or 5 reasons why you can create a startup. So you really need to know the art and science behind raising capital, and raising capital more than you need, raising capital sooner than you can have it, and raising capital at a valuation where you are not diluted as a founder to the level that you become more of an agent rather than a principal. So I hope that helps you. Moving to the third question, most serial entrepreneurs have picked up different sectors or industries in their new ventures. In founding Droom, what gave you faith that e-commerce, especially pure play e-commerce, had the potential to build scalable, sustainable business in the long run? I partly answered this question, but I'll quickly cover this, that India is a $250 billion automobile market. It was 5th largest market. Today it is 3rd. In my view, it will be 2nd very soon. That is a single biggest thing which gave me comfort. Second is the role of technology had not really disrupted this sector. And I thought, given my track record and previous experience of technology and marketplace and e-commerce, why not to disrupt this category? Third is inherently we created an asset-light model. And I thought it is very difficult to make money in a used car selling unless you are not an asset-light model and you don't do most things from the use of technology. So that's how basically, and then when I see the real consumer problems, I realized that a technology play like Droom can solve buyers' 4 main problems: trust, selection, price, and convenience better than any other business model in the category. And that's how I chose that. I see the last question is, with your deep understanding of e-commerce and automobile industries, what trends do you see shaping a future of these sectors? Look, my view is that if you look at travel, 70 to 80% travel is now booked online. If you look at smartphone, I'm assuming from audience, maybe 30 to 50% people have bought their last smartphone online from Flipkart or Amazon, right? So some categories are deeply online penetrated. When it comes to beauty and fashion, maybe 10% or less is online. When it comes to food, maybe 3% is online, right? When it comes to health, maybe 1 or 2% is online. So let me say this way, India is a $1 trillion retail market. Blended basis, 3 to 4% is online, right? In 10 years, India will be a $2 trillion retail market. And I think e-commerce could be 15 to 20%. In US, e-commerce could be, it could be just a desert in a food analogy, given the penetration of organized retail. In China, it is a main course, given the penetration of organized retail. But in India, e-commerce can be a 7-course meal. And I feel, it is still multiple new opportunities will shape up. And I think you should really look for large TAM where, there's no unicorn or let's say large player, multinational player operating. and you think you are uniquely qualified to disrupt that category, while you may be doing e-commerce, you still need to find a way how will you disrupt the category. But I think there are hundreds of opportunity. I'm happy to speak with specific, if there are entrepreneurs who are considering various categories, I'm happy to speak. You can reach out to me at sandeep@sandeepagarwal.com. So, I think, sorry, I'm just, so I think those are the questions I have. If there's any other question, happy to take it. And as I mentioned, if you want to reach out to me, and you can send me an email at sandeep@sandeepagarwal.com, or you can reach to me LinkedIn or Twitter. Happy to spend some time with our budding entrepreneurs. And again, thank you for having me. I thoroughly enjoyed this session and looking forward for our future interactions. And good luck with whatever you want to pursue after your graduation.
This session has truly fueled innovation that's engulfing India. Thanks a lot for such an inspiring talk, Sandeep. Looking forward to interacting with you, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Before we end the first day of the India portfolio,
Welcome to the last session of day one of the India Portfolio Summit. This session, titled Leading India's Race to Innovation, is a keynote address by Sandeep Agarwal. Sandeep is a serial tech entrepreneur, philanthropist, and an angel investor. Sandeep is the only tech founder to have founded 2 unicorns back to back. Sandeep founded ShopClues in 2010 in his house in Silicon Valley as India's first ever marketplace independent of any category to empower 30 million SMEs, and Droom as first pure play e-commerce while in India in 2014.
Prior to his entrepreneurial journey, Sandeep was among the top-ranked Wall Street analysts covering global internet sector based out of Silicon Valley and worked with Swap.com and Microsoft in their global headquarters in USA. Sandeep is the author of Fall Again and Rise Again, a best-selling book on the journey of an entrepreneur with a humble beginning, and appeared as a judge on MTV Dropout, India's first ever reality show on TV to promote entrepreneurship. Sandeep has an MBA from Washington University in St. Louis and holds a US patent. Over to you, Sandeep.
Thank you, Shrey. Thank you, Abni. And thank you for Bits Planning for having me. It is great to see all the very curious minds shaping up their career, and I would even say shaping up future of India. So it's my pleasure to be here. I'll take maybe 18-20 minutes covering the topics which